Qin Lai felt that the situation had become more interesting all of a sudden. Feng Eo of Celestial Artifact Sect evidently did not have a good relationship with you men of 10,000 Beast Mountain, because the moment the two of them met, one pulled out his sword while the other drew his bow. Like roosters, they could start fighting at any moment. However, these two having an antagonistic relationship was unsurprising to Qin Lai. The two of them belonged to different forces after all, both of which even resided in the Heavenly Fisher continent. The relationship that Qin Lai was actually curious about was the one between Feng Eo and Situ Tong. Situ Tong also belonged to Celestial Artifact Sect, and like Feng Eo, he had entered the Graveyard of Gods as a trial participant. However, Situ Tong had previously journeyed with Niu Xiaojun. He was actually quite close to 10,000 Beast Mountain. Yet 10,000 Beast Mountain was Feng Eo's enemy, the thorn in his side. Qin Lai realized that Xianxia had been telling the truth about one thing. Situ Tong really wasn't on their side, as expected. Along with 3 other Celestial Artifact Sect martial practitioners, Situ Tong actually rushed over in just 15 minutes. They were clearly still in cahoots with 10,000 Beast Mountain. Situ Tong, you actually dare to conspire with the people of 10,000 Beast Mountain. Feng Eo's expression turned intensely cold, killing intent overflowing from his eyes. I always knew that allowing you to enter the trial was only asking for trouble. Hello, young sect master. When Situ Tong arrived, his expression was similarly ice-cold as well. Before we entered the trial, the injury you gave me during the inner sect competition was carved into my heart. I think about it all the time. Heh! Du Xiangyang secretly laughed. He could see that the relationship between Situ Tong and Feng Eo was probably even worse than the relationship between him and Luo Chun. Just like Heavenly Sword Mountain, Celestial Artifact Sect had held an internal competition to determine the selection of trial participants. Situ Tong had apparently lost. Feng Eo didn't have a good relationship with you men, and he also bore hatred for Situ Tong. This led to Situ Tong conspiring with you men upon entering the Graveyard of Gods. It seems like we'll be able to stay out of this matter. Du Xiangyang laughed. Qin Lai's demeanor was relaxed as well. He sized up the martial practitioners of Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain, touching his temple as he pondered. Then he suddenly smiled and said, Young sect Master Feng, we don't wish to intrude upon this matter or continue investigating the Thunder Barrier. We just want to leave now. What do you say? Before 10,000 Beast Mountain arrived, Qin Lai and Feng Eo's groups were about to engage in a bloody, slaughter-filled battle. Feng Eo had just ordered Zhang Shang and the other 5 Celestial Artifact Sect martial practitioners to capture Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian, kill Du Xiangyang, and seize Qin Lai's memories. But now, when Qin Lai said that they wanted to leave, a carefree look surfaced on Feng Eo's face. He even smiled and said, Earlier was just a misunderstanding. We only had good intentions in mind, hoping that we could investigate the mysteries of the Thunder Barrier together. However, all of you seem to not be interested. We won't keep you here any longer. Please, go ahead. Feng Eo took the initiative to back off. Zhang Shang and his men were well aware that 10,000 Beast Mountain was currently their true enemy. The moment they saw Feng Eo let them go, each of them dryly laughed one after another. Earlier was just a misunderstanding, that's all it was. Please be magnanimous and forgiving. Zhang Shang cupped his hands and bowed, nodding toward Qin Lai and the others. We truly had good intentions in the beginning, another person hurriedly said as well. Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian were all smiles. What do you guys say? Qin Lai looked at Niu Xiaojun and his gang. Just leave. We're not going to send you off. Niu Xiaojun snorted coldly. You better run far. You men growled, staring at Feng Eo intensely. You had best be more polite with your words. Xie Jingxuan's face was ice-cold. Just forget it. Let's go. Qin Lai smiled softly as he waved his hand to stop Xie Jingxian, saying, We can't afford to offend either side, so let us be off. We'll give this place to them to roll around in. Xie Jingxian looked at him strangely. She had always known that, although Qin Lai looked gentle, deep in his bones, he was incomparably violent. Like a volcano, just a tiny little spark could burst into a surging ball of flames. You men wanted them to flee far into the distance, and his tone wasn't the least bit courteous. With Qin Lai's personality, he would definitely want to start a wild brawl. However, this time he took the initiative to retreat, which was something that Xianxia found baffling. Time to go, time to go. Qin Lai took the lead and moved to leave, a slight smile on his face. As he said he was leaving, he actually walked toward the middle of the two opposing sides, aiming to walk between them. Du Xiangyang, Song Tingyu, and Xie Jingxian suddenly tensed up. At this moment, tensions between Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain were especially high, and the situation could explode into a bloody war at any moment. If Qin Lai actually wanted to retreat, there were many other routes he could have taken. Instead, however, he chose to walk the path in the middle of Feng Yiyou and Yu Men. This decision made the hearts of Song Tingyu, Xie Jingxian, and Du Xiangyang hang in suspense. The three of them, having initially moved to follow Qin Lai, stopped short. Their hearts were tense and uneasy. They sensed that something was amiss. The people of Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain sank into silence. They also hadn't expected Qin Lai, the one who wanted to leave this place, to actually choose the narrow path between them. What was the meaning of this? This was clearly a provocation. Xie Jingxian, Song Tingyu, and Du Xiangyang didn't dare to move rashly or go deeper between Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain, fearing a pincer attack from both sides. They stood at their original positions, their fingers instinctively pressing down on their spatial rings, prepared to retrieve their spirit artifacts and battle at any moment. They looked at Qin Lai with grim expressions. Feng Yiyou, Yu Men, Zhang Shang, and the rest also wore dark expressions. They stopped facing each other and looked at Qin Lai as well. Under numerous frigid gazes, Qin Lai looked as though he were confidently strolling through his own yard, leisurely walking to the middle of the crowd made up of Feng Yiyou's group and Yu Men's group. Under the predatory gazes of the Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain martial practitioners, not only did Qin Lai pass through both sides comfortably, he even came to a sudden stop in the middle of them, right between Yu Men and Feng Yiyou. Song Tingyu, Du Xiangyang, and Xie Jingxuan's hearts constricted and their expressions took a grave turn. They secretly began to gather spirit energy in preparation for any abrupt change in the situation. Although they didn't understand Qin Lai's motives, they knew that the tolerance of Feng Yiyou and Yu Men was limited. Earlier, you said wanted to us to run far away? Qin Lai twisted his head, glancing at Yu Men of 10,000 Beast Mountain. With a frown, he asked, "Care to repeat that?" Upon hearing these words, every person on Celestial Artifact Sect's side began to gloat, eyes shining with glee. In the meantime, the worsening situation made Qin Lai's group sigh. "Damn it!" Xie Jingxian cursed in a low voice. "And here I thought that he had changed for the better. I didn't think he'd be as crazy as ever. This bastard." Even Song Tingyu stomped her feet as well. The three of them didn't expect Qin Lai to take the initiative and provoke Yu Men. He clearly could have retreated from this incident, and then, after Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain waged a blood-soaked war, decided whether or not to stab them in the back. They would have definitely been able to profit as fishermen if they chose to do that. Why did he have to offend Yu Men and provoke both sides? Song Tingyu and the others had no idea. "Fine." Yu Men grinned and let out a ferocious laugh. "If you don't run as far as you can, I'll just kill you along with them. Hey, you think you're Luo Chun or Chu Li? Or maybe even Yi Hao? How about Shui Moyan? Even if you help Feng Yiyou fight me, how much use will just the four of you be?" Yu Men basically didn't hold Qin Lai in any regard at all. He had made the necessary preparations to deal with Qin Lai's group at the same time. Aside from the people of 10,000 Beast Mountain, Yu Men still had Situ Tong. He believed that his group strength was enough take on both Qin Lai's group and Celestial Artifact Sect. "You seemed to be interested in the two women with me earlier, right?" Unexpectedly enough, Qin Lai didn't respond to Yu Men, but instead turned around to look at Feng Yiyou and Zhang Shang. A broad, toothy smile on his face, he said. "One of the women that you, Zhang Shang, are so interested in is my..." These words utterly baffled the people of 10,000 Beast Mountain. Song Tingyu, Xianxia, and Du Xiangyang inwardly lamented their despair. Not only did this bastard provoke 10,000 Beast Mountain, he even offended Celestial Artifact Sect. Just what in the world was he planning? You motherfucker! What are your intentions? Zhang Sheng roared furiously. What in the world are you trying to do? Feng Eo became impatient as well. This place is the forbidden land of thunder. In this place He pointed at Feng Eo and then he pointed at you men. And you. Neither of you have the qualifications to control it. I, Qin Lai, am the true master of this place. Immediately after declaring this, Qin Lai raised his head, looked toward the sky, and roared, "Thunder!" When his voice rang out, explosive thunder resonated from deep in the clouds, sounding as if it were capable of destroying the world. Writhing from the thunder barrier off to the side, streaks of lightning as thick as pails mixed with the violent, thunderous rumbling and rushed out like ferocious dragons. The twisted, chaotic thunder fluctuations instantly became several times more savage. The violent lightning from the sky and the thunder lagoon drew closer as if being guided, approaching as if the apocalypse were nigh. Their target was Qin Lai. At this moment, Qin Lai stood at the center of the crowd of martial practitioners belonging to Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain. He was guiding lightning down from the heavens with heavenly thunder eradication. Without any overly obvious foreshadowing, Qin Lai became hostile the moment he said he was going to in a decisive and determined manner. As if he were embracing the world, Qin Lai raised his hands up high and bellowed. Streams of lightning, long and thick, poured from his body, and every part of him rumbled with the sound of thunder. Vast swathes of lightning resembling enormous dragons emerged from the depths of the clouds and, as though they'd escaped from a divine river, plunged straight downward amidst the explosive sound of heavenly thunder. Beside all of the martial practitioners present in the forbidden land of thunder, the lightning hidden by the thunder barrier erupted outward like a myriad of wild horses breaking free from their reins. The thunderous changes triggered by Qin Lai instantly led to a ferocious frenzy of lightning in the area, gripping hearts and souls in a catastrophic way. The lightning that filled the sky headed straight for Qin Lai. Amidst the crowd of martial practitioners, Qin Lai stood in an area between Feng Eo and Yu Men. At this moment, Qin Lai's dark, ruthless, ulterior motives were obvious to everyone. Qin Lai had moved to the path between Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain and stopped right between Feng Eo and Yu Men in order to guide thunder toward himself, using the thunder and lightning of the forbidden land of thunder to destroy all of his enemies. From the very beginning, Qin Lai never thought of staying out of this. The thought of leaving had never actually crossed his mind. He was clearly preparing to take care of Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain at the same time. This bastard! Song Tingyu's beautiful eyes shone. He actually fooled us as well. Xianxia gnashed her teeth. Crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. The violent thunder and chaotic lightning resembled a flood from the lightning pool of the ninth heaven. Bolts of heavenly lightning gushing downward like waterfalls. The faces of Yu Men and Feng Eo turned incomparably ashen, as both of them barked at the same time, "Everyone, dodge!" Amidst the descending streams of blinding lightning dragons and their resulting explosions, the martial practitioners of both forces screamed, roared, and howled as they fled in every direction. In but an instant, Qin Lai's immediate area was turned into a forbidden zone, a playground filled with vicious thunder and lightning. One of the Celestial Artifact Sect martial practitioners who had agreed with Zhang Sheng's proposal to capture Song Tingyu and Xianxia for a bit of fun was struck by two intertwined flashes of lightning, instantly soaking his body with a concentrated flow of electricity. At the same time, another, more explosive lightning bolt directly struck his shoulders. Like a meatball exploding, his body was blasted apart. The violent flashes of lightning spread to his organs, charring them black. The light of hatred in that person's eyes was snuffed out like the flame of a candle. Then, attracted by the bone ash urns inside of the thunder barrier, a gloomy soul instantly flew away. On the other side of the electric rampage, the head of a person behind Niu Xiaojun of 10,000 Beast Mountain was struck by the heavenly lightning, the color in his eyes quickly dispersing. "Cousin!" Niu Xiaojun howled sharply. Unfortunately, that person could no longer hear him. As if attracted by a magnet, a gray-colored ghost flew towards the thunder barrier as well. "Qin Lai, I, Niu Xiaojun, swear that I'll tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Qin Lai, I, Xianxia, will definitely peel your skin off and break your bones apart. I will ruthlessly toy with your women right before your eyes as well. Take Qin Lai down first. Kill him." Amidst the blasts of lightning that filled the sky, the martial practitioners of 10,000 Beast Mountain and Celestial Artifact sect suddenly came to a tacit agreement. "I already told you, in this forbidden land of thunder, I'm in charge." Qin Lai's tone was calm, and he wore a laid-back expression. His line of sight swept over one Celestial Artifact sect martial practitioner after another, then landed on Xianxia. Stretching out his hand, he pointed and said, "You're next." Lightning bolts shot downward, and the violent storm followed after. Within the crisscrossing of lightning and rain, Qin Lai's body was enveloped by thunder and lightning. An electric glow sparked from his eyes as he confidently walked toward Xianxia. The thunder barrier beside him was extremely terrifying as it constantly threw down lightning bolt after lightning bolt, each impact creating deep, enormous craters in the earth one after another. It was as if Terminator profound bombs were constantly exploding. 3 people from Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain charged forward. The moment they drew near, however, they were engulfed in lightning and thunder before they could utter a single word. The 3 people released piercing screams. The spirit energy barriers on their bodies promptly shattered to pieces like eggshells struck by a gigantic hammer. At the same time, Qin Lai pulled out the astral thunder hammer, a huge grin on his face. The hammer resembled a gigantic mountain that gods resided on as it hurtled toward Xianxia. The lightning that coiled around the astral thunder hammer attracted lightning dragons and rumbling thunder to it. Thunder and lightning filled the sky and earth, mysteriously pouring toward the hammer as it swung through the air. A closer look would reveal that even the violent lightning in the depths of the clouds seemed to have found a target of their own. Xianxia. The moment Xianxia, who had just uttered such ruthless words, discovered that he had become Qin Lai's target, the depths of his heart turned cold. In a shrill voice, he hastily shrieked, "Kill him! Everyone, let's combine our strength and kill him." Unfortunately, the 3 people who had charged Qin Lai the moment they got the chance had already been submerged in dozens of lightning bolts. As though they were ancient trees that had been struck by lightning, their bodies had already been charred black. 3 gray souls floated out of the bodies of those martial practitioners as well, seeping into the thunder barrier against their will. Since he was nearby, Niu Xiaojun was just about to attack Qin Lai. Yet, the moment he saw 3 people die trying to do so, their souls leaving their bodies, he came to a sudden halt. The martial practitioners of Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain who were a little further away wore cold expressions. Immense fear flowed out of their eyes. They had also stopped moving. Even Yu Men and Feng Iyo, both of whom had been constantly shouting out, realized that the electrical activity in Qin Lai's location was more than a dozen times stronger than the surrounding area. Even these 2 geniuses were deeply frightened of the savage lightning that could annihilate all living things. They didn't dare to act rashly. This led to Xianxia shouting even more loudly, only to realize that nobody dared to approach Qin Lai at the center of the shocking tempest. Furthermore, Xianxia even noticed that Niu Xiaojun actually started to gradually retreat. He was consciously moving away from Qin Lai. The fear of a lone soldier being captured by a ferocious prehistoric beast and gradually swallowed suddenly sprouted within Xianxia. At this moment, all of the people that could help him were quickly distancing themselves. "Among the many people here, you're the one with the nastiest mouth, Xianxia. In fact, the moment you brought us here, you were already dead." Qin Lai smiled softly. The astral thunder hammer descended. Lightning and thunder that threatened to shroud the sky and the earth accompanied the astral thunder hammer, instantly enveloping the area where Xianxia was standing. Prack, prack, prack. Dozens of lightning bolts as thick as pails shone dazzlingly bright, making everyone in the vicinity temporarily blind. Amidst the dazzling lightning sheen, Xianxia was screaming harshly. Streaks of lightning surged into his body, racking his flesh with unbearably intense pain. Lightning pierced his eyes to the point where he was no longer able to see his surroundings. Yet he could still hear Qin Lai's approaching voice. "Thank you for bringing me here," Qin Lai said with a smile. When this voice rang out, the dense lightning that enveloped Xianxia dispersed. The violent, booming thunder mysteriously stopped as well. This allowed everyone to clearly see the situation in that area. The crowd instinctively focused their sight only to see Qin Lai standing amidst the streams of twisting lightning, placing his hand on Xianxia's head. Xianxia, on the other hand, was crouching on the ground. His arms wildly flailed around as if he were struggling to straighten his own body. "You're worthless now," Qin Lai said softly. Crack! The sound of bone breaking echoed from Xianxia's head. At the same time, a dull, thunderous roar resonated from it. Xianxia's 7 orifices emitted lightning as he went limp and fell onto the ground like a pile of mud. However, a gray, gloomy soul didn't emerge. Anyone could tell what that meant in just one look. Qin Lai had even obliterated Xianxia's soul. In this world, only practitioners who cultivated thunder spirit arts could obliterate the souls of their enemies, not even leaving behind a single spark of hope for them. The flames of Xianxia's soul were extinguished just like that. "Let's go." Feng Yo's expression went cold, and with a heavy voice he said, "This isn't a good location for a fight." The pattern of a large, golden-winged rock emerged from the spirit armor on his body, and golden feathers began to appear on it, instantly causing it to shine with a golden light. Amidst the dazzling light, Feng Yo spread his wings and flew high into the air. As if he were riding a golden rock, he took the lead in charging away. "Humph! Retreat!" Yu Men roared like a beast. His bones cracked explosively, his figure grew bulky, and he even seemed to have grown taller to a certain extent. Thin, fine fur even appeared on his neck as though he were transforming into a beast. Amidst the lightning and thunder, Yu Men occasionally roared like a ferocious animal. With every step he took, loudly charging away like a steel chariot, a deep footprint was left on the ground. "We can't stay here too long," Situ Tong and Niu Xiaojun also shouted. In an instant, the two sides that had been facing each other, ready to slaughter, scattered one after another. "You want to leave?" In the middle of the electric storm, Qin Lai released a stream of strange, raucous laughter. "Leave a few more lives behind first." As if moving the lightning in the sky with his own body, Qin Lai laughed loudly as he chased after the fleeing martial practitioners. In doing this, he left the dazed Du Xiangyang, Song Tingyu, and Xie Jingxian behind. Du Xiangyang was dumbfounded. He was completely stupefied by this chain of events. A ray of bright light bloomed in Xie Jingxian's clear, cold eyes. Nodding her head, she remained considerably calm as she said, "Back when Qin Lai had a lowly status, I invited him to hunt down a soul-devouring beast. Similar to what just happened, he used a method where he moved the lightning in the sky with his own body to help me annihilate it. This place was the forbidden land of thunder. After these past few years of growth and transformation, Qin Lai had cultivated his thunder spirit arts to a deep, profound level. He said that he was the master of the forbidden land of thunder. From my perspective, that might not be just a boast," Song Tingyu said with a smile. Her beautiful eyes shone with brilliance, and her heart was filled with joy. Deep down, she was secretly happy. She believed that Qin Lai's crazy behavior was caused by Xianxia's cheap mouth, and because he had looked at her with eyes full of lust. Once again Qin Lai caused such a violent, tyrannical scene because of her. With the aid of the Forbidden Land of Thunder, he killed people from both Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain with his power alone, and even obliterated Xianxia's soul for her. Song Tingyu's heart was filled with happiness, a feeling more enjoyable than drinking ambrosia itself. Sweet smiles of joy filled her charming face. "Is there anything we can do?" Du Xiangyang shrugged, a strange expression on his face. "It seems we won't be necessary." Xie Jingxian pouted. Isn't this fine? Song Tingyu smiled as she comforted the two of them. Look, aren't there a few dead people over there? We can inspect them and gather a few trophies. What do you guys think? Du Xiangyang's and Xie Jingshuan's eyes instantly glistened. In the outskirts of the forbidden land of thunder, amidst a vast body of swamplands, a group of 5 people holding shields of light that varied in color walked under the dark gray sky where a violent thunderstorm brewed. I wonder how Qin Lai is doing? Chu Li looked at the sky and sighed. I wonder if he's found a way to enter the forbidden land of thunder yet. This place will be very suitable for his cultivation. If he manages to come here, he'll be very comfortable, and his strength will soar. Chu Li, why do you keep bringing him up? Di Wei exclaimed with a frown. She let out a humph and sneered. What's so interesting about a person like him? Senior brother, that Qin Lai really is a terrible person. He actually asked all of us to pass on the spring of life just because he wanted to curry favor with a woman. Renpeng laughed coldly. Humph. I refuse to believe that he can be so relaxed and carefree in the graveyard of gods without us by his side. Senior brother, it was only thanks to you that he was able to obtain the blood of the voodoo insect. You worked with Luochan to throw and ignite all of the Terminator profound bombs, helping him deal with Yi Hao. Hu Ping smirked and laughed coldly. Qin Lai wouldn't have been able to take the voodoo insect blood on his own. They'll discover that they can barely take a single step throughout the graveyard of gods without our help, Wei Liang added. When it came to this group of Hu Ping, Wei Liang, and the other 2 from Terminator sect, all of them cultivated a thunder spirit art. From the moment they arrived in the forbidden land of thunder, they found that this land was beneficial to their cultivation of thunder spirit arts. They also discovered that the thunder and lightning in the sky above had very minimal effect on them. The reason they summoned their shields of light wasn't to protect themselves from the lightning, but to block the erosion of the heavy rain. The rain in this place was incredibly corrosive, and when raindrops splattered against the skin, there was a painful, burning sensation. This was exactly why they had summoned shields of light. In the forbidden land of thunder, both Hu Ping and Wei Liang felt a boost of confidence. They felt that they could unleash greater strength than usual, so they spoke with prideful words. Do you really think that Qin Lai joined us for our support, and that he relied us to safely avoid the dangers of the graveyard of gods? Chu Li was surprised. He didn't expect Renpeng's group of 3 to have actually thought this way. Of course that's the case. Renpeng nodded first. If it weren't for us, how could Qin Lai have possibly escaped with a woman infected by the voodoo toxin while under the assault of Luochan and his men? There was also that time with 10,000 Beast Mountains you men. You men only had to give up because we were there. Hu Ping also interrupted and laughed coldly. If Qin Lai hadn't tagged along with us, he would have already been killed twice. Our Terminator sect doesn't actually owe him anything. He is the one who owes us. That ungrateful bastard. Wei Liang snorted coldly. How dare he try to dip his fingers into our spring of life to curry favor with a woman of illusory demon sect. I think his carefree days are about to end. Without us, Qin Lai definitely won't be able to survive for long in the graveyard of gods. You men, Feng Iyo, and even Luochan are devils and monsters. He would get killed the moment he ran into any one of them. Renpeng said disdainfully. Chu Li frowned deeply. He had fought alongside Qin Lai before, and he knew Qin Lai better than Renpeng or anyone else did. He knew very well how terrifying Qin Lai was. During the 2 battles against Yi Hao, Qin Lai had played a critical role and been more important than anyone else in the fray. Chu Li wasn't stupid. Nothing had escaped his eyes. In the first battle, Qin Lai had used the fire Qilin flames to terminate Yi Hao's control over the infected people, thus foiling his trap. In the second battle, Qin Lai had cured Xie Jingshuan's voodoo toxin and sealed the wood spirit away with the demon-sealing tombstone, enabling the others to turn the situation around. Perhaps Qin Lai was a little weaker than Luochan and Xuemoyan when it came to fighting, but the impact he had on the end result of the battle was obviously larger than that of the other 2. He Wei, what do you think? Do you also believe that Qin Lai won't be able to survive in the graveyard of gods now that he has left us? Ultimately, Chu Li looked at He Wei. Be it by luck or coincidence, Qin Lai did play a role at critical moments. I don't deny that. He Wei frowned and continued. However, what Renpeng and the others said also makes sense. We did help him out twice. There's no doubt that we were the reason why neither Luo Chen nor you men acted against him at those times. Qin Lai himself was at the early stage of the Nether Passage realm, but his soul had been shattered and his power had fallen to the manifestation realm. His true strength was actually quite limited, and now that he's left us, he will naturally face many obstacles in the graveyard of gods. I can't believe that you think so as well. Chu Li was at a loss for words. Do you really think that Qin Lai is stronger than Luo Chen, Yu Men, or Feng Yao? Do you really think that he can cause havoc in the graveyard of gods while in the early stage Nether Passage realm? He Wei smirked. Qin Lai, Song Tingyu, and Xie Jingxian are just martial practitioners of Heavenly Sword Mountain's vassal forces. In reality, they just can't be compared to Du Xiangyang. They just got lucky. That's all. Hu Ping's expression was full of disdain. Even if some guy from a vassal force got lucky, there's no way he would be complacent for long. Wei Liang agreed. In reality, these people looked down on any martial practitioner of a vassal force with all their hearts. They just couldn't help but feel that those people were beneath them. Qin Lai, Xie Jingxian, and Song Tingyu hailed from the Scarlet Tide continent, while Profound Heaven Alliance was a vassal force of Heavenly Sword Mountain. Based on this alone, they felt that they were above them, subconsciously looking down on Qin Lai and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of clothes flapping wildly in the wind resounded from afar. Check the tokens, Chu Li ordered. Renpeng and the others hurriedly took their tokens from their waists and inspected them with their minds. 2 tokens immediately burst forth with intense activity. They're from 10,000 Beast Mountain and Celestial Artifact Sect. Hu Ping scowled. Everyone be careful. He Wei's expression changed as she exclaimed, They may be Feng Yao and Yu Men. Those two are extremely hard to deal with, so we may not necessarily be able to gain the upper hand. We must handle this with caution. Amen. Renpeng and the others nodded repeatedly, taking out their spirit artifacts. They wore serious expressions on their faces as they awaited the enemy. Back in the land of chaos, both you men of 10,000 Beast Mountain and Feng Yao of Celestial Artifact Sect had been difficult characters to fight. They were renowned young leaders. They were well aware of how scary those two were, so they didn't dare to relax in the least and immediately prepared to fight. A dozen or so minutes later, the 2 groups of men led by Feng Yao and Yu Men were running through the heavy rain like 2 streams of water. The 2 groups consciously kept close to each other, and they seemed intent on joining forces were they unable to escape their enemy. These 2 groups of people numbered only about a dozen people in total. This force was not the least bit inferior to Yi Yihao's alliance with the 3 great families, but at this moment, it was as if they were fleeing from some fearsome beast, running like headless chickens. What's going on? What are they fleeing from? Renpeng wore a look of incredulity. Something's wrong. Wei Liang wore a grave expression. These 2 forces combined definitely don't need to fear any other force in the graveyard of gods. Even if Yi Yihao's group came by, they would still be evenly matched. What on earth are they running away from? This makes no sense. Hu Ping was also puzzled. I don't think they're escaping from someone, but rather from something. He Wei thought that she understood the crux of the matter. It must be the thunder spirit of the forbidden land of thunder. It must be. Renpeng's expression shook. He also believed that Feng Yao and Yu Men's groups had been utterly defeated and were now being pursued by the thunder spirit. That sentiment lasted until they saw a familiar character. Qin Lai. Chu Li suddenly let out a strange cry. Qin Lai followed right behind Yu Men and Feng Yao's groups, summoning thunderclouds and crisscrossing lightning above his head. Lightning bolts the size of enormous dragons would occasionally strike down from the thunderclouds, blasting huge, deep pits into the ground upon impact. It rivaled the explosive might of a Terminator profound bomb. Qin Lai was wrapped in thunder and lightning as he laughed madly, chasing the people before him. With a wave of his arms, he seemed to be in control of many terrifying electrical dragons that struck at Feng Yao and Yu Men as if the gods of the forbidden land of thunder had been enraged. A celestial artifact sect martial practitioner, who lagged behind the group, was struck in midair by an explosive lightning strike, convulsing intensely. 3 massive lightning bolts directly bit onto that person like electric dragons that had charged out of the abyss. The person struggled mournfully, but it was all in vain as he was flooded by lightning and was scorched black in an instant. He plummeted from the air. This made the people in the rear of Feng Iyo and Yumen's groups look as if they'd seen a ghost, and they became even more terrified as they rushed to escape. At the same time, Qianlai continued to laugh strangely, chasing down and attacking the 2 groups. You guys just said that, without our help, Qianlai wouldn't be able to take a single step in the graveyard of gods? That he'd be killed if he ran into either Feng Iyo or Yumen. Chu Li turned around to look at He Wei and Ren Peng's group of 4. The faces of those 4 went pale. The eyes of He Wei's group of 4 were blank. They stood frozen in silence, obviously caught off guard by the unforeseen event before them. Just a moment ago, the group of 4 had been ridiculing Qianlai's actions, thinking that it was their presence that had prevented Luochun and Yumen from butting heads with Qianlai. The quartet had thought that Qianlai would suffer a calamity the minute he ran into either Feng Iyo or Yumen. Deep in their hearts, they had not actually acknowledged Qianlai's strength. Instead, they assumed that Qianlai had been able to play a role at some critical moments completely due to good luck. However, Qianlai was now brazenly charging forward, seeming to be the master of all thunder and lightning while looking bold and powerful. In contrast, Feng Iyo and Yumen, who they had thought were arrogant sons of heaven, were now leading their subordinates away in a desperate retreat, fully terrified of Qianlai catching up to them. This scene was like a merciless slap in the face to He Wei, Ren Peng, and the others. Under Chu Li's gaze, the quartet felt their faces burning so hot that it was quite uncomfortable. They had really made a fool out of themselves back then. Qianlai may be weaker in terms of cultivation compared to Feng Iyo and Yumen, but surviving in the graveyard of gods is definitely not as hard on him as you imagined. Chu Li did not continue to ridicule them, and instead narrowed his eyes while saying in a serious manner, "People like him who can treat themselves with extreme cruelty will have a life force that's far more tenacious than you all can possibly imagine." The quartet was no longer able to disagree. The truth was right in front of them, after all. Right now, Qianlai was like a violent dragon that wielded thunder and lightning. Wherever he went, thunder roared and lightning weaved. He was laughing at the sky while wantonly displaying his domineering and vicious side. Meanwhile, Feng Iyo and Yumen were fleeing. What could be more convincing than reality itself? Qianlai! It was at this moment that Chu Li grinned and exclaimed, "Brother Chu!" Qianlai, who was closely chasing after the martial practitioners of Heavenly Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain, paused and looked joyously to where the voice had come from. He hadn't thought that he would run into Chu Li's group of 5 at the Forbidden Land of Thunder so soon. In reality, he felt a bit guilty when it came to Chu Li and He Wei. The Spring of Life did not belong to Xue Moyan in the first place, and it was only because of his request and Chu Li's mediation that He Wei and the others had forfeited their chance to obtain it. He Wei and the others had all been poisoned by the voodoo toxin before and needed the Spring of Life to replenish the life force that had been consumed by the wood spirit. In the end, the others from the group left in anger, causing Chu Li to have no choice but to part ways with them. "What are you doing, kid? Harassing Feng Iyo and Yumen?" Chu Li laughed strangely. "Heh!" Qianlai let out a dry laugh and watched as Feng Iyo and Yumen escaped further and further away. It was not like he had to relentlessly pursue them, so he promptly stopped doing so. Feng Iyo and Yumen were both at the peak of the Nether Passage realm. Their true strength was comparable to a fulfillment realm elite, so if they were driven to the brink of despair, they would probably erupt with terrifying resistance. If the two put down their prejudices and joined hands to fight against Qianlai, it was unlikely that he would be able to maintain such an advantageous position. Therefore, he rationally decided against chasing them any further. Feng Iyo found the location of the Thunder Spirit. Acting as an ally, he has repeatedly lured people over as sacrifices to break down the thunder barrier. Qianlai smiled and explained. He continued, "If I hadn't realized Feng Iyo's dirty scheme, I might have suffered by his hand as well. At first, we were going to clash against Feng Iyo, but 10,000 Beast Mountains you men suddenly showed up. These two forces had extremely deep grudges with each other, and they actually disregarded us and were going to fight right then and there. Ha! I pretended to retreat before charging right into the middle of them and summoning a whole sky of thunder and lightning to fall down, blasting them until they fled ignominiously. Qin Lai erupted into laughter. You summoned the thunder and lightning of the forbidden land of thunder? Wei Liang was caught by surprise as he wore a look of astonishment. How did you do it? Hu Ping was also shocked. Both of them were well-versed in thunder spirit arts and had been taught by the forefather of Terminator sect himself. They thought themselves to have a much better understanding of thunder and lightning than most thunder spirit art cultivators. However, only after breaking through to the middle stage of the Nether Passage realm could they borrow thunder to cultivate. And even then, they could only passively receive lightning strikes. It was practically a pipe dream to use their own thunder and lightning power to actively call lightning down from the sky with their body. He Wei was also extremely shocked. She had grown up in Terminator sect as a child, and her father was also an elite in Terminator sect who cultivated the thunder spirit arts. He Wei also had deep knowledge of thunder and lightning spirit arts. Just the same, she did not think that Qin Lai could use the thunder spirit art he cultivated to attract lightning strikes from the clouds directly while he was just at the Nether Passage realm. This was obviously illogical. The forefather is the only one who could temper his soul with thunder to the point where his soul and even his consciousness became imprinted with the power of thunder. Only then was he able to trigger the thunderous energy in the clouds. Hu Ping's eyes were extremely odd as she thought inwardly. Could it be that he, Qin Lai, could eventually match the forefather's level? Is it really that hard to attract thunder and lightning? Qin Lai smiled softly. A long time ago, when he was still at the second stage of heavenly thunder eradication, thunder of the ninth heaven, he had connected heaven and earth with his body and summoned thunder and lightning to fall with thunderous rumbles to enter his pores and temper his body. Now, he was at the third stage, thunder lightning soul refinement. His perception of thunder and lightning grew more and more acute. His connection with them was growing closer as well. It was getting easier for him to trigger a lightning strike. In fact, it wasn't difficult in the least. This was the forbidden land of thunder. It was because of this place that he was able to have thunder and lightning to strike wherever he wanted. That was why he had such absolute confidence. That was why he dared to attack both Heavenly Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain at the same time. It might not be difficult for you, but for some other people, it is as hard as climbing the heavens. Chu Li smiled and continued. After the trial of the Graveyard of Gods has completed, why don't you and I take a trip to the Heavenly Silence Continent and have a walk around our Terminator sect? Qin Lai smiled calmly. No problem. I told you that I want to recommend you to the forefather. I believe he will be very interested in you, Chu Li said seriously. Hu Ping, Wei Liang, and the others were taken by surprise. Their expressions were full of shock. They were unable to comprehend why Chu Li regarded Qin Lai so highly. Du Xiangyang is still at the Thunder Lagoon. I can't go too far, so I'll be going over first. Qin Lai's expression moved, and he suddenly said, There are probably many people who have entered the forbidden land of thunder. If I'm not around and Yi Yihao comes over as well, it will be very troublesome. He was in a hurry to leave. All right, you go over first. Chu Li smiled. He Wei, Renpeng, and the others immediately felt incredibly awkward. From Chu Li, they already learned that the Thunder Lagoon was rather miraculous. It was a mysterious and wonderful place that was only second to the land of buried gods in the Graveyard of Gods. They knew that there might be precious treasures inside it. The reason they entered the Forbidden Land of Thunder was because Hu Ping and Wei Liang were well-versed in thunder spirit arts. They wanted to look around the Thunder Lagoon and see if they could stumble upon some good fortune. They had been looking around for a while now, but they had yet to acquire any clues. They were not even able to pinpoint an accurate direction. On the other hand, Qin Lai had come from the Thunder Lagoon. They strongly desired to find the Thunder Lagoon's location through Qin Lai. They were even thinking of borrowing Qin Lai's power to probe the secrets of the Thunder Lagoon and grabbing a portion of the reward. However, it was as if Qin Lai could not see through their intentions at all. Qin Lai bid Chu Li farewell and immediately left like a lightning rainbow after letting out a soft laugh. He did not go out of his way to invite them. He Wei stomped her foot and said angrily, "That damnable bastard! Could he not see through our intentions?" Renpeng's face darkened. It's not that he didn't know our thoughts. He obviously did not want us to know the location of the Thunder Lagoon. He did not want us to join in on the rewards. Wei Liang laughed coldly. It's not like the Thunder Lagoon is his. Hu Ping had also gotten angry. A bunch of accusations later, the quartet focused their sights on Chu Li one after another, with He Wei taking the lead and asking, "Hey you, Chu, whose side are you on?" Chu Li spread out his arms with a look of helplessness and grievance. "Back then, it was you guys who complained about splitting ways with Qin Lai. Naturally, I listened to you all and parted ways with Qin Lai. Qin Lai probably assumed that we are on different paths now, and knew that you guys still held a grudge in your hearts. That was why he was embarrassed to offer an invitation. Well, this is the result. Even if he was willing, he had no choice but to leave quietly. In my opinion, he did this on purpose." Renpeng snorted. "You shut up." He Wei glared at him fiercely once and scolded. "It was because of you from the beginning. If you hadn't instigated things, how would I have parted ways with Qin Lai? In reality, I thought that Qin Lai was still okay. It was all because of you." Renpeng's mind went blank, and he let out an expression that was even uglier than a cry, saying drily, I. "Renpeng, you are at fault here," Hu Ping interrupted. "You shut up too." He Wei glared at him before pointing at Hu Ping and Wei Liang. "You two are bad apples as well. It's perfectly normal for a woman to be petty, but you two big men are just as petty as I am. How can you call yourselves men?" All kinds of colors appeared on Hu Ping and Wei Liang's faces. They were both flabbergasted as well. Chu Li was amused. He laughed non-stop, feeling that the scene was incredibly hilarious. "You are a bad apple as well." He Wei rolled her eyes again and pointed her barb at Chu Li. "Chu Li, if you can't settle things with Qin Lai, I'm going to show you a bad time. Tell me then, what do you want to do?" Chu Li said offhandedly. I. Despite putting on an impressive show just now, He Wei's face ultimately wasn't that thick. "Red," she said embarrassedly. "Actually, I didn't think that we may necessarily be at a loss if we follow Qin Lai. I think we should stay together as a group." Nearing the end of her words, He Wei snorted coldly again and exclaimed, "Anyway, settle things with him, okay? All right, how would I dare to object to your instructions? Wei." Chu Li bowed his head and promised honestly. While He Wei was dazed by his reaction, Chu Li extended his spirit armor that was full of stars and broke through the sky. He charged straight in Qin Lai's direction. A few minutes later, at a field of pawns, Qin Lai raised his head to look at the suddenly appearing Chu Li and smiled calmly. "He Wei told me to come look for you no matter what. She insisted that she wants to join your group," said Chu Li helplessly after he flew down and shrugged. He. Just use the Heavenly Sword Mountain or 10,000 Beast Mountains tokens." Qin Lai laughed loudly. "The Thunder Lagoon is within a 50 kilometers. Qin Lai." Chu Li was dumbfounded for a moment, and then said somewhat embarrassedly, "Thanks. Women are women and we are we." "Heh. You and I do not need to thank each other," Qin Lai said coolly. Chu Li nodded heavily in response. "How was it?" When Chu Li returned, He Wei hurriedly asked, expectantly waiting for his answer. Renpeng and the others also grew anxious. "They are just within 50 kilometers. It will be very easy to find them if we use the Heavenly Sword Mountain and 10,000 Beast Mountain tokens." Chu Li smiled. "Qin Lai is not as petty as you guys think. He agreed, and he welcomes us to seek out the secrets of the Thunder Lagoon together." "He really didn't turn us down?" He Wei was surprised. "Why would he turn us down?" Chu Li countered. "He kept chasing down Feng Iyo and you men everywhere here in the Forbidden Land of Thunder. This means that Qin Lai did not need any help at all." He Wei sighed quietly. which means he didn't need our help in the slightest. We have no value to him whatsoever. That's definitely true. Rung Peng also sighed. People don't always build relationships purely on gains and profits, said Chu Li with a frown. It was our fault last time. Even I feel a bit embarrassed to face them. He Wei's eyes were filled with bitterness. At this point, she finally admitted that they had been too petty back in the forbidden land of wood. Relax. Qin Lai doesn't fuss over small matters. What's over is over, don't worry about it anymore. Just act as you normally would, Chu Li advised. I hope so, He Wei said with a look of helplessness. At the Thunder Lagoon, Song Tingyu occasionally looked into the distance, concern clear on her face. She muttered to herself, "Bastard, charging out all by himself. He's being too reckless. Even if his strength has greatly increased in the forbidden land of thunder, he couldn't kill both forces on his own, could he? It's been some time now. Did something happen to him? Relax. Even if he can't kill you men and Feng Io, he'll still be able to retreat safely." Du Xiangyang smiled and continued calmly. "It's not like you didn't see how Qin Lai commanded the thunder and lightning in the sky. Did you? Hee. In my opinion, there probably isn't a single person who can threaten him in the forbidden land of thunder." "I think so too," Xia Jingxian interrupted softly. "Here, it is much more likely that he will be the one hunting down others, and others will find it very difficult to harm him. Even Yi Yihao and the others are probably at their wits' end already." Xia Jingxian had previously fought alongside Qin Lai in the stone forest outside Icestone City. In that battle, the finer points of Qin Lai's thunder spirit arts left a deep impression on her. She had never seen a miraculous martial practitioner like Qin Lai, who could call thunder and lightning down from the sky with his own thunder and lightning power. This place, where the power of thunder raged, was called the Forbidden Land of Thunder. As a lightning controller, it was highly unlikely for Qin Lai to be at a disadvantage unless he ran into the so-called thunder spirit. "See? Hasn't he returned?" Du Xiangyang smiled. As Du Xiangyang said this, Qin Lai could already be seen returning in the distance like a thunderous rainbow. Song Tingyu's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared at the corner of her lips once more. She immediately relaxed. Soon enough, Qin Lai landed in front of the trio and bluntly said, "I killed some of them, but Feng Io and you men managed to escape with their people. I happened to run into some familiar faces, so I didn't continue my pursuit. It isn't wise to chase after a cornered enemy. You were right to stop." Du Xiangyang smiled slightly and changed the subject. "Who did you run into?" "Chu Li and his group." "Chu Li." Du Zhangjiang froze, then chuckled. He didn't say anything further. "Are He Wei and that Ren Peng still with Chu Li?" Song Tingyu's eyebrows tightened. "Of course," Qin Lai answered. "What did you tell them?" Xia Jingxian asked. "I didn't say much." Qin Lai shrugged and explained the whole thing. Then he said, "I think they'll probably make their way here using the tokens. I am thoroughly disgusted with He Wei and Ren Peng's group right now." Song Tingyu snorted. "Why did you call them over?" Xia Jingxian also objected. "With you around, we don't need to fear anyone in the forbidden land of thunder. You're also capable of examining and investigating this thunder lagoon by yourself. Their help isn't the least bit necessary. Do we seriously have to share any rewards we discover once they arrive?" This, Qin Lai was dumbstruck. "Brother Qin." Du Xiangyang patted his shoulder and lowered his voice, speaking as if he were someone with experience. "Women and men are different. Sometimes women will fuss over things that seem minor and inconsequential to men like us. It's not like I want to fuss over little things. He Wei was the one who abandoned us and left." Song Tingyu continued indignantly. "Also, the things they said prior to leaving were quite unpleasant to the ear. They made it sound like we'd end up dying the moment they left us. Now that they realize that you can wield such power however you want and that you've discovered the Thunder Lagoon, they've shamelessly decided to cling to us instead. How disgusting. They are too pretentious." Xia Jingxian also expressed her opinion. "Chu Li treated us well," said Qin Lai with a frown. "We welcome Chu Li, But no one else, Song Tingyu exclaimed softly. Then she thought about it for another moment, sighed, and gave in on her own accord. Never mind. I know you wouldn't want to lose face. If they want to come, let them. I just hope they won't be too greedy if we find something inside of the Thunder Lagoon. Qin Lai then turned to Xianxia. If we truly find something in the Thunder Lagoon, it'll be because of you alone. If you don't mind, then I naturally won't. At least Xianxia was still calm. Qin Lai nodded slightly. An hour later, with He Wei and Renpeng's group in tow, Chu Li finally made his way to Qin Lai using the tokens. Tingyu, Jingxian, are you guys okay? The moment He Wei arrived, she immediately put a smile on her face and greeted them intimately. Last time, I let you girls down because I let my temper get the better of me. I offer you my apologies. Please don't take it to heart. Let bygones be bygones. Okay? You're too polite, Sister Wei. Qin Lai did go a little overboard last time. We understand. Song Tingyu, who had been scolding He Wei's behavior without any trace of politeness just a moment ago, was now wearing a charming, convincing smile on her beautiful face. Her eyes seemed to be filled with smiles, and she looked like she was perfectly accepting of the matter as she graciously spoke with He Wei. It was as if they were good sisters without the slightest grudge between them. Let bygones be bygones. Xia Jingxian also expressed her opinion with her usual calm attitude. It was as if she no longer remembered what had happened in the past. Yet again, Qin Lai was dumbstruck. He subconsciously looked at Du Xiangyang and noticed that Du Xiangyang was shrugging. He wore an impossibly strange expression that seemed to say, "You will never understand the world of women." Standing opposite to them, Chu Li was just as dumbfounded. He also didn't quite understand how the three women could stand and talk amongst each other so cheerfully without displaying any ill will. This is the place. Qin Lai shook his head. He no longer wanted to think about the mystery between the three women and instead pointed at the thunder barrier behind him. This is the Thunder Lagoon. Qin Lai, I should have explained everything about the Graveyard of Gods and the Seven Spirits earlier. Chu Li pondered for a moment before growing serious and saying, I have a bit more information regarding this place. I also know the secrets of the demon sealing tombstone in your possession and how it works. We heard a little from Feng Iyo, Du Xiangyang interrupted. Oh, Chu Li's expression was solemn. What did he say? Du Xiangyang recounted what Feng Iyo said about the seven spirits, the 8 god corpses, and reason why the Graveyard of Gods existed. Does this match with what you know? Du Xiangyang finally asked. Well, Feng Iyo didn't lie to you guys. The Graveyard of Gods is used as a burial ground for the deceased elites of ancient times. The 7 spirits and the 8 god corpses are the inner and outer seals of this place. Chu Li nodded. Furthermore, the demon sealing tombstone is a spirit treasure specifically forged to seal the 7 spirits and prevent them from rebelling. All of this is correct. What about everything else? Qin Lai interrupted. Feng Iyo did not say much about the Thunder Lagoon, but I do know something about it. Chu Li's expression straightened. Seeing that they had begun to talk about important matters, Song Tingyu and Xia Jingxian also paid attention to their discussion and became serious. Aside from working in tandem with the 6 remaining forbidden lands to form the inner seal of the Graveyard of Gods, the Thunder Lagoon is also used to refine an elite's soul. In ancient times, the powerful existence that created the Graveyard of Gods harnessed thunder lagoons to refine souls. It was the thunder's purifying power that allowed that existence to exterminate the soul of an elite. Along with being used to refine souls, it has also been said that the Thunder Lagoon was used to seal and imprison the souls of elites. The master of the Graveyard of Gods helped specific people seal the souls of elites and trap them inside the Thunder Lagoon, preventing them from escaping for all eternity. Feng Iyo referring to the Thunder Lagoon as only 1 level lower than the Land of the Buried Gods wasn't an exaggeration. The Thunder Lagoon and the Land of the Buried Gods might not operate in the same way, but they both have the same function. They are both places where one would bury the bodies of elites or seal their souls. Chu Li divulged these secrets to the group. Soul crystals of the highest purity can be found in the Thunder Lagoon. I felt their pure and flawless auras inside of it. Qin Lai exclaimed. The eyes of everyone in the group lit up all at once. Qin Lai hadn't managed to inform Song Tingyu's and the others about the soul crystals earlier. Therefore, they were also very excited by the news. The higher and more profound a martial practitioner's realm is, the more beneficial a soul crystal will be to them. A soul crystal can increase one's soul energy, regardless of the continent. A soul crystal is a rare and extraordinary treasure. He Wei's eyes were also shining. We're currently in the Nether Passage realm. We will grow stronger and break through to the next realm through the cultivation and enhancement of our true souls. A soul crystal is a true treasure to us. It can increase the rate of our breakthroughs. Everyone's breathing quickened. Soul crystals of the highest purity? Can you explain what you felt? Qin Lai? Chu Li questioned further carefully. The soul energy I sensed had no trace of impurities, residual memories, fragmented thoughts, or emotions. In all likelihood, it was repeatedly tempered and purified by thunder and lightning. Qin Lai pondered while describing it in a serious manner. Such soul energy resembled that of the purest crystals, clean, translucent, and without a single blemish. Chu Li's heart beat wildly. I think that soul energy might not belong to soul crystals, but a pure soul spring. Pure soul spring. Du Xiangyang and He Wei cried out at the same time, joy and disbelief appearing on their faces. Their eyes glistened with a hint of madness. At the same time, Renpeng and the other 3 Terminator sect martial practitioners each began trembling. Their eyes glowed with a similarly fervent intensity. Only Qin Lai's group that hailed from Scarlet Tide Continent maintained their composure. Surprised and confused, they stared at how He Wei and the others entered a state of rash excitement. Seeing everyone else go mad with joy, they clearly didn't know just how miraculous a pure soul spring was. Chu Li sucked in a deep breath to calm his muddled mind, but his voice still trembled a little as he said, the soul energy isn't coming from soul crystals. The source of the energy has to be a pure soul spring. My God, there's actually a pure soul spring in there. I almost don't dare to believe it. Compared to soul crystals, only God knows how much more valuable a pure soul spring is. He Wei's bright eyes shone with extraordinary splendor. Her body trembled slightly. This is practically. She couldn't actually think of a proper adjective for some time. Unbelievable. This is literally unbelievable. Renpeng muttered to himself. Qin Lai. This is probably a pure soul spring. Du Xiangyang had lost his cool. Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian looked each other in the eye before furrowing their brows. They didn't know about the origins or secrets of a pure soul spring, but judging from everyone's reactions, they could guess that its effects were extraordinary. The 2 women were already regretting their decision to treat He Wei in an intimate manner earlier. They began to inwardly grumble about the arrival of He Wei and the others even more. Qin Lai, if you can get the pure soul spring out of the Thunder Lagoon in there, I guarantee that the doors of Heavenly Sword Mountain and Terminator Sect will immediately open up for you, He Wei said excitedly. It won't be just Heavenly Sword Mountain and Terminator Sect. If you possess a pure soul spring, you will be able to join any one of the 9 silver rank forces of the Land of Chaos. Du Xiangyang exclaimed. Big Brother Chu? Qin Lai smiled calmly. Tingyu, Jingxian, and I hail from the Scarlet Tide Continent. We know about soul crystals, but we have never heard of pure soul springs. Please dispel our confusion first. All right. Chu Li nodded deeply before immediately saying, you know about the difference between soul crystals and spirit stones, right? Spirit stones contain spirit energy, whereas soul crystals contain soul energy, correct? That's right. The spirit energy inside of a spirit stone can replenish the spirit energy of a Dantian spirit sea inside the body and replenish the body's strength. The soul energy of a soul crystal, on the other hand, can replenish one's soul energy. Big Brother Chu, these are basics, Qin Lai said. A pure soul spring is not a soul crystal. It cannot replenish the soul's energy, nor is it the crystallization of soul energy. It's a soul of its own. Qin Lai's expression grew agitated. Chu Li then excitedly said, a pure soul spring is the product of refining an elite's soul hundreds of thousands of times. This process of countless rounds of purification, washing away all residual memories and soul fragments, makes the elite's soul incomparably clean and pure. Not just any soul can be refined into a pure soul spring. Only the most resilient souls can be transformed into pure soul springs after countless rounds of purification. Du Xiangyang interrupted at an appropriate moment. For example, no, that's not right. Even the souls of elites in the fulfillment, fragmentation, and nirvana realms may not necessarily be able to withstand being constantly refined by the lightning strikes of the Thunder Lagoon. Even the soul of a nirvana realm elite would completely dissipate under an endless barrage of lightning bolts. It wouldn't be able to endure at all. The imperishable realm. They had to be in the imperishable realm at the very least. Chu Li's expression was dead serious. Only a soul of an imperishable realm elite could endure ages of lightning-fueled refinement, become cleansed of its residual memories, thought fragments, and emotions, and leave behind the purest soul origin. A pure soul spring is the most immaculate soul origin. It has no residual memories or emotions, and no thought fragments. It is just like a newborn baby. Du Xiangyang's eyes shone with an odd light. At this point, Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian had also grown excited. Their beautiful eyes shone with a light of astonishment. A pure soul spring has 3 miraculous uses. Chu Li continued. First, a pure soul spring can be refined into an artifact soul. If a spirit artifact has a powerful artifact soul inside of it, its quality will rise by leaps and bounds. According to what I've learned, most high-rank heaven-grade spirit artifacts contain artifact souls, whereas divine-grade spirit artifacts are certain to have one. An artifact soul formed using a pure soul spring is the most stable of all artifact souls. There is absolutely no possibility of it rebelling against the master of the spirit artifact. Furthermore, an artifact soul formed using a pure soul spring can grow infinitely. An artifact soul with such growth allows the quality of the spirit artifact to improve over time. It can be said that a pure soul spring can be used to make a top-tier artifact soul. Second, a pure soul spring can allow a practitioner with a severely damaged soul to quickly recover. If the soul of a high-realm martial practitioner were grievously wounded, they wouldn't necessarily be able to recover even if several hundred years passed. With a pure soul spring, however, the practitioner would be able to transfer his soul, his life experiences, his emotions, and everything else to it. This method is similar to hosting an elite soul in a new body after the original body has been destroyed. A pure soul spring can be used as a soul lotus seat. Everything about a martial practitioners, their memories, emotions, and even experiences, serve as a record of their life. The transfer of these things can be considered the transfer of a true soul. A light bulb flickered to life in Qin Li's mind as his eyes suddenly lit up. The second miraculous use of a pure soul spring was perfect for Xueli. Half of Xueli's soul had been refined by Jiang Zhuzhe, and his soul was severely damaged because of it. It would be impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. A pure soul spring was the equivalent of an untouched soul. One by one, Xueli could gather his memories, experiences, and emotions in a pure soul spring. It was a process similar to that of a soul seizing a new physical body. By transferring his memories, experiences, and emotions, Xueli would seize and occupy the pure, clean soul, turning it into his own. If someone uses this way to recover their soul, would their soul be weaker than before? Qin Li asked as he pondered. That depends on the strength of the person's severely wounded soul and the strength of the pure soul spring itself. Let's put it this way. Existences that can be refined into a pure soul spring would at least be in the imperishable realm. Chu Li solemnly said. If a martial practitioner with a realm lower than the imperishable realm suffered a grievous wound to their soul and recovered by seizing a pure soul spring and forming a new soul, barring any unforeseen incidents, their soul would be even stronger than before. Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxuan's beautiful eyes lit up. They both knew about Xueli and how he was originally in the Nirvana realm. If Xueli, whose soul had been grievously injured, could transfer his memories, experiences, and soul imprints into a pure soul spring and form a new soul, then his new soul would be even stronger than his previous one. Both Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian had noticed what Qin Lai was thinking. Qin Lai pondered for a moment as a plan formed in his mind. "And the third use?" he asked. "A pure soul spring can be refined into a subsoul," Chu Li exclaimed. "Subsoul?" Qin Lai was surprised again. "A pure soul spring with no memories, thought fragments, or impurities to speak of can gradually be refined by an elite and imprinted with their own experiences and processes. They can transform it into a subsoul that is connected to the main soul," Chu Li said firmly. "A subsoul has many uses. When an elite is breaking through to a new realm and faces a tribulation, the subsoul can help in enduring said tribulation. A subsoul can even be sacrificed to prevent the main soul from being extinguished. In reality, this is a cheat method when facing a tribulation. The subsoul can absorb whatever is assaulting the main soul, so that the main soul can remain safe and sound," Du Xiangyang added. "Starting at the fragmentation realm, every time a martial practitioner ascends and breaks through to a new realm, they face a tribulation. As their main soul fragments, a subsoul can shoulder some of the burden if they have one. It may even nullify some attacks so that the main soul can smoothly break through to a new realm," Chu Li explained. "This is somewhat similar to the profound E9-leaf lotus, isn't it?" Song Tingyu interrupted. "No, it's different. It's even more miraculous than the profound E9-leaf lotus." Du Xiangyang shook his head with a smile. "The profound E9-leaf lotus only helps martial practitioners at the peak of the fragmentation realm who are aiming to ascend to the nirvana realm. Swallowing a profound E9-leaf lotus during ascension would allow the souls of such martial practitioners to be protected by a lotus formed by profound E energy. Furthermore, 9 illusory souls would also appear around the lotus to confuse fate itself and endure some of the nirvana fire on behalf of the martial practitioner, acting as a buffer for their true soul." Du Xiangyang continued. "However, the martial practitioner ultimately has to face the majority of the nirvana fire. The illusory souls formed by profound E9-leaf lotuses enable their true soul sometime to gauge the strength of the nirvana fire as it burns the illusory souls. As a result, the martial practitioner would be able to estimate of the nirvana fire's power and have some time to prepare. However, once the illusory souls are extinguished, the true soul would still have to face the nirvana fire. In contrast, a subsoul formed by a pure soul spring can completely absorb the nirvana fire in place of the true soul. The subsoul can prevent such a tribulation and subsequent consequences the true soul would face. In addition to that, a subsoul can also be detonated during critical, dangerous situations. Terrifying power can be unleashed to aid the main soul in escaping from an enemy's deadly entrapment." He Wei could not help but interrupt. "A subsoul also has another miraculous use in that it can be hosted in a new body and be refined as a doppelganger." Renpeng also chimed in. "To the most powerful elites in the land of chaos, a pure soul spring is the most precious of treasures that can only be encountered through good fortune. I heard that Forefather Terminator has been attempting to find a pure soul spring for the longest time and is willing to trade 2 copper-rank vassal continents for one," Du Xiangyang said softly. 2 copper-rank continents? Qin Lai was shocked beyond words. The Scarlet Tide continent was a copper-rank continent of its own. A pure soul spring could be exchanged for 2 Scarlet Tide continents? This was incredibly hard to believe. Our forefather isn't the only one. Who among the elites that have reached the nirvana or imperishable realms wouldn't want to refine a subsoul that can protect their lives? Chu Li countered. Then, in a solemn voice, he said, "In certain situations, having a subsoul is the same as having an additional life. How precious do you think that is?" When Chu Li finished his explanation, Qin Lai and the others who hailed from the Scarlet Tide continent were thoroughly shocked. A single pure soul spring could be exchanged for 2 Scarlet Tide continents. This meant gaining authority over the entirety of each continent, the right to control all sorts of mineral resources, spirit materials, and more. What kind of concept was that? The Scarlet Tide continent was just a copper-rank continent, and Profound Heaven Alliance was just one of the 2 strongest forces on it. A pure soul spring was worth 2 such continents. It was clearly valuable. Is it really that rare and precious? Qin Lai was completely astonished. He looked at Chu Li. Du Xiangyang isn't talking nonsense. Our forefather did say that he was willing to trade control over 2 copper-rank continents for a single pure soul spring. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Our forefather is in the imperishable realm. If he wishes to step into the void realm, he must face a great tribulation. But he isn't confident that he can survive one. The great tribulation between the imperishable realm and the void realm is a heavenly divide for martial practitioners who wish to surmount it. Out of 10 martial practitioners, at least 8 perish trying to do so. The chances of success are only 20%. He Wei sighed deeply. If a pure soul spring is obtained and used to refine a subsoul, then it would be possible to use the subsoul to weather the tribulation while its martial practitioner breaks through to the next realm. There would be an extremely high chance that their breakthrough is successful. A pure soul spring is an ultimate treasure that every elite dreams of. Du Xiangyang exclaimed softly. Qin Lai nodded slightly. It was only now that he clearly understood the value of the pure soul spring in the Thunder Lagoon. He remembered sensing 6 separate auras of extremely pure soul energy. This meant that there were probably 6 pure soul springs in it. 6 pure soul springs could be exchanged for 12 continents comparable to the Scarlet Tide continent. Just thinking about it sent shivers through one's spine. ZZZT. A dazzling electrical light suddenly shot from the thunder barrier behind all of them. Behind He Wei, Hu Ping's expression suddenly changed as his bright eyes went dim. How strange. Even a wisp of my soul consciousness was destroyed by that thunder barrier. Seeing that the group was looking at him, Hu Ping frowned and exclaimed in surprise. I cultivate a thunder spirit art though, so why is this happening? When he found out that the Thunder Lagoon contained pure soul springs, Hu Ping, who cultivated a thunder spirit art, had an idea. He considered himself well-versed in thunder spirit arts, so he attempted to inspect the thunder barrier with his soul consciousness and see if he could penetrate it, get to the bottom of the Thunder Lagoon, and confirm how many pure soul springs there were. Unfortunately, his soul consciousness was immediately destroyed by thunder as soon as it went into the thunder barrier. He didn't manage to get any farther. That was why his eyes had gone dim. So he just gave everyone a nonchalant explanation when they turned to look at him. He thought that was the end of the matter. This is bad. Qin Lai's expression changed. Hu Ping frowned and asked, What's wrong? I was just inspecting the barrier with my soul consciousness. Is there a problem? We can't even sense the area even a little bit? Wei Liang also complained. He Wei frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. She was also looking at Qin Lai, suspicion on her face, obviously thinking that Qin Lai had overstepped his bounds. Qin Lai was going to explain, but when he saw the attitudes of Hu Ping, Wei Liang, and He Wei, his expression went cold and he kept silent. Qin Lai, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Chu Li was the only one who felt that the situation wasn't right, and he hurriedly expressed his concern and wariness. Crack! It was at this moment that thunder and lightning rumbled and flashed from the thunder barrier's interior. Lightning bolts accompanied by thunderous rumbling shot from the barrier, as if they were giant dragons charging out of an abyss. All of them were as thick as pails and several dozens of meters long. The dazzling lightning bolts all shot toward Hu Ping as if they had minds of their own. They looked terrifying. Damn it, what's going on? I just probed it with my soul consciousness. Hu Ping screamed. Every person who has used their soul consciousness to probe the thunder barrier suffered lightning strikes and was killed. Their souls were sucked into the bone ash urns that Feng Eo put inside of the barrier. I told you about this shortly after you arrived. Did I not? Yeah, I believe I did, Qin Lai said indifferently. But I cultivate a thunder spirit art. Hu Ping let out a strange yelp. Dozens of giant dragons made of lightning enveloped him. He released blood-curdling screams as he was instantly engulfed. Everyone's scalps felt numb just listening to Hu Ping's screams constantly ringing out amidst the lightning strikes. Save him! Hurry up and save him! He Wei cried. Chu Li was also incredibly anxious, but he had no idea how to deal with current situation. He was worried that, if he acted recklessly, he would provoke the thunder barrier to retaliate with an even greater lightning attack. Wei Liang also cultivated a thunder spirit art, but his level of ability was slightly weaker than Hu Ping's. Even his realm was a rank lower than Hu Ping's. If even Hu Ping couldn't protect himself, what could Wei Liang possibly do? Would he attract a second attack from the thunder barrier if he interfered? Therefore, Wei Liang also refrained from taking any action. Wei knew nothing about thunder spirit arts, which was why she was very wary of this location's violent thunder and lightning. Although her cries for help were loud, she also didn't dare to move carelessly. Since even they didn't move to help Hu Ping, it was only natural that Du Xiangyang, Song Tingyu, and Xie Jingxian wouldn't interfere. They stood by and watched indifferently as the matter developed. Previously, when Qin Lai said that the situation was bad, Hu Ping, Wei Liang, and Wei's attitudes were unpleasant. In light of this, Song Tingyu, Xie Jingxian, and Du Xiangyang only took pleasure in Hu Ping's suffering. Even if they had a way to save him, they wouldn't. The only person in the group who could do something was Qin Lai. However, Qin Lai kept his silence, a helpless, sympathetic look on his face. As a result, Hu Ping took the entire onslaught of lightning bolts surging from the thunder barrier. The thunder and lightning energy that bombarded the small area held him firmly in place. The group could only watch from afar. No one dared to foolishly interfere. Hu Ping's blood-curdling screams lasted for 15 whole minutes before the lightning bolts disappeared and vanished into the ground. Hu Ping lay limply on the floor, miserable and burned. His face resembled black charcoal, and his eyes had lost all their spirit. He had obviously suffered horrible wounds, and it was unlikely that he would be combat-ready for some time. You're lucky that you cultivate a thunder spirit art and that your body has been tempered by the thunder spirit energy inside of it. This is the only reason why you barely endured those lightning strikes, Qin Lai said. Otherwise, your physical body would have been destroyed, and your soul would have been sucked into the consecutive soul-splitting formation inside the thunder barrier just like everyone else that was tricked by Feng Yio. Qin Lai had known from the very beginning that a thunder and lightning attack of this level wouldn't endanger Hu Ping's life. Even though Hu Ping's cultivation method was gentler than Qin Lai's heavenly thunder eradication, it was still a thunder spirit art. Qin Lai could tell that the thunder spirit art Hu Ping cultivated focused on the gradual conversion of spirit energy into thunder and lightning energy. It emphasized the formation of thunder natal palaces before using the thunder energy inside of them to temper his body over and over. Qin Lai's cultivation method was completely different from Hu Ping's. From the very beginning, the strange formation inside of Herb Mountain attracted, broke down, and weakened the thunder from the ninth heaven before directly tempering Qin Lai's body with thunder and lightning, resulting in the formation of thunder energy. Qin Lai's cultivation was fraught with unimaginable pain and torture. If he hadn't been able to borrow the soul-suppressing orb's power and enter the state of thoughtless tranquility, he might not have necessarily been able to endure the pain caused by thunder from the ninth heaven entering his body. The thunder energy formed by Hu Ping's cultivation method was obviously incomparable to the thunder energy formed by tempering one's body with a method as extreme as Qin Lai's. Wei Liang, don't be reckless, Chu Li hastily warned. Wei Liang shook his head repeatedly, his face pale. With a dry voice he said, I won't. I definitely won't. Don't worry. It was only then that Wei moved closer to Hu Ping, crouched low and asked, Hu Ping, are you okay? I won't die. Hu Ping grunted through gritted teeth. When he finished speaking, he shot Qin Lai a fierce glare, seemingly aware that Qin Lai had purposely let him suffer for his actions. Are you glaring at me? Qin Lai narrowed his eyes and smiled calmly. In a blunt manner, he said, I warned you. You were the one who thought you were so good that you'd be able to get inside the thunder barrier just because you cultivate a thunder spirit art. Did I have anything to do with you being struck by lightning just now? Hu Ping's face was grim, and he could not find the words to argue with Qin Lai even though he wanted to. 9 people perished before you were attacked. You should be grateful that you're still alive instead of trying to push the blame onto someone else. Qin Lai snorted. Everyone could see the frost on Qin Lai's face. You can control the thunder and lightning in this place, so you should have had the ability to help him, yet you just stood by and watched without lifting a finger. Wei Liang could not help but interject. Didn't you do the same thing? You cultivate a thunder spirit art too. But what did you do? Qin Lai's face was full of impatience, and his tone grew increasingly rude as well. I think I saw you secretly backing away from him just now. Am I right? I couldn't help him. I don't have any way to free him from those thunder and lightning dragons. Wei Liang argued, red in the face. Shut up. Chu Li exploded. Wei Liang immediately closed his mouth, but his eyes betrayed that he was still unconvinced. This is Hu Ping's fault. Let bygones be bygones and stop arguing. Okay? He Wei said in an attempt to smooth things over. Back in the forbidden land of wood, we got along quite happily, didn't we? It's true that you, Qin Lai, are a lot more capable than we are in the forbidden land of thunder. But won't you need us once we leave? We still have to enter the land of buried gods and continue surviving in the graveyard of gods. There'll probably be a lot of things we'll need each other for in the future. There's no need to spoil things right this moment, is there? After a pause, He Wei continued, also, back when Luo-chan and his group came to attack you in Tingyu, it was our presence that dissuaded him, right? When you men showed up later on, we were the ones that dissuaded him. What do you think? You shut up too, He Wei. Chu Li couldn't stop himself from yelling. I'm just stating the facts. I don't mean anything by it, He Wei explained. Qin Lai frowned and kept quiet. Allow me to say something about fairness. Du Xiangyang suddenly interrupted. I wasn't around when Luo-chun went after Qin Lai and Song Tingyu, so you guys might have been the reason why Qin Lai avoided danger that time. However, when you men appeared, I seem to recall that the person he was pursuing wasn't Qin Lai, was it? He immediately wanted to fight Luo-chun. But the battle ended prematurely because Yi Hao was about to arrive. Me, Luo-chen, and illusory demon sex Xue Moyan were at Qin Lai's side at the time. So you men didn't show up specifically to kill Qin Lai. Am I remembering everything correctly? That's how I remember it. Song Tingyu snorted coldly. Then you, He Wei, have remembered wrongly. Du Xiangyang smiled calmly. A look of embarrassment suddenly surfaced on He Wei's face. I also remember that Qin Lai gave you 3 drops of voodoo insect blood without asking for anything in return. Strictly speaking, he saved your lives, Du Xiangyang said. We conceded our portions of the spring of life in return. Renpeng could not help but interrupt. Speaking of the spring of life. Du Xiangyang's smile was odd as he shook his head and said, it was Qin Lai who cured Xie Jingshuan's voodoo toxin, and it was Xie Jingxian who used the wooden sculptures to tear down the wood spirit's wall, breaking the soul connection between Yi Hao and the wood spirit. After that, Qin Lai used the demon sealing tombstone to seal the wood spirit, finally forcing Yi Hao to retreat. If, and I am just saying if, Du Xiangyang continued, if Qin Lai hadn't cured Xie Jingshuan's voodoo toxin with the voodoo insect blood, or sealed the wood spirit with the demon sealing tombstone, and if Xie Jingxian hadn't torn through the wood spirit's wall, do you seriously think that Yi Hao would have retreated and allowed everyone else to safely withdraw? With the exception of Chu Li, who wore a pensive expression on his face, Du Xiangyang's words made the faces of everyone from Terminator sect become grim. Let me put it this way. If we were to honestly and fairly distribute the spring of life, only 2 people would be qualified to accept the rewards. Du Xiangyang smiled and pointed at Qin Lai and Xie Jingxian beside him, saying, I'm very sorry, but those 2 are on our side. They wanted to give all of the spring of life to Xue Moyan, and I personally don't think of that as a problem. As a result, we don't owe you for that. At the end of his statement, Du Xiangyang started to use we. When speaking of himself and Qin Lai's group, it was obvious that he considered himself on the same side as Qin Lai. If we really want to get to the root of this, we don't actually owe you anything. On the other hand, it seems that you guys still owe us something. What do you think? By this point, the gentle smile on Du Xiangyang's face had already faded away. The faces of He Wei's group grew increasingly tense. Meanwhile, Chu Li was incredibly embarrassed by the situation. After listening to He Wei and the rest bicker about the issue over and over, his carefree attitude made him subconsciously think that it was Qin Lai who owed them. Now that Du Xiangyang had solemnly laid everything out step by step, he finally understood that it was He Wei, Renpeng, and the others who were completely biased and only saw things from their own point of view. In reality, Qianlai owed them nothing. On the contrary, it was his group that was taken advantage of. Qianlai had been keeping quiet all this time. He could see from the attitudes of Renpeng, Hu Ping, Wei Liang, and He Wei that all four resented him. Chu Li was the only one that didn't. Qianlai stood by and watched Hu Ping get struck by lightning because he believed that it was the proper punishment for Hu Ping not listening to advice. He knew that the barrage of lightning strikes wouldn't be enough to kill him, and instead would teach him a lesson. However, he hadn't expected that Hu Ping would hate him so much. Later on, he quietly listened to both He Wei's argument and Song Tingyu and Du Xiangyang's counterargument. With the help of Du Xiangyang's explanation, Qianlai finally noticed that he didn't know anything to He Wei or the others. As of that moment, Chu Li was the only one who truly considered Qianlai a friend. He Wei's group of four was not worth his friendship. After Du Xiangyang laid out the details one by one and explained each of them, he calmly smiled and stopped speaking overbearingly. He gave He Wei, Hu Ping, Wei Liang, and Renpeng a chance to refute his words. They tried very hard to think of something to say in response, but unfortunately they couldn't. No matter how much they racked their brains, they couldn't come up with a rebuttal. The faces of He Wei and the others began to darken. The group of people who had been talking with each other cheerfully only an hour ago suddenly went silent all at once. It was as if they had all become mute. The scene had turned ugly in an instant. At this moment, He Wei and the three remaining Terminator sect martial practitioners were looking at Chu Li, whereas Du Xiangyang, Xie Jingxian, and Song Tingyu were looking at Qianlai. Qianlai, a bitter smile spread across Chu Li's face. I guess it isn't very likely for our two groups to work together even if we wanted to. Qianlai smiled calmly, no longer trying to be secretive. Your three junior brothers deeply resent me, and I don't want people with ulterior moments nearby only to betray me at a critical moment. Therefore, Big Brother Chu, I suppose we should just split up and act as we did before. Qianlai stated the facts in a candid manner. Chu Li seemed embarrassed as he spread his arms wide and said, I didn't think things would turn out like this. I didn't think so either. I originally invited all of you here purely out of goodwill. Qianlai sighed. Unfortunately, that was just wishful thinking. Grudges between us aren't so easily buried. Qianlai, you wouldn't mind if we explore this Thunder Lagoon, would you? He Wei suddenly interrupted. Chu Li frowned slightly, a look of displeasure on his face. Qianlai flashed a calm smile, then confidently said, Of course not. With that, he headed toward the other side of the Thunder Lagoon without another word. The Thunder Lagoon took up an enormous area in the land of forbidden thunder, and their two groups of people could definitely split up and explore its mysteries. If they were lucky, both groups wouldn't even come across each other. Qianlai's group had arrived in this location first. This was an excellent place to start exploring. Yet he had stepped away of his own accord. As for the pure soul springs, to each their own. Okay? Du Xiangyang also left with a smile. Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian didn't say a word to Chu Li and the others before turning around and walking away, frowns plastered on their faces. Soon enough, Qianlai's group departed and went to the other side of the Thunder Lagoon. Coincidentally, the Thunder Lagoon separated the two groups. Honestly, they pointed out the ways in which our groups conflicted and parted ways with us on purpose because they realized the value of pure soul springs. Renpeng laughed coldly. Qianlai obviously could have saved Hu Ping, but he paid him no heed. He was clearly trying to weaken us. He Wei sighed softly. The pure soul springs are incomparably precious. How could he possibly want to share them with us? That Du Xiangyang treated us kindly all this time, but he suddenly became just as thorny. Aren't the pure soul springs the reason why all of that happened? They think we won't be able to acquire the pure soul springs without them? Well, I certainly don't. Hu Ping declared through gritted teeth. Who does that Qianlai think he is? He's just a puny martial practitioner who came from a low-rank continent. Does he seriously think he can overturn the skies in the graveyard of gods? Chu Li's eyebrows were furrowed in deep concentration. He coldly stared at these people, choosing not to interrupt them. Their attitudes helped him to gradually understand the situation. He knew that, be it He herself or Renpeng's group, they harbored resentment for Qinlai, Song Tingyu, and Xie Jingxian down to their very bones. If Qinlai's group hadn't performed so well, both parties could have remained amicable. Unfortunately, Qinlai stood out too much. Back at the village in the forbidden land of wood, Qinlai essentially forced everyone to give every bit of the spring of life to Xuemoyan. This incident had been a fish bone in the throats of Renpeng and the others, causing them discomfort all this time. Just now, Hu Ping's greed blossomed and he ignored Qinlai's warning against inspecting the Thunder Lagoon. He had caused trouble for himself and blamed Qinlai for not saving him. Adding up all of these cracks, it would be naive for Chuli to try and keep both parties together as if nothing had happened. Chuli already realized that the problem was on his side, but Hu Ping, Renpeng, and Wei Liang were his junior brothers who loved and respected him. Furthermore, He Wei was his beautiful childhood sweetheart. Even though Chuli knew that the problem was on his side, he couldn't just abandon them. All he could do was stick with them. At the other side of the thunder barrier, Song Tingyu was also muttering criticism. Once a crack forms, it'll be very hard to mend it. Besides, it wasn't our fault in the first place, so why should we have to put up with them? If they wanted to save face, they wouldn't have come, Xie Jingxian said coldly. You women? Du Xiangyang let out an involuntary laugh, shook his head and said, you wouldn't understand friendship between men. If it weren't for his friendship with Chuli, do you think Qinlai would have let those people join us? His honor wouldn't have let him. Qinlai, we didn't mean to be at odds with them. But that He Wei kept distorting the truth. Everything she said was unpleasant to the ear. She kept making it sound like we owed them all along. Song Tingyu's beautiful eyes were full of helplessness as she pulled at Qinlai's arm and gently said, we didn't put you at a tough spot, did we? It's fine. I don't like them either, Qinlai said calmly. That's great then. Du Xiangyang smiled. After a momentary pause, his smile faded and his face became incredibly solemn. Before we explore the Thunder Lagoon, I think we need to come to a consensus. A consensus? Song Tingyu repeated in confusion. About those people from the Terminator sect on the other side of the Thunder Barrier. Du Xiangyang pointed a finger in the direction of Chu Li's group and sucked in a deep breath. Then he exclaimed, from now on our paths are separate. We won't cooperate with them in the future. At the same time, the pure soul springs within the Thunder Lagoon are miraculous treasures that would make anyone go green with jealousy. It is extremely likely that conflict will break out between both groups as we explore and search for the pure soul springs. I want to know what your attitudes will be should conflict truly occur. Qinlai, Song Tingyu, and Xie Jingshuan's faces experienced an abrupt change in color. Du Xiangyang had brought up a very complicated problem. The second Qinlai's agreement with Terminator sect was broken. Both groups could suddenly become enemies. The possibility of conflict erupting between both parties as they explored the Thunder Lagoon and sought the pure soul springs was definitely high. If they truly were to meet on the battlefield, what would they do? And very grim predicament lay before them. Qinlai, Xie Jingxian exclaimed softly. Song Tingyu frowned deeply. Then, in a soft voice, she asked, why do you think we should do? The second conflict breaks out. Any mercy may result in casualties of our own. Du Xiangyang's expression was serious. Furthermore, I believe that, except for Chuli, none of those bastards would be merciful. He looked deeply at Qinlai and said, if everything were the same as when I first met you, I believe that you definitely wouldn't have mercy on them. Now, however, after Qinlai had his soul tempered by the thunder and lightning in the forbidden land of thunder, Du Xiangyang noticed that he seemed to have become surprisingly gentle. His eyes no longer shone with the mad gleam of ambition. A seed of evil used to be buried deep within Qinlai's heart. He had been the kind of savage that would think of a way to offend others even if they hadn't offended him. Now, however, the current Qinlai seemed both gentle and harmless. Yet, when he clashed with Feng Yiyou and Yumen, he looked as violent and extreme as usual. Because of these conflicting images, Du Xiangyang wasn't able to get a clear understanding of Qinlai. Du Xiangyang couldn't figure out what Qinlai was thinking, so he was worried that Qinlai would let his relationship with Chu Li affect him. He was worried that Qinlai would be merciful in a life-and-death situation, giving the other party the opportunity to harm them significantly. From this point onward, they are enemies, Qinlai said calmly. After a momentary pause, Du Xiangyang chuckled and nodded. Then I'm at ease. Xie Jingxian let out a sigh of relief. Song Tingyu giggled and hugged Qinlai's arm tightly. Her ample breasts pressed against his arm, covering half of it. Guard me. I'm going to inspect the Thunder Lagoon one more time to see if the consecutive soul-splitting formation that Feng Yao left behind will be a threat to us, Qinlai said indifferently, adjusting his mindset as he sat down cross-legged. He gathered a wisp of soul consciousness and slipped it into the Thunder Lagoon. Du Xiangyang, Song Tingyu, and Xie Jingxian stayed by his side, watching over him. Qinlai renewed his efforts to explore the Thunder Lagoon. A wisp of soul consciousness quietly snuck into the thunder barrier like a shapeless ribbon capable of passing through anything. In the field of crisscrossing electrical power, multiple bone ash urns were scattered throughout the thunder barrier, spinning chaotically. Every urn contained a true soul. The malice of these true souls had been activated by some sort of evil power, riling them into a brutal frenzy. They looked like they would explode and disappear at any moment. The consecutive soul splittings formation originally still lacked 5 sacrificial souls, but after Zhang Shang and the others perished one after another, new true soul sacrifices flew into the urns. This led to the formation gradually filling with soul energy. With his wisp of soul consciousness, Qinlai roamed around the edges of the thunder barrier. He grew shocked as he watched the consecutive soul-splitting formation grow increasingly unstable. He wasn't sure when the formation would explode and didn't dare to stay any longer than necessary, so he directed his soul consciousness into the depths of the Thunder Lagoon. The moment Qinlai's soul consciousness moved farther inward, he immediately sensed 6 pure, unblemished soul auras. It was the 6 pure soul springs. This time Qinlai examined the area seriously and discovered that the 6 pure soul springs continuously radiated clean and unblemished soul auras. They resembled pristine fountains of energy that flowed from the depths of the Thunder Lagoon. These soul auras were powerful and vast, yet were as pure as newborn babies that had never experienced anything worldly. As a result, they contained no impurities. Qinlai's wisp of soul consciousness hovered around the pure soul springs before attempting to delve deeper. All of a sudden, crystals filled with soul energy flooded his senses. Soul crystals. These are definitely soul crystals. The depths of the Thunder Lagoon are actually covered in them, Qinlai thought. However, in the next moment, a violent, thunderous soul energy abruptly spread from underneath the Thunder Lagoon. This ferocious, terrifying howl seemed to embody the rage of a thunder god. It resounded throughout all of the Thunder Lagoon. Everyone in the area heard this deafening howl. Crack! Crack! Soul crystals could be heard rolling around the depths of the Thunder Lagoon. Then, as if the soul crystals had been pressed together into a single entity, they transformed into a strange, crystalline beast. The thunderous energy in the entirety of the Thunder Lagoon immediately increased several times over. The lightning that struck from the depths of the clouds intensified to a shocking degree, looking like an overflowing heavenly river. Kant, startled by this, Qinlai had his wisp of soul consciousness beat a hasty retreat. In the next moment, right next to the Thunder Lagoon's exterior, Qinlai opened his eyes. They shone radiantly, and in a deep tone, he exclaimed, "The Thunder Spirit is in the depths of the Thunder Lagoon. You woke it up?" Wariness showed on Du Xiangyang's face as if he were facing a great enemy. Aside from the 6 pure soul springs floating inside of the Thunder Lagoon, the bottom of the lagoon was also covered in soul crystals. That Thunder Spirit was a strange, crystalline beast. Not only was its soul incredibly powerful, its body was also filled with thunderous energy, Qinlai explained. There are soul crystals too? A large amount of them? Song Tingyu grew excited. That's right. A large amount of soul crystals, Qinlai said with certainty. After sucking in a deep breath, he continued. First we need to deal with the Thunder Spirit. Once the Thunder Spirit is sealed, the barrier of the Thunder Lagoon should become inactive. Even the forbidden land of Thunder's electricity-filled sky should vanish as well. The Thunder Spirit is the eye of this land's formation. If it's sealed, the formation here should cease to function as well. Having experienced the sealing process twice, once in the Forbidden Land of Fire and once in the Forbidden Land of Wood, Qianlai was gradually figuring out how they worked and steadily getting more of an understanding of the seven spirits. Back in the Forbidden Land of Fire, meteors used to fall and flames used to scorch the sky. The temperature used to be frighteningly high, and there used to be lava ponds as far as the eye could see. However, after the Fire Qilin was sealed, meteors no longer fell like rain in the Forbidden Land of Fire. The volcanoes there seemed to have gone dormant, and the originally blistering temperatures seemed to have gone down significantly as well. Similar changes occurred in the Forbidden Land of Wood. After the Wood Spirit was sealed, every ancient, towering tree seemed to have become lifeless, unable to attack in an organized manner with the disappearance of the Wood Spirit. It was as if they had all lost their souls at the same time. Qianlai believed that the Forbidden Land of Thunder would be no exception. You're the only one who can seal the Thunder Spirit because you have the demon sealing tombstone, Song Tingyu said abruptly, her beautiful eyes alight. Once the Thunder Spirit is sealed, the barriers around the Thunder Lagoon should disappear. Even the Forbidden Land of Thunder would lose the lightning and thunder that fills its sky. When that happens, you'll lose the advantage that the Forbidden Land of Thunder gives you. I don't think Feng Iyo and you men would give up on the searching the Forbidden Land of Thunder. Du Xiangyang's expression was grim. The moment the Forbidden Land of Thunder is no longer covered in thunder and lightning, we might not be able to face Feng Iyo and you men as easily as we did before, Xianxia interjected. There's also Luo Chun to consider. He was the most knowledgeable about the Forbidden Land of Thunder's location, so he should be here somewhere. Then there's also the people under Yi Hao. After losing the Wood Spirit in the Forbidden Land of Wood, they should have come here. In addition to that, Song Tingyu looked ahead of them at the people from Terminator Sect, saying, "They're here as well." Qianlai's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Song Tingyu, Xianxia, and Du Xiangyang's worries were justified. If Qianlai did seal the Thunder Spirit, then the Forbidden Land of Thunder would lose the wide coverage of its violent thunder and lightning. He would no longer be able to control the area. Once that happened, everyone they had previously beaten back would rush them and tear them apart like beasts. We shouldn't seal the Thunder Spirit. At the very least, it shouldn't be sealed right now. Song Tingyu's eyes shone intelligently. The Thunder Spirit will be a threat to everyone, but it is also a solid stronghold on your side. The Forbidden Land of Thunder will only continue to unleash its thunder and lightning for as long as the Thunder Spirit remains the eye of its formation. This is the only way we can remain the strongest force in this land. If the Thunder Spirit isn't sealed, it'll probably be incredibly difficult to enter the Thunder Lagoon and acquire the pure soul springs and soul crystals, Qianlai argued. If even you aren't able to explore the Thunder Lagoon and acquire the pure soul springs or soul crystals, everyone else will be even worse off. Song Tingyu smiled calmly. Let's wait. We will let others explore the Thunder Lagoon and see who is more patient. I believe that, as long as we bide our time, everyone will gather here eventually. When that happens, the situation will become incredibly chaotic. A crafty smile stretched across Song Tingyu's face. That's a good idea, Du Xiangyang exclaimed in praise. Miss Song is correct. The more chaotic the current situation becomes, the better it will be for us. Only when everyone has gathered together and started fighting, preferably losing some men and by extension, their strength, it will be easier for us to acquire the pure soul springs. As long as the Thunder Spirit isn't sealed away and the thunder and lightning continue to run rampant the Forbidden Land of Thunder, with you around, we'll become the strongest force here. Song Tingyu started to relax. Since we'll be at our strongest, why don't we try our best to kill more of our enemies? If we preserve our combat power while everyone else gets weaker, then seal the Thunder Spirit and obtain the pure soul springs, Couldn't we just retreat even when the forbidden land of thunder ultimately loses its thunder and lightning? Gather everyone here? Qin Lai rubbed his chin in contemplation. Amen. We'll release the news of the pure soul springs and soul crystals. Using the tokens of the various forces in our possession, we'll transmit the information and tell them the location of the Thunder Lagoon, so that all of them will gather here, Song Tingyu said excitedly. What do you guys think? Qin Lai asked. In terms of planning and strategizing, I was never as good as Sister Tingyu. Naturally, I'll follow her plan. Xie Jingxian wore a calm expression. Miss Song and I happen to be of the same opinion. I also believe that this is our best plan. We should try and decrease the strength of all forces in the forbidden land of thunder while you are at your strongest. It would be best for us to make everyone grow green with jealousy over the pure soul springs and engage each other in a free-for-all, Du Xiangyang exclaimed. All right, let's do it this way then. Qin Lai nodded. Give me all the tokens at your waists. I will wander around the surrounding area and release a signal for Luochan and Yi Hao to draw them here. Du Xiangyang volunteered himself for the assignment. Be careful. Qin Lai gave the tokens of Black Voodoo Cult and the 3 great families to Du Xiangyang. Soon enough, tokens of every force except Illusory Demon Sect were tied to Du Xiangyang's waist. Relax, I'm just provoking the enemy, not battling them to the death. I'll be fine. Du Xiangyang smiled and left. Du Xiangyang left. On the other side of the thunder barrier, Ren Peng, who had been constantly paying attention to Qin Lai's group, softly cried out. He Wei, Hu Ping, and Wei Liang's gazes immediately focused on Qin Lai's group off in the distance. Since they were separated by the thunder barrier, they couldn't see Qin Lai. However, since Du Xiangyang had taken the long way around the barrier when he left, they noticed him leaving. What are they doing? Why haven't they broken through the thunder barrier and explored its interior? Hu Ping grew anxious. None of our soul consciousnesses can operate inside the thunder barrier, so there's no way for us to venture deep into the Thunder Lagoon. Wei Liang wore a worried frown. The consecutive soul-splitting formation is still inside the thunder barrier. That thing can explode at any moment, and we can't act recklessly before getting a full understanding of the situation. I wonder what they're thinking. Di Wei was also secretly frowning. Although they greatly desired the pure soul springs, they had no way of entering the Thunder Lagoon. They could only place their hopes on Qin Lai. He Wei, Hu Ping, Ren Peng, and Wei Liang had already made up their minds to wait until Qin Lai broke through the thunder barrier and entered the Thunder Lagoon. Once they confirmed that there weren't any issues, they would tail him. They all knew that Qin Lai had the demon-sealing tombstone and that the Thunder Spirit had to be in the depths of the Thunder Lagoon. They were hoping that Qin Lai would use the tombstone to seal the Thunder Spirit, forcing the forbidden land of thunder to lose its violent thunder and lightning. From their perspective, when that happened, the forbidden land of thunder would no longer be under Qin Lai's control. Once the thunder and lightning disappeared, the pure soul springs would be up for grabs based on individual ability alone. They had already made up their minds to not go easy on Qin Lai. They were plotting their own schemes. Unfortunately, the plan that Song Tingyu came up with took all sorts of factors into consideration, including what He Wei and the others were scheming. That was why she had made the decision for them to bide their time. Oh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Oh! Suddenly, the tokens at the waists of He Wei and the others began emitting shrill howls at the same time. Fishing out a token and examining it with her mind, He Wei looked at Du Xiangyang, who was still within their line of sight, and screamed, Du Xiangyang, what the hell are you doing? Du Xiangyang is voluntarily transmitting signals using the tokens and beckoning nearby martial practitioners of other forces to come here. Damn it! He's going to make everyone else show up. Ren Peng flew into a blind rage. Ren Peng was furious. He Wei, Hu Ping, and Wei Liang's complexions immediately darkened, their eyes full of anger. There were pure soul springs and other rare treasures at the depths of the Thunder Lagoon. Only Qin Lai's group and Chu Li's group were here at the moment. Wouldn't it be best for them to explore it and collect the pure soul springs as soon as possible? Why had Du Xiangyang sent messages to every other force and basically invited their martial practitioners to the Forbidden Land of Thunder? What on earth was he trying to do? The moment that Yi Hao, the three great families were gathered, Luo Chan, and Illusory Demons sect arrived, Terminator sect would have more powerful opponents to contend with if they wished to acquire the Pure Soul Springs. They might not necessarily even be able to get a single Pure Soul Spring in the end. Why did Du Xiangyang do this? They just couldn't understand why. In their eyes, Du Xiangyang was clearly inviting greedy, shameless leopards, wolves, and crocodiles like Yi Hao to come over. When powerful opponents arrive, no one will profit. Will also encounter enormous obstacles. He Wei's face was riddled with dark clouds. We were invited by Qin Lai as well. If he hadn't told us the location of this place, how long would it have taken us to find the Thunder Lagoon? Chu Li suddenly interrupted. Perhaps Qin Lai discovered that it would be extremely difficult to get through the Thunder Barrier because of the consecutive soul-splitting formation, which is why he spread the news on his own accord, summoning all the different forces here to think of a way to get in. Regardless of why, when Yi Hao and everyone else arrive, it'll be troublesome to get even a single pure soul spring, Yi Wei said resentfully. Chu Li calmly replied, "This is the Forbidden Land of Thunder. You saw how Qin Lai chased after Feng Yio and Yumen's forces just now. No matter what he plans to do or how dissatisfied you are, what can you do? What could they do?" Yi Wei, Hu Ping, Ren Peng, and Wei Liang froze. It was true that they couldn't do anything. If even the combined forces of Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain didn't dare to face Qin Lai head-on, what could they possibly do? The thunder and lightning in the Forbidden Land of Thunder will eventually disappear after the Thunder Spirit is sealed. When that happens, Qin Lai will return to his true form, Hu Ping said hatefully, gritting his teeth. When that happens, I'd like to see if he can still be so smug. Chu Li's eyes turned cold, and he simply snorted in response. Somewhere in the Forbidden Land of Thunder, treading through the swamplands alone, Luo Chun resembled a blade that radiated a cold, sharp aura. He wasn't heading anywhere in particular. All he wanted was to leave the Forbidden Land of Thunder as soon as possible and find the Land of Buried Gods. He didn't even know where he was. Zzzzzzzzz. Suddenly, the Heavenly Sword Mountain token at his waist released a shrill whistle. Luo Chen's expression changed as he hastily grabbed the token and inspected it for the message that was transmitted to it. "I am Du Xiangyang. We have found the Thunder Lagoon. There are 6 pure soul springs inside of it. Come quickly." The eyes of the wandering Luo Chun suddenly burst with astonishing godly light. Pure soul springs. 6 pure soul springs. He let out a long howl and shot in Du Xiangyang's direction like a sword beam. In another area of the Forbidden Land of Thunder, the 2 groups of people belonging to Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain were adjusting their breathing and gathering their strength at 2 sides of a short hill. When the thunder spirit of the Forbidden Land of Thunder is sealed, the violent thunder will quickly disappear. When that happens, Qin Lai will definitely die. Someone yelled angrily. "I'm going to kill him. He's dead for sure." The 2 forces were gritting their teeth. Before long, however, the tokens they carried with them began to emit harsh whistling sounds. Everyone hurried to grab the tokens and inspect them. Several seconds later, crazy cheers of joy broke out from both groups. Pure soul springs. There are actually 6 pure soul springs. I thought they were soul crystals. I didn't imagine that there would be pure soul springs. Feng Yio was utterly shocked as he screamed, "Turn back! We're going to get those pure soul springs, even if we have to fight Qin Lai to the death. It doesn't matter who spread this information. We must go back for the pure soul springs." You men expressed the same sentiments on the other side of the hill. Soon enough, the 2 groups of people began to go back the way they came from. Even the threat of death wasn't enough to deter them from seeking the pure soul springs. "It's been around a dozen days, and we still haven't found the Thunder Lagoon. How annoying." Xiahou Yuan's bald, shiny head was currently inspecting the tokens of various forces to search for signs of other martial practitioners. Impatience was plastered across his face. Yi Hao and the people of Black Voodoo cult were huddled together with Huang Zhuli, softly discussing amongst each other. In the graveyard of gods, the Thunder Lagoon is second only to the land of buried gods. According to the information we've obtained, a large number of soul crystals should be inside of it. Yi Hao declared from a seated position, his legs crossed. His expression was grim. There's no doubting the existence of the soul crystals. There are probably other miraculous soul treasures as well. The Thunder Lagoon is a place where the souls of elites are constantly being refined. We might even be able to find the fragmented inheritances of those elites, so we have to find its location as soon as possible. Have the three great families spread their men out and search the area, keeping a distance of 25 kilometers between one another to facilitate communication. Huang Zhuli's eyes were dark, and her tone was cold. Right away, Yi Hao nodded. Huang Zhuli was Yi Hao's senior sister. She held an exalted status within Black Voodoo cult as well as the sect master's trust. Her strength, strategic ability, and ruthlessness all struck fear and respect in people's hearts. Yi Hao had worked with Huang Zhuli before. In the past, Black Voodoo cult had forced both of them into dire situations as a form of practice. He was well aware of how frightening Huang Zhuli could be, which is why he accepted her commands so easily. Black Voodoo cult and the three great families had just decided on their plan to search for the Thunder Lagoon when the Heavenly Sword Mountain token in Xiahou Yuan's hands suddenly received a message. When Xiahou Yuan took a brief moment to examine it, he immediately cried out, his voice trembling. Someone reported the location of the Thunder Lagoon and said there are 6 pure soul springs in it. 6 pure soul springs. Are there actually pure soul springs in there? Oh my God! The elite of the elite consider pure soul springs an ultimate treasure. Even the sect master has been using all sorts of methods to search for one. To think that there would be pure soul springs in the Thunder Lagoon. In that moment, everyone worked themselves into a frenzy, immediately heading to the Thunder Lagoon like a howling typhoon. Sister Xue, will your lifespan continue shrinking without the spring of life? Pan Xianxia timidly asked as she held a translucent, icy shield of light against the heavy rain. I'll be fine, Xue Moyan said, traces of grief and helplessness on her cold face. A sphere made from glassy halos surrounded her body. I need the spring of life because of my mother. She won't be able to hold on much longer. Curse that Huang Zhuli. I'm going to kill her sooner or later, Pan Xianxian yelled, clenching her fists. You aren't a match for her. Xue Moyan shook her head and sighed softly. Even I'm not confident enough to fight her alone. I've gauged her strength and she might be even scarier than Yi Hao. If my guess is correct, she should be the true leader of Black Voodoo cult's trial participants. Then what should we do? Pan Xianxian asked in a gloomy voice. Without the spring of life, you and your mother, both of you will. Don't think about it too much. We can only adapt as the situation changes. As long as we're alive, there's hope. Xue Moyan comforted her. Pan Xianxian sighed deeply. After a brief pause, she suddenly spoke up again. If we could find Qin Lai and the others, we might be able to get the spring of life back from Huang Zhuli. That guy, he supports you unconditionally. Although his realm isn't very high and his true strength can't be determined, I feel like he's actually quite capable. Him? Xue Moyan shook her head slightly. He's only in the early stage of the Nether Passage realm. He has even shattered his true soul and weakened his realm to cure himself of the voodoo toxin. He's definitely capable and his heart is as firm as steel, but he won't necessarily be able to help us. Huang Zhuli was at the peak of the Nether Passage realm, and her strength couldn't be fathomed. Furthermore, she probably had great treasures of Black Voodoo cult in her possession. Not only had Xue Moyan not managed to seize the initiative during her brief clash with Huang Zhuli, she had even let that traitor escape untouched. She knew, then and there, that Huang Zhuli was the true terror of Black Voodoo cult. Qin Lai was an incredibly mysterious person in Xue Moyan's eyes. He had helped her whenever he could and asked for nothing in return. This puzzled her greatly. However, she didn't think that Qin Lai could do whatever he wanted in the graveyard of gods. In Xue Moyan's opinion, It wasn't realistic to think that he could reclaim the spring of life from Huang Zhuli. Oh! The black voodoo cult token at Pan Xianxian's waist whistled. Pan Xianxian picked it up and examined the information inside of it. Then, all of a sudden, she cried out in surprise. Someone has revealed the Thunder Lagoon's location through the token. They even revealed that the Thunder Lagoon is covered in soul crystals and houses 6 pure soul springs. Pure soul springs? Are there really pure soul springs in the Thunder Lagoon? Shui Moyan's expression was covered in shock. That's what the message says. Pan Xianxian nodded deeply. Pure soul springs are exceedingly rare. If we can get our hands on even a single one, I would be able to ask my master to help me exchange it for spring water from the spring of life once we exit the trial. The prospect came as a pleasant surprise to Shui Moyan. Master knows someone who has some spring water in their possession, but that person would only trade it for a pure soul spring. They're willing to exchange all of the spring water from the spring of life in their possession, as well as a lot of other precious spirit materials, for just one pure soul spring. The amount of spring water that person has is far beyond the amount that Huang Zhuli has. It would be enough save both me and my mother. At the Thunder Lagoon, Qin Lai was sitting with his legs crossed as he stared at the crisscrossing lightning in the sky. The unpredictable bolts bathed his face in numerous flashes of light. Du Xiangyang has been gone for several days. Song Tingyu frowned. He'll be fine. That guy might seem harmless, but in reality, he's as crafty as a fox, Xianxia said calmly. Qin Lai laughed softly and nodded, saying, Du Xiangyang isn't a simple person. I've had this feeling that he's been hiding his true strength all this time. It's possible that he didn't even reveal his actual trump card when competing against Luo Chun for the right to lead Heavenly Sword Mountain's trial participants. Are you saying that he might be even stronger than Luo Chun? Song Tingyu asked in disbelief. It's possible. A strange light shone from Xie Jingguan's bright eyes. Ever since I was given the wood race's inheritance, I've been able to sense biomagnetic fields more keenly. Du Xiangyang's biomagnetic field feels much stronger those of Feng Iyo, Chu Li, and Luo Chen. Biomagnetic fields are formed from the combined power of the body's physical strength and the refined energy of the flesh and blood. You've seen everyone in the graveyard of gods. Qin Lai smiled and nonchalantly asked, according to your senses, who do you think has the strongest biomagnetic field? You do. Me? Qin Lai was startled for a moment before he let out a pondering look on his face. The term biomagnetic field refers to the energy contained inside of a person's body, the combat potential of a body, Xianxia said with a serious expression. In my opinion, none of the trial participants in the graveyard of gods can compare to you. Even the biomagnetic fields of Yu Men, Yi Hao, and Shui Moyan were a lot weaker than yours. Song Tingyu's beautiful eyes lit up as she cheerfully said, now that I think about it carefully, that does seem to be the case. Is Du Xiangyang's biomagnetic field strong? Qin Lai smiled calmly. It's a lot stronger than those of other so-called children of heaven, Xianxia said in confirmation. It appears as though this guy is even stronger than we imagined. Song Tingyu thought to herself for a moment before speaking again. The feeling he gives off is reassuring, I guess. He certainly stood by us at critical moments. Amen. Let's continue waiting. We should trust him. Qin Lai's eyes were narrowed. Couple of hours later, as expected, Du Xiangyang returned safely. He sat next to Qin Lai with a smile on his face and said, I don't think it'll take long for the Thunder Lagoon to become a boiling cauldron of noise. All sorts of familiar faces will be coming. How many people have you notified? Song Tingyu asked in surprise. Probably all of them. Du Xiangyang laughed loudly. Now this is going to get interesting, Qin Lai exclaimed softly. When I left, and also as I returned just now, the people on the other side of the Thunder Lagoon were watching me closely. Du Xiangyang suddenly frowned. They didn't look too friendly. It seems like they're extremely resentful toward us. Who cares about them? Song Tingyu curled her lips and laughed coldly, saying, those people probably haven't moved because they're waiting for us to clear the way for them. They want us to break through the thunder barrier and confirm that everything's safe before following immediately after. They sure know how to count their chickens before they hatch. Xianxia snorted softly. Ha, Miss Song is right. They aren't moving because they're probably waiting for us to go in first. Du Xiangyang nodded. They must have been caught unprepared when they saw us biding our time and even inviting many martial practitioners of other forces in the area. They probably hate our guts by now. If this many people fight over 6 pure soul springs, they might not be able to obtain anything at all. No wonder they're so displeased. If it weren't for Qin Lai, they wouldn't have been able to come here in the first place. He's the one who brought them here. Besides, if we were truly cold-hearted, we'd have Qin Lai ambush and kill them. They'd immediately suffer terrible losses and be driven off. Song Tingyu exclaimed coldly. Humans are naturally greedy and selfish. Du Xiangyang sighed softly. The 4 of them talked amongst themselves as they waited, ready to deal with any sudden incidents. Eventually, a silver figure appeared before them, tearing through the gray sky like a sharp blade. Luo Chen. Qin Lai wore an expression of surprise. On the other side, He Wei also cried out. It's Luo Chen. The group of Terminator sect martial practitioners immediately grew excited. Back in the forbidden land of wood, Qin Lai forced Luo Chen to give his portion of the spring of life to Xue Moyan. He must hate Qin Lai down to his very core. Ren Peng's mind went to work as he lowered his voice and said, Luo Chen is powerful alone. We can try to get him on our side. I think that he'll seek us out on his own. He Wei wore a smug smile on her face. Our group and Qin Lai's group are the only forces here. If he wants to understand the situation, he needs to ask one of us. He'll definitely come to us for information, Hu Ping said bluntly. We're stronger than Qin Lai's group, and we haven't clashed with Luo Chen before. He's also been talking about killing Qin Lai since the trial began. Of course he'll join our group. He Wei was full of confidence. Chu Li's group looked at Luo Chen expectantly. Luo Chen frowned and stopped by another side of the thunder barrier. His position formed a triangle when connected to the positions of Qin Lai's group and Chu Li's group. He could see both of the other groups. Luo Chen looked at the 2 forces, surprise showing in his eyes as he made comparisons in his mind. The fact that Qin Lai's group and Chu Li's group were separate clearly meant that they had parted ways. If Luo Chen wished to understand what was going on in the thunder barrier, he needed to seek out either of the 2 parties. In addition to that, since he was alone, he also needed an ally. Luo Chen frowned deeply as his face grew dark with a storm of emotions. He inwardly weighed the pros and the cons. Chu Li was on one side, and Qin Lai was on the other. One side had 5 people and the other had 4. Children of the heavens were off to one side, while the other had Qin Lai, a person he had once scorned. He'll join us, of course. Renpeng raised his head proudly. Not necessarily. Chu Li sighed quietly. The moment Chu Li said this, Luo Chen actually turned his back to them and headed in Qin Lai's direction. He Wei, Hu Ping, Renpeng, and Wei Liang were stupefied by this outcome. Luo Chen actually chose to join Qin Lai. How was this possible? This was inconceivable. It didn't make any sense. Confusion riddled the faces of He Wei and the 3 Terminator sect martial practitioners. A deep sense of defeat filled their hearts. Why did this happen? Has he gone stupid or something? He Wei pulled at her hair in irritation, her face turning grim. Chu Li let out a long sigh but didn't explain anything. Du Xiangyang, were you the one who contacted me? Luo Chen stopped beside Qin Lai, his face stiff and cold. Du Xiangyang didn't answer immediately. Instead, he smiled and asked, Did you not see Chu Li? I saw, Luo Chen said icily. Then why'd you come here instead of going to Chu Li? You should be aware that Chu Li knows just as much about this place as we do. You're alone and you need Chu Li as an ally, don't you? Du Xiangyang asked out of curiosity. I don't like He Wei, Luo Chen hissed. You don't like He Wei? A thoughtful expression flashed across Du Xiangyang's face before he let out a soft laugh and rubbed his chin. Luo Chen, in your opinion, is she more detestable than even Qin Lai? Qin Lai involuntarily broke out into laughter. Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian wore surprised expressions on their faces. Luo Chun subconsciously glanced at Qin Lai before letting out a snort. In a cold, harsh tone, he said, "At the least Qin Lai will be a tiny bit more useful than He Wei. Isn't Chu Li more powerful, though?" Song Tingyu was puzzled and couldn't understand what Luo Chun was thinking, so she couldn't help but interrupt. Chu Li and the rest of those Terminator sect martial practitioners exhausted their Terminator profound bombs, breaking through the seal of the ancient trees back in the forbidden land of wood. Without Terminator profound bombs, their strength will have weakened considerably. Furthermore, aside from Chu Li, everyone on their side has been infected with voodoo toxin before. They have yet to fully recover. Luo Chun paused, then looked at Qin Lai's group and impatiently explained, "Out of you four, Qin Lai and Du Xiangyang haven't been infected with the voodoo toxin. Qin Lai also has the demon sealing tombstone in his possession. As for you," he pointed at Xie Jingxian, "the combat power you displayed when fighting against the wood spirit was extraordinary. The four of you are obviously stronger than Chu Li's group overall. The roles you play are also more important. Your judgment is sound." Du Xiangyang nodded slowly. "Unfortunately, the people opposite from us couldn't figure any of that out." Song Tingyu snorted lightly. "Unfortunately, we do not lack allies, so we will no longer be joining hands with anyone else," Qin Lai said in an indifferent, calm manner. "I can, however, tell you about the secrets within the Thunder Lagoon. There are 6 pure soul springs inside of the lagoon, and its bottom is covered in soul crystals. The Thunder Spirit, a being with a crystalline body, moves among them. In addition to that, Celestial Artifact Sect's consecutive soul-splitting formation is mixed in the Thunder Barrier." Once Qin Lai told Luo Chun everything he had discovered, he then said, "If you want to obtain a pure soul spring, you'll need to think of a way on your own. You can join any group but ours." Qin Lai refused to ally with another person. Even with the Thunder Spirit running rampant, Qin Lai was enough to deal with any disadvantageous situations in the Forbidden Land of Thunder. He didn't need any reinforcements whatsoever. He also didn't have a favorable impression of Luo Chun. Luo Chun obviously couldn't tolerate him. Qin Lai had known this since Sea Moon Island. Allowing Luo Chun to join them was the same as holding a bomb that could explode any time. How could Qin Lai possibly relax with him around? "Then I'm afraid we can't help you." Du Xiangyang shrugged while raising his arms. A look of helplessness on his face, he said, "Perhaps you can go over to Terminator Sect? Oh right, Black Voodoo Cult, Celestial Artifact Sect, and 10,000 Beast Mountain will be showing up pretty soon. Maybe you'll be able to find a new ally in one of them." Luo Chen. "Weren't you the one who released the information?" Luo Chen's eyebrows twitched. "That's right," Du Xiangyang confirmed with a smile. "Why?" Luo Chen asked. This time, Du Xiangyang shook his head and said, "I can't tell you that." Luo Chen suddenly fell silent. His eyes blinked repeatedly as if he were considering multiple things at once. Qin Lai watched him in cold silence. Seconds later, Luo Chen stared straight at Qin Lai with eyes as sharp as swords. "Back at the village in the Forbidden Land of Wood, you told me to give up on the Spring of Life and allow Shui Moyan to have all of it. You told me that, if I did that for you as a favor, you would owe me one in return. Will you honor that favor?" After a moment of surprise, Qin Lai nodded and said, "I may have said such a thing. I'm asking if you honor that favor." Luo Chen yelled. "Why yeah, I will." Qin Lai raised his hands helplessly. "Good. Then you'll be returning the favor by allowing me to join you." Luo Chen snorted. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. They couldn't have imagined that Luo Chen would be so insistent about joining them. Did Luo Chen know about Qin Lai's prowess in the Forbidden Land of Thunder? No, that couldn't be the case. Luo Chen had never seen Qin Lai in the Forbidden Land of Thunder. But why was he so persistent? He clearly could have chosen Terminator Sect, Celestial Artifact Sect, or 10,000 Beast Mountain. He could have even picked Illusory Demon Sect, right? Du Xiangyang and the others couldn't make any sense of this. Qin Lai had been placed in an awkward position. Luo Chen simply looked at him coldly. A while later, Du Xiangyang interrupted and smiled bitterly, saying, "Qin Lai, words are like spilled water. You can't take them back unless you don't mean them. Fine. If you insist on joining us, then go ahead. However, you need to use your own abilities to obtain a pure soul spring. We won't help you with that, but we will assist you when others attack you. Qinlai had no choice but to promise Luochen. That's fine, Luochen exclaimed coldly. But why do you insist on joining us? You have plenty of other options, Song Tingyu asked without thinking. Qinlai was surprised and puzzled as well. Other than Black Voodoo Cult, which he had fallen out with, Luochen could have joined any other force through the virtue of his strength alone. Terminator Sect, 10,000 Beast Mountain, and Celestial Artifact Sect definitely would have welcomed a powerful ally like him. Why did he insist on joining Qinlai's group? I don't trust any of them, Luochen said impatiently. Does that mean you trust us? Du Xiangyang asked in amusement. Before entering the Graveyard of Gods, you were the one yelling about killing Qinlai. Now you're saying you trust him? Ha! Did I hear you correctly? Cut the crap. Luochen snorted coldly without another word. He surprisingly shut up and sat down. Luochen's stubbornness and his cashing in on the favor Qinlai owed him made it impossible for Qinlai to refuse. In the end, he could only force himself to let Luochen join them. Luochen was a straightforward guy. After forcing his way into Qinlai's group, he sat down and ignored Du Xiangyang's barrage of questions. On the other side of the Thunder Lagoon, Chu Li's group had reached peak melancholy. They were well aware of how strong Luochen was, and they had been hoping that Luochen would seek them out, join them, and add to their strength, giving them a better chance at obtaining pure soul springs. They never imagined that Luochen would actually choose to join Qinlai. This dealt a considerable blow to their confidence. As time continued to pass, new meddlers appeared one after another. 10,000 Beast Mountain and Celestial Artifact Sex groups almost arrived at the same time, once again showing themselves at the Thunder Lagoon. They were on the side of the Thunder Lagoon that Luochen had previously arrived at and departed from. They could see both Chu Li's group and Qinlai's group. Feng Iyo and Yu Men's faces were grim. They had been on full alert the moment they arrived, worried that Qinlai would attack them. Du Xiangyang, you sent the message? You told us that there are pure soul springs inside of the Thunder Lagoon. Feng Iyo exclaimed, raising his voice. Du Xiangyang nodded with a gentle smile and answered, That's correct. I am indeed the one who sent the message. Feng Iyo stared at Qinlai, his cold eyes filled with hate. You killed my men and forced us to leave the Thunder Lagoon. Why did you send a message practically inviting us back? A while ago, you left a consecutive soul-splitting formation behind in the Thunder Lagoon. Although such a formation is useful for breaking the Thunder Barrier apart, I can't control it. Qinlai was calm and composed, as if he weren't the one who killed the men of Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain. My soul consciousness is capable of exploring the Thunder Lagoon, has sensed 6 pure soul spring floating within it, and has also detected soul crystals covering the bottom of it. In spite of that, I do not dare to enter the lagoon before the Thunder Barrier has been broken. Feng Iyo erupted in cold, sinister laughter. You're afraid that the formation I left behind will explode without warning, aren't you? The possibility was on my mind. Qinlai smiled. Humph. I guess you got lucky, you bastard. Otherwise, you definitely would have died if you tried charging through the Thunder Barrier. Feng Iyo cursed. He thought that he'd figured out why Qinlai's group had tempted them to come back. From the moment he arrived, you men of 10,000 Beast Mountain had not spoken. His savage, bloodthirsty eyes were locked on to Qinlai standing in the distance. In you men's perspective, the threat that Qinlai represented exceeded that of everyone else, making him the most dangerous person. I formed the consecutive soul-splitting formation inside the Thunder Barrier with my own hands. I am the only one who can trigger it, Feng Iyo said in a calm voice, raising his head with pride. I also might be the only one capable of breaking through this Thunder Barrier. Did you invite us back here so you can beg us to do that? Feng Iyo was trying to think of a way to use this situation to his advantage and get something from Qinlai. Unfortunately, Qinlai's next words promptly poured a bucket of cold water over Feng Iyo's head. You weren't the only ones we sent messages to. I also had Black Voodoo Cult and the 3 great families informed as well. As for Illusory Demon Sect, they should arrive soon enough. Qinlai shook his head and laughed softly. Before long, every martial practitioner of the 9 great silver rank forces participating in the trial, including each force's children of heaven, will be gathered here at the Thunder Lagoon. With so many people in one place, I have a feeling that there'll be a way to break through the Thunder Barrier. We might not necessarily need your assistance. Feng Io's face darkened. You've informed even Black Voodoo Cult? Damn it! Are you crazy? Yu Men swore. Has he gone insane? Wei screamed. Even Luo Chan, seated on the ground, looked at Qinlai in astonishment. Everyone present knew exactly how powerful the combined force of Black Voodoo Cult and the 3 great families was. Yi Hao's strength and the supporting martial practitioners from the 3 great families gave their allied forces full reign to do whatever they wanted in the Graveyard of Gods. None of the other forces could oppose Black Voodoo Cult unless they worked together. Since Qinlai had informed Black Voodoo Cult and currently awaited their arrival, they would become the biggest variable in the Thunder Lagoon. Neither Feng Io, Yu Men, nor Wei were confident that they would be able to seize the advantage against Black Voodoo Cult and the 3 great families. Yi Hao isn't Black Voodoo Cult's strongest martial practitioner. A calm voice resounded quietly. Their ace in the hole is Huang Zhuli. The eyes of everyone present inadvertently turned in the direction that the voice came from. Approaching from the swamplands, Xue Moyan and Pan Qianxian walked side by side. Grim expressions filled their faces. Huang Zhuli hid herself under my very nose. She killed numerous sisters of our illusory demon sect. The spring of life? She glanced at Qinlai before sighing softly. She stole it. I tried to stop her, and during the fighting that ensued, I noticed the voodoo insect she was nurturing with her flesh and blood. I identified it as the black crystal heavenly scorpion, a voodoo insect that is in no way inferior to Yi Hao's 8-winged scorpion queen. Huang Zhuli's strength could possibly be more terrifying than Yi Hao's. The moment she said this, everyone's faces changed color. Yi Hao and the 3 great families were already extremely terrifying. Their combined force made every other force tread lightly. If the even stronger Huang Zhuli were to arrive, wouldn't Black Voodoo Cult dominate the entire Graveyard of Gods? If Black Voodoo Cult were to arrive, which force would be able to oppose and stop them? Everyone's faces turned grim as they glared at Qinlai hatefully. All of them despised him for recklessly sending out messages and provoking the big, bloody crocodile that was Black Voodoo Cult to head their way. The strength of Black Voodoo Cult and the 3 great families, the incredible power of Yi Hao, and the unforeseen danger that was Huang Zhuli coalesced to form a gigantic mountain that weighed down on the hearts of everyone in the Graveyard of Gods. As a result, everyone felt as if they couldn't catch their breath. Qinlai, if Illusory Demon Sect were to join us, we'd be able to stand against Black Voodoo Cult in the Forbidden Land of Thunder, Song Tingyu said in a low voice. Du Xiangyang and Luo Chen both looked at her in surprise. From their perspective, Qinlai was obviously interested in Xue Moyan. That had to be the reason why he constantly helped Illusory Demon Sect regardless of the cost. He had even begged everyone to give up their portions of the Spring of Life back in the Forbidden Land of Wood. At the same time, Song Tingyu was obviously Qinlai's girlfriend and an extremely intelligent, astute person. Could she really not see the relationship between Qinlai and Xue Moyan? Why had she told Qinlai to ally with Illusory Demon Sect of her own accord? Was she not afraid that Qinlai and Xue Moyan would have a certain relationship to each other? The more they thought about it, the more confused Du Xiangyang and Luo Chen became. However, they also understood that Song Tingyu's suggestion was completely rational. They were familiar with Xue Moyan's strength, and if they could pull Xue Moyan to their side, they truly wouldn't have to fear any other force. Even if they were to go up against Black Voodoo Cult and the 3 great families, they definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Qinlai, Xie Jingxian exclaimed in a low tone. She also agreed that Xue Moyan should join them. Everyone subconsciously looked at Qinlai. Qinlai smiled calmly and said, "She'll join us." Everyone was momentarily startled. In the next moment, they came to a realization and nodded at nearly the same time. Did Shui Moyan have a better option? Terminator Sect, Celestial Artifact Sect, and 10,000 Beast Mountain were present. These three forces did not have even a shred of a relationship with Shui Moyan. On the contrary, He Wei and Renpeng were extremely against Qin Lai giving the Spring of Life to Shui Moyan. They were so against it that Chu Li's group even parted ways with Qin Lai's group later on. How could Shui Moyan possibly choose Terminator Sect? On the other hand, from beginning to end, Qin Lai had unconditionally helped Shui Moyan. He had stood by her side the entire time, completely oblivious to gains or losses. The decision they would make was obvious at first glance. As expected, Shui Moyan and Pan Xianxian walked straight toward Qin Lai without a trace of hesitation, crossing the distance under everyone's gazes. Shui Moyan stared at Qin Lai as they closed the distance, her eyes clear and bright. With an apologetic look on her face, she softly said, "I've taken your goodwill for granted. I trusted Huang Zhuli too much and lost every bit of the Spring of Life. As long as you're fine, it doesn't matter." Qin Lai smiled. Qin Lai's words moved Shui Moyan. She bit at her lips, then walked to his side with Pan Xianxian and sat down. "See, can we?" Pan Xianxian timidly asked, "Can we join you?" Shui Moyan and Pan Xianxian were the only two surviving martial practitioners of Illusory Demon Sect. Just like Luo Chen, their losses were the worst out of the 9 great silver rank forces. They lacked manpower and needed to find a firm ally if they were to have any chance at acquiring a pure soul spring from inside of the Thunder Lagoon. This side of the Thunder Lagoon had Luo Chen, Du Xiangyang, and Xie Jingxian, who had exhibited great power in the Forbidden Land of Wood. In addition to that, there was Song Tingyu at the peak of the Nether Passage realm and the even more outstanding and capable Qin Lai. This was clearly an impressive force. However, pure soul springs were extremely precious and completely surpassed the Spring of Life in terms of rarity. An individual pure soul spring's worth was literally immeasurable. Taking in another ally meant that they would have to give up another portion of the profits. Would Qin Lai be willing to do so? When Pan Xianxian asked this question, Shui Moyan's beautiful eyes were blinking with uncertainty. She was worried, anxious, and she didn't dare say that Qin Lai would nod and agree. Pure soul springs were incomparably precious after all. They were unparalleled treasures that every top elite of the Land of Chaos had on their minds. Every individual that controlled the 9 great silver forces hungered for pure soul springs. Who would possibly be willing to give away such a treasure? Qin Lai frowned and kept silent. Song Tingyu, Du Xiangyang, and the others wore looks of surprise. They didn't understand why Qin Lai had fallen silent. The sight of this brought confusion to their eyes. "I'm sorry, and maybe we're being too rude." Shui Moyan pursed her lips and suddenly stood up. Dazed, she tried to leave. Pan Xianxian also stood up timidly, biting at her lips. She resembled a panicked little bunny. "You've misunderstood." Qin Lai raised his head and pondered for a moment, then said, "My silence doesn't mean I'm rejecting you. I was just thinking that it's about time to discuss the relationship between us." Shui Moyan's mind went blank. At that moment, Qin Lai suddenly channeled the blood spirit art. Intense blood energy gushed out of his body, and his eyes became a frightening scarlet. The blood spirit art. Shui Moyan covered her mouth, attempting to stifle her cry. Her eyes shone with astonishing, divine light, shock flooding her face. Her shoulders trembled softly as she exclaimed, "This is the purest form of the blood spirit art. Why, you're the person I sensed before, aren't you?" "Yes, that was me." Qin Lai openly admitted it. Black voodoo cult's Huang Zhuli had disguised herself as Shui Moyan with Illusory Demon Sect's illusory arts and discovered that he cultivated the blood spirit art. This meant that, in all likelihood, Black Voodoo Cult and the 3 great families were already aware of that very same fact. Qin Lai couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Since that was the case, there was no point in hiding it any longer. When Huang Zhuli arrived, she would definitely reveal the fact that he and Shui Moyan cultivated the blood spirit art. She would use it to create an opportunity to attack them. There was no harm in revealing this beforehand. "How do you know the blood spirit art?" Moyin asked, pleasantly surprised. Moyin was the daughter of Li and Mo Lingye, and the successor of Blood Fiend Sect's pure bloodline. She had always been cultivating the blood spirit art in secret. She felt close to anyone who cultivated the standard blood spirit art, subconsciously thinking of them as one of her own. "Your father taught me," Qin Lai exclaimed. As soon as he said this, the light of Moyin's eyes suddenly froze. It was almost like she had been struck by lightning. The revelation had her frozen for 12 full seconds. Then, she burst to life, excitedly grabbing Qin Lai by the shoulders. "My father taught you? He's still alive. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should have arrived at the heavenly slaughter continent and found your mother." Qin Lai sighed softly, then explained, "Senior Li isn't in good condition. Jiang Zhuzhe sealed him into the spirit pattern pillars of Celestial Artifact Sect where he was imprisoned for more than 1,000 years. After being freed, he was ambushed by Jiang Zhuzhe once more, resulting in his body and soul being refined. He managed to survive with half his soul, but..." Tears welled in Moyin's eyes. Her soul was withering, and her mother's life force was nearing its end. She didn't think that her father's condition would be just as miserable. This realization flooded her heart with sadness. Pan Xianxia spoke to her in a soft voice, attempting to comfort her. "Sister Shui, your father is still alive. As long as that doesn't change, there's still hope." "You cultivate the blood spirit art?" Du Xiangyang asked in surprise. Luochen was frowning slightly. "So what?" Qin Lai asked with a composed expression. "Do you have a problem with that because the people who cultivate the blood spirit art in the land of chaos are treated as public enemies and attacked en masse?" "It isn't actually that serious." Du Xiangyang shrugged. "The only ones who relentlessly hunt blood fiend sect martial practitioners, refusing to let up, are people of the three great families. Black voodoo cult controls them from behind the scenes, rewarding their zealous behavior. We of Heavenly Sword Mountain, as well as people from Celestial Artifact Sect, 10,000 Beast Mountain, Terminator Sect, and Illusory Demon Sect aren't really prejudiced against martial practitioners who cultivate the blood spirit art. Those who consume human blood to cultivate are a different story, of course. The land of chaos entered a state of emergency back then because too many people cultivated by sucking the blood of others." Luo Chan interrupted in an icy voice. "Black voodoo cult called upon the other forces to surround and eliminate Blood Fiend Sect. After everything was said and done, they worked with the three great families and continued to hunt Blood Fiend Sect down. The other forces did not pursue the matter any further. You don't need to worry too much." In spite of Luo Chen's input, Du Xiangyang still looked relaxed. Celestial Artifact Sect, 10,000 Beast Mountain, Terminator Sect, Illusory Demon Sect, and Heavenly Sword Mountain don't actually harbor much animosity toward Blood Fiend Sect. They only cooperated with Black Voodoo Cult and the three great families to save face and eliminate those who went too far and sucked human blood to cultivate. If Blood Fiend Sect can properly purge such individuals, maybe they'll one day be able to clear their name and no longer be forced to hide. They might be able to stand out in the open and face everyone proudly like they did 1,000 years ago. Moyin's eyes suddenly lit up. Du Xiangyang happened to describe what every Blood Fiend Sect martial practitioner of the Heavenly Slaughter Continent dreamed of, as well as Moyin's goal in life, clearing Blood Fiend Sect's name. As long as we reach the land of buried gods, find the remains of the blood progenitor, and bring them out of the graveyard of gods for Senior Li to possess, Senior Li will become even stronger than before." Qin Lai grinned coldly. Whether the change occurs to his realm or his strength, he will definitely be way more powerful than he is now. Once that happens, reviving Blood Fiend Sect in the land of chaos will no longer be a dream. Emotions threatened to overwhelm Moyin as she quietly clenched her fists, softly exclaiming, "The blood progenitor's remains are in the graveyard of gods too?" Qin Lai nodded. "One of my main reasons for coming to the graveyard of gods is to find the blood progenitor's remains for Senior Li. I truly don't know how to thank you." It suddenly occurred to Moyin that Qin Lai was incredibly pleasing to the eye. "Senior Li helped me quite a bit. He taught me the blood spirit art I cultivate. Helping him is simply my responsibility." Qin Lai said hastily. I still have to thank you no matter what, Xue Moyan declared. I see. The two have a relationship that goes way back. Du Xiangyang smiled. Ha! And here I was, thinking that Qin Lai entertained certain thoughts and lusted after Miss Xue's beauty. I also thought he fancied Sister Xue, Pan Xianxian added. Qin Lai coughed in embarrassment. Du Xiangyang and Pan Xianxian's words caught Xue Moyan off guard, making her blush. She wasn't sure what to say. It was at this moment that Black Voodoo Cult and the three great families, the final group of people, arrived. Huang Zhuli walked in front of Yi Hao, leading the way. Upon her abrupt arrival, she let out a soft stream of laughter. Long time no see, Sister Xue. Yi Hao and the other Black Voodoo Cult martial practitioners were behind her. Even further back were the elites of the three great families. Black Voodoo Cult and the three great families seemed to have reconsolidated their forces. With more than 20 people, they were larger than any other force. They had arrived in a grandiose manner, arrogance plastered across every single one of their faces. When they looked at the Thunder Lagoon, they were completely confident that they would be victorious. The instant that Xue Moyan saw Huang Zhuli, her face became incomparably icy. She gritted her pearly white teeth and coldly exclaimed, Your demise won't be pleasant. In the graveyard of gods, we'll be the ones having the last laugh. No one can change that. Huang Zhuli wore a grim, frosty expression as she calmly walked to the side of the thunder barrier nearer to Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain. The moment the people of Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain saw Black Voodoo Cult arrive, they looked as though they were facing a terrifying enemy. Similarly, the people of Chu Li's group were frowning, their expressions grim. Black Voodoo Cult was like a thick black cloud floating above their heads. They forced everyone to secretly be wary of them. Qin Lai and illusory demon sects Xue Moyan are evil remnants of Blood Fiend sect. Both of them cultivate the blood spirit art. After a momentary pause, Huang Zhuli maneuvered as expected and immediately revealed their ties to Blood Fiend sect. Using that detail as a foothold, she pointed their spearhead directly at Qin Lai. They're evil remnants of Blood Fiend sect? Feng Eo exclaimed in surprise. Both of them cultivate the blood spirit art? You men frowned. And no wonder Qin Lai asked us to give Xue Moyan the spring of life. They were working together in the first place. Renpeng yelled. Chu Li was just as surprised as everyone else. For a time, Huang Zhuli's words focused everyone's gazes onto Qin Lai and Xue Moyan. What evidence do you have? Xue Moyan asked calmly. Evidence? Huang Zhuli smiled softly. Sister Xue, I've been by your side for a long time. Did you really think I wouldn't notice the few times you secretly cultivated the blood spirit art? After a pause, she turned to Qin Lai and sweetly said, You're even worse. I only took on Xue Moyan's appearance once, and you obediently told me everything. You two are evil remnants of Blood Fiend sect. In the graveyard of gods, both of you are hidden dangers that should be exterminated as soon as possible. Everyone from Blood Fiend sect should be exterminated as soon as possible, Xiahou Yuan yelled. Su Yan, Lin Dongxing, and the people of the three great families were full of murderous intent. It was as if Qin Lai and Xue Moyan were their mortal enemies. All of them were well aware of how the three great families used to be vassal forces of Blood Fiend sect. They knew that the three great families had only grown to its current state because they had stomped all over Blood Fiend sect's remains and sucked them dry of their blood, completely dominating the heavenly calamity continent. If Blood Fiend sect were to rise again, everything the three great families currently had would be seized from them. Blood Fiend sect wouldn't forgive the three great families for betraying them. Both sides would be at odds until one of them was dead. All of a sudden, Qin Lai stood up. There's no need to hide it. Yeah, I cultivate the blood spirit art. So what? Xue Moyan felt her blood run cold as she looked at Qin Lai in shock and confusion. His abrupt action worried her. She had spent so many years carefully concealing her identity, worried about being exposed and bringing a calamity down upon herself, her mother, and her uncles at illusory demon sect. In reality, her life was incredibly exhausting. She had to hide and find a quiet place just to cultivate the blood spirit art. Xue Moyan was Mo Lingye's daughter, and her grandfather was the previous sect master of the famed Blood Fiend sect of 1,000 years ago. Her father was Xueli, the newly appointed sect master of Blood Fiend sect, and the blood of the orthodox side of Blood Fiend sect flowed inside of her body. However, she had no choice but to live behind a mask. She did not dare to openly cultivate the blood spirit art, nor did she dare to reveal her identity as a member of Blood Fiend sect. This had always upset her. She had silently been enduring this life, hoping to bring Blood Fiend sect back to its former glory in the eyes of the world and finally be able to openly talk about her identity. At this moment, she didn't dare to do so. But Qin Lai did. Qin Lai got to his feet and looked at Huang Zhuli standing in the distance. After a moment of thought, he actually chose to stroll in her direction. I cultivate the blood spirit art. What are you going to do about that? The thick stench of blood emanated from every pore in Qin Lai's body as he spoke. The stench soon took a more solid shape as it transformed into a thin veil of blood mist and enveloped Qin Lai. At the same time, Qin Lai's eyes became as red as blood, the very image of murder. Huang Zhuli was suddenly at a loss for words. The martial practitioners of the Black Voodoo cult and 3 great families were also dumbfounded. Not only did Qin Lai not deny the accusation, he even decided to prove it on his own. This turn of events was completely beyond their expectations. What exceeded their expectations even more was the fact that Qin Lai actually dared to proudly walk toward them by himself. An evil remnant of Blood Fiend sect. He actually cultivates the blood spirit art. He dares to admit it? The martial practitioners of Celestial Artifact sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain were overcome with surprise as they watched him with odd expressions. Blood Fiend sect? They're both from Blood Fiend sect. He Wei's expression became ice-cold as she disdainfully said, "No wonder the two of them fooled around with each other. They're evil remnants of Blood Fiend sect. Aren't the people of Blood Fiend sect public enemies in the land of chaos?" Renpeng laughed cruelly. "We have a show to watch," Hu Ping said with a grin, eyebrows raised. The 3 great families have never stopped hunting down evil remnants of Blood Fiend sect. They practically stomped all over Blood Fiend sect's corpse in order to stand tall in the heavenly calamity continent. How would they possibly let a member of Blood Fiend sect roam free? He Wei, Renpeng, Hu Ping, and Wei Liang took joy in Qin Lai's misfortune. As matters were, they no longer treated Qin Lai as a close ally. In fact, they couldn't wait for Qin Lai and Black Voodoo cult to fight each other to a bloody end and completely kill each other off. 10,000 Beast Mountain's Yumen and Celestial Artifact sect's Feng Eo fell silent. It seemed like both of them were going to sit back and watch the farce happening before them play out. Qin Lai. Xue Moyan walked forward without any warning. Upon seeing that Qin Lai was about to enter Black Voodoo cult's domain by himself, even Luo Chen's face changed in color, and he subconsciously got to his feet. He believed that fighting would erupt at any moment and that he was obligated to take part in it since he had joined their group. "Stay here, Xue Moyan. Don't move. Sit back down, Luo Chen." Surprisingly, Song Tingyu and Du Xiangyang spoke up to dissuade Xue Moyan and Luo Chen. They warned them not to follow Qin Lai, instead telling them to stay where they were. Xue Moyan and Luo Chen looked at Du Xiangyang in confusion. Qin Lai is just one person. If he goes against Black Voodoo cult alone, he'll be harmed immediately, Xue Moyan said urgently. "How can you people relax right now?" Pan Xianxian exclaimed in a soft voice, steadily growing anxious. "Isn't Qin Lai your friend? Are you going to just watch him throw his life away?" Then she shot Song Tingyu a look of self-righteous anger. "Especially you. How can you be like this?" Song Tingyu pursed her lips into a smile and shook her head, refusing to give them an explanation. "Qin Lai will be fine." Du Xiangyang lowered his voice, a stern expression on his face. "No one can hurt Qin Lai in the forbidden land of thunder. Just relax." Xue Moyan and Luo Chen were both incredibly startled when Du Xiangyang said this. Neither of them could understand what he meant, their eyes full of confusion. Individuals that are evil remnants of Blood Fiend sect are the public enemies of every force in the land of chaos. The fact that you two dare to cultivate the blood spirit art means that you deserve to suffer everyone's attacks. This is undisputed truth whether you are in the land of chaos or the graveyard of gods. Su Yan shrieked. Let's kill the remnant evils of Blood Fiend sect first. Lin Dongxing expressed his thoughts in a simple fashion. Kill them all. Xiaohou Yuan exploded into a yell. Do you see this? Huang Zhuli's beautiful face held a sinister shade, and her deep eyes hid unfathomable ripples of evil. Blood Fiend sect is, without a doubt, a public enemy. Since you are remnant evils of Blood Fiend sect, you probably understand what kind of treatment you'll face, right? You two no longer have a place in the graveyard of gods or the land of chaos. Is that so? Qin Lai continued to approach them. Not a single trace of anger could be seen on his face, and his eyes held an unnatural calm that gave people an eerie feeling. His aloof demeanor made even the martial practitioners of Black Voodoo cult and the three great families feel anxious on the inside. Blood Fiend sect was the most ancient force in the land of chaos, just like Black Voodoo cult. They fought each other for thousands of years, both in the open and behind the scenes. Qin Lai said indifferently. I naturally learned about the relationship and grudges between both sides. I know that Black Voodoo cult spent a lot of effort in order to take down Blood Fiend sect. 1,000 years ago, when Blood Fiend sect's Zhang Zhuzhe began consuming human blood to fast-track his cultivation, it gave you the perfect excuse and opportunity to eliminate Blood Fiend sect. Of course, you of Black Voodoo cult would never let go of a chance that only came once in a blue moon. The three great families, on the other hand, have always harbored rebellious intentions under Blood Fiend sect's rule. Qin Lai looked at Su Yan and the others. However, since Blood Fiend sect was strong, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Black Voodoo cult's discovery gave the three great families hope, and both sides immediately got along well. Black Voodoo cult summoned all the forces of the land of chaos together to invade the heavenly calamity continent and denounce Blood Fiend sect. At the same time, the three great families cooperated with them from the inside and served as a guide. In the end, both sides got what they wanted, causing Blood Fiend sect's downfall. You knew that, out of all Blood Fiend sect's martial practitioners, only those under Zhang Zhuzhe cultivated the evil blood spirit art. Yet you pretended not to and instead treated all Blood Fiend sect martial practitioners as if they were evil bloodsuckers. Do you really think that no one knew what you were thinking? After slowly revealing secrets from 1,000 years ago, Qin Lai smiled and candidly said, Unfortunately, you failed to eliminate every Blood Fiend sect martial practitioner. Not only is Zhang Zhuzhe still alive. He paused at that moment and abruptly looked at Celestial Artifact sect's Feng Eo. A strange expression covered Feng Eo's face. The core members of Blood Fiend sect are in hiding, alive and well. Even Blood Fiend sect's sect master Xueli continues to exist in this world. Qin Lai stopped walking. He currently stood in front of Huang Zhuli and was only a dozen or so meters away from the rest of the Black Voodoo cult martial practitioners. Blood Fiend sect was never truly destroyed. I can guarantee you that Blood Fiend sect will soon awaken in the land of chaos once more. Qin Lai pointed at Su Yan's group and smiled coldly. Blood Fiend sect will step on the corpses of the three great families and rise again. Kill him. Kill him now. Xiahou Yuan roared angrily. Senior sister. Yi Hao's narrowed eyes were gleaming with an icy light. He had truly been angered. Qin Lai was being excessively arrogant. He had walked in front of Black Voodoo cult's people and even insulted them, finger pointed at their faces. He had taunted them, threatening to eliminate the three great families. Never had they seen such an arrogant person before. How could they possibly endure such a farce? What do you say? Do you want to join us in eliminating remnant evils of Blood Fiend sect? Huang Zhuli turned her head and swept her gaze across the martial practitioners of Celestial Artifact sect, 10,000 Beast Mountain, and Terminator sect. She also looked at Luo Chun and Du Xiangyang. Luo Chun and Du Xiangyang kept themselves busy by talking to Song Tingyu and Xue Moyan. They didn't even spare so much as a glance for Huang Zhuli. They clearly didn't give a damn about her. Feng Eo and Yu Men looked at each other, silent. They also chose to ignore Huang Zhuli. Both of them couldn't believe how much of a joke this was. Just a few days ago, Qin Lai had charged into the middle of Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain's martial practitioners. He had drawn thunder and lightning from the sky, raining them down on them and chasing them as they fled. That pitiful, terrifying memory was still fresh in their heads like it had happened yesterday. So why on earth would they take part in a battle against Qin Lai? Furthermore, Qin Lai already stood right in front of Huang Zhuli. He was probably planning to attract thunder and lightning to fall from the sky, heavily damaging Black Voodoo Cult just like he had damaged their forces. Yu Men and Feng Eo couldn't wait for Black Voodoo Cult to suffer the same pain and suffering that they had. So there was no way they would interfere at such a crucial moment. As a result, both Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain had fallen silent. The remnant evils of Blood Fiend Sect do deserve to be eliminated. Surprisingly, He Wei was the first to speak up, actually agreeing with Huang Zhuli. Huang Zhuli's eyes lit up. Every martial practitioner of Black Voodoo Cult and the three great families had looks of astonishment on their faces. Terminator Sect actually agreed with them. Back in the Forbidden Land of Wood, Terminator Sect had obviously been close to Qin Lai, having formed the most solid of alliances in the Graveyard of Gods. No one could have imagined that Terminator Sect would actually end up hating Qin Lai in just half a month's time in the Forbidden Land of Thunder. Life was truly fickle. Shut up! For the very first time, Chu Li loudly scolded He Wei in front of everyone. Don't you have a damn brain? If you plan on making all the decisions, get out of my team. You're telling me to leave? He Wei couldn't help but scream in response. Ask Renpeng, Hu Ping, and Wei Liang who they trust more, you or me? Whose orders will you three follow? Chu Li shouted irritably. Everyone froze. No one could have foreseen that Terminator Sect would experience internal strife at such a pivotal moment. Even Chu Li, who had been treating He Wei favorably all this time, had suddenly exploded and lost control for some reason. Every martial practitioner of every force subconsciously looked at the members of Terminator Sect, specifically Chu Li and He Wei. All of them were shocked. Since Qin Lai had moved in front of Huang Zhuli, he could also see the conflict between He Wei and Chu Li. We follow your orders, senior brother. There's no doubt about that. However, regarding Qin Lai, we believe that Sister He's words make sense. Renpeng had to force himself to get the words out. What about you two? Chu Li sucked in a deep breath, his expression gloomy like swampy water. We are of the same opinion, Hu Ping and Wei Liang said in unison. Their heads bowed. Now do you see, Chu? He Wei smiled coldly. Blood Fiend Sect was always a public enemy in the first place. Or am I wrong for some reason? This is all your fault. He never thought of you as a brother. If he did, why would he force you to compete with him for the Pure Soul Springs? Why would he summon everyone here to prevent us from even getting any leftovers? He Wei was upset because Qin Lai had turned them away, then summoned Black Voodoo Cult, Celestial Artifact Sect, 10,000 Beast Mountain, and Illusory Demon Sect without asking for their opinion. If Qin Lai had just broke through the Thunder Barrier and entered the Thunder Lagoon, they could have at least shared the Pure Soul Springs equally. Qin Lai's actions had shattered all of their sweet dreams. His actions prevented He Wei from seeing even the tiniest bit of hope and led to hatred blossoming in her heart. Good. Very good. How very good you are. Chu Li laughed in grief and nodding continuously. You're all so awesome, aren't you? Fine then. Do what you want. From now on, in the Graveyard of Gods, and even when we've returned to the Land of Chaos, we walk separate paths. With this declaration, Chu Li turned and walked away under everyone's gazes. He had actually given up on the struggle for the Pure Soul Springs. Chu Li turned and left. This turn of events stunned everyone. He Wei hadn't expected Chu Li, the person she had always relied on and who catered to her every whim, to burst out in fury at this moment. He had even been resolute in his departure, drawing a clear line between them. He Wei felt a bit of anxiety in her heart. She was well aware of Chu Li's abilities. She knew that, even without Terminator Profound Bombs in his hands, Chu Li's personal combat power still ranked amongst that of the top geniuses. The moment they lost Chu Li, they would no longer have any hope of fighting for the Pure Soul Springs. Chu Li's departure was the same thing as them giving up on the Pure Soul Springs. This was something that He Wei desperately did not want to happen. Chu Li, He Wei shouted anxiously. Senior brother. Renpeng, Hu Ping, and Wei Liang were also anxious. Yi Hao, Feng Iyo, and Yu Men, on the other hand, were momentarily stunned. Then, immediately afterward, they looked as though a heavy weight had been lifted from their shoulders. To them, Chu Li was definitely a strong, sturdy opponent. If he were to leave, there would be one less powerful enemy. This was a situation that they were happy to see. Big Brother Chu, Qin Lai suddenly shouted. You should be aware that you weren't the reason I refused to let your group join us. Since you and He Wei have now gone separate ways, I officially invite you to join us in fighting for the Pure Soul Springs. I, Qin Lai, swear that, as long as there's a harvest to be reaped from the Thunder Lagoon, we definitely won't forget about Big Brother Chu's portion. Chu Li's figure stopped retreating into the distance, pausing where it was. The people watching him felt that something was strange. Every single one of them grew anxious. Even the expressions of the people from Black Voodoo cult suddenly turned grim. They clearly found the current situation somewhat troublesome. Feng Iyo and Yu Men's sunken expressions continued to grow more and more depressed. Xue Moyan and Luo Chun were already on Qin Lai's side. If Chu Li joined him as well, their force would be enough to contend with Black Voodoo cult and the three great families. It would result in the formation of an almighty power with a terrifying ability to dominate. No one was willing to see such a situation take shape. No one was hoping for Chu Li to actually stay and join Qin Lai's group. Chu Li turned around, not even batting an eye at He Wei. He surveyed everyone else, and when he looked at Qin Lai, he sighed helplessly. Brother Lai, I have received your goodwill, he said, shaking his head. From the very beginning, I knew that you have never owed us anything. You also never took advantage of us. I simply do not wish to think too much. If I stay here, I'll be at odds with them in the fight for the Pure Soul Springs. So, let's just forget it. My departure would be best. The people he spoke of as them were naturally He Wei and the three other Terminator sect martial practitioners. The moment he moved to Qin Lai's side, he would be opposing He Wei. Even if Chu Li were in a state of crazed fury, he remained unwilling to truly consider He Wei, Renpeng, Hu Ping, and Wei Liang enemies. He couldn't do it, and he was worried that his inability to do so would influence the choices of Qin Lai's group if he joined them. That's why he decided to just give up. Is that so? Qin Lai stroked his chin. After humming for a few seconds, he said, If you're not here, they have to either give up and leave immediately, or face certain death. If you join us, however, our group will at least refrain from being too ruthless. Chu Li's expression changed upon hearing this, and he began to hesitate again. Of He Wei and her group of 4, Hu Ping was injured and probably didn't have enough strength remaining to fight. Only Renpeng, Wei Liang, and He Wei remained. Compared to the crowd of people here in the Thunder Lagoon, their combined power simply wasn't worth mentioning. Without Chu Li, He Wei's group of 4 did not have even the slightest chance of victory against any force in the Forbidden Land of Thunder. A key thing to keep in mind was that Chu Li had an intimate understanding of He Wei's personality. He was certain that He Wei wouldn't give up so easily. He Wei would definitely stay behind to try and snatch the Pure Soul Springs. Indecision surfaced on Chu Li's face as he plunged deep into thought. Having to choose between staying or going seemed to be a painful struggle for him. It was at that instant that Qin Lai continued to provoke Black Voodoo cult. Although his feet had come to a stop earlier, they once again stepped forward. Qin Lai approached Huang Zhuli one step at a time. The distance between the two quickly shortened, and it looked as if he were about to charge right into Huang Zhuli's face. Every martial practitioner of Black Voodoo cult surged with killing intent. This sudden development successfully drew the attention of Feng Iyo, Yu Men, and their combined force as all of their people turned to look at Qin Lai one after another. He said he wanted to step on the corpses of the three great families and allow Blood Fiend sect to rise once more. His arrogance is too astounding. Huang Zhuli took 2 steps back and then asked, All of you know what to do, right? Huang Zhuli couldn't stand Qin Lai's arrogant, tyrannical demeanor, so she commanded Su Yan and the rest of the three great families to attack. Do it! Su Yan shouted coldly. 6 people instantly charged out from amongst the martial practitioners of the three great families. 6 cold, sharp swords that glowed with frosty light stabbed toward Qin Lai's chest. Great timing! Qin Lai exclaimed, letting out a bizarre laugh. Crack, crack. Streaks of lightning the width of a thumb discharged from every orifice in his body. It looked as though hundreds of electrical ropes wreathed him. A violent cacophony of thunderous noise exploded outward from Qin Lai's mind, true soul, consciousness, and organs. Boom! In the depths of the clouds, the ferocious thunder and lightning that was connected to the Thunder Lagoon once again soared through the sky like enormous dragons. Several hundred lightning bolts as thick as trees descended one after another. Booming thunder accompanied each and every one. This scene embodied the god of thunder's wrath. Boom! Boom! The entire area surrounding Qin Lai was flooded with an onslaught of flashing, crackling lightning. It was as if Terminator profound bombs were endlessly exploding one after another in the vicinity of Black Voodoo Cult and the three great families. Even the interior of the Thunder Lagoon was swept up in a hurricane of lightning. Like a giant python that had emerged from an abyss, lightning bolts hurtled toward the people of Black Voodoo Cult and the three great families. Pa-pa-pa, pa-pa-pa. Dozens of lightning bolts shot toward the 6 martial practitioners, the ones who had taken the initiative to charge at Qin Lai, intent on slashing him to death. The bolts descended upon them like waterfalls of potent energy, striking them squarely in their heads. Those 6 martial practitioners were submerged in lightning. Their sharp, inhuman screams resounded from within its terrifying, electrical glow, making everyone's hair stand on end. The people of Black Voodoo Cult and the three great families could only watch as electricity enveloped their 6 doomed comrades. They had no way to save them. They couldn't save them because, at the very same moment, the lightning and thunder energy shot out from deep within the clouds and from the Thunder Lagoon. This explosive energy flooded forth, quickly approaching the crowd. The location of Black Voodoo Cult and the three great families suddenly became the forbidden area of a thunder god, a violent meat grinder. Sister Shui. Sister Shui. Pan Xianxia perked up in an instant, inadvertently dancing with joy. Qin Lai is actually so powerful. Incredible. Simply incredible. He actually attacked Black Voodoo Cult and the great families all by himself. Her entire body trembled with excitement. Pan Xianxia had fallen into despair multiple times. When her sisters were killed one by one. When she saw Huang Zhuli hurl a deadly blow at Shui Moyan after acquiring the Spring of Life. When she found out about Huang Zhuli's strength and understood the reality of their situation, she had lost hope many times. She eventually started thinking that, even after using up all their strength, she and Shui Moyan would have no way of avenging their sisters in the graveyard of gods. Pan Xianxia had even become pessimistic enough to think that she and Shui Moyan would die at Huang Zhuli's hand as well. She thought that Qin Lai might have been able to help them, but she couldn't have imagined that Qin Lai could control the rain and the clouds with a flip of his hand. She never would have foreseen Qin Lai being able to turn this extremely disadvantageous situation around. She never would have dreamed that Qin Lai would dare to single-handedly charge at Black Voodoo Cult and the three great families. She also never would have envisioned Qin Lai not being immediately slaughtered. Instead, he resembled the son of a thunder god. He walked confidently, commanding lightning bolts that filled the sky to descend and slaughter Black Voodoo Cult and the three great families. Pan Xianxia could hear the shrieks and howls of the people being slaughtered. She could hear the curses that these people hurled in the face of panic and loss. She could see the numerous charred corpses of people who had died miserable deaths. It took her a single glance to understand what all of this meant. Qin Lai was in control of the situation. Pan Xianxia's eyes involuntarily grew misty all of a sudden as she muttered to herself in a low voice. Little Wan. Little Dai. Your deaths won't have been in vain. Qin Lai's figure shone clearly in Shui Moyan's eyes. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and surprise appeared on her small face. A surreal feeling, as if she'd fallen into a dream, sprouted inside of her. At this very moment in the forbidden land of thunder, Qin Lai had charged into the lion's den. He clearly didn't possess a high realm, but he twisted and contorted the energy of lightning and thunder, carrying out a slaughter in every direction like a lightning controller. These events were simply too incredible. Luo Chen was similarly dumbstruck as well. It was only at this moment that he finally understood why Qin Lai had wanted to keep Luo Chen from joining them. Qin Lai didn't require any assistance at all. He, alone, was the strongest power within this forbidden land of thunder. He Wei was just as stunned as Luo Chen. Shi, Renpeng, Hu Ping, and Wei Liang wore deathly gray expressions at this moment. They finally saw the reality of the situation and understood just how ridiculous they were. The four of them were actually arrogant enough to harbor thoughts of snatching the pure soul springs from Qin Lai. They were basically courting death. In the same vein, they finally understood why Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain, both of which clearly bore intense hatred for Qin Lai, remained silent after Huang Zhuli's constant persuasion. They had been silent because they were afraid. Everything that had occurred amazed Chu Li. Chu Li knew that, in the forbidden land of thunder, Qin Lai would be capable of displaying just how profound his thunder spirit art was as much as he wanted. However, he never expected Qin Lai to have actually reached such a level. Qin Lai was capable of going against Black Voodoo Cult and the three great families with just his strength alone. He Wei, just give up on this fight for the pure soul springs, Chu Li said, sighing softly. Go. Leave right now. You four don't even have the strength to influence this battle in any way. Senior brother, W with you by our side, we'd still have the power to fight. Renpeng pleaded bitterly. I already told you earlier. It doesn't matter if we're in the graveyard of gods or even the land of chaos. From now on, we walk separate paths, Chu Li said, emphasizing every single word. In saying this, he had blotted out their final ray of hope. Go. Let's go. He Wei's face was pale. She had been completely struck down. She hadn't been struck down by Chu Li, but by Qin Lai's unparalleled might. She was acutely aware of the fact that her actions and words up to this point had completely offended Qin Lai already. She hadn't been afraid at first. She thought that, with the forces of Black Voodoo Cult, 10,000 Beast Mountain, and Celestial Artifact Sect present, Qin Lai would still end up restrained in the end no matter how strong he was. However, she now realized that she had been wrong. Furthermore, she had been outrageously wrong. Within the forbidden land of thunder, Qin Lai was the true master. Not a single force here had any way to oppose Qin Lai, so how would he Wei's group of four possibly do so? Apparently Qin Lai could pinch them to death whenever he wanted. Even if Chu Li were to join them, nothing would change because Luo Chen and Xue Moyan were still by Qin Lai's side. Drained of their willpower, He Wei, Renpeng, Hu Ping, and Wei Liang hung their heads in dejection. Disheartened, they stiffly retreated, resembling walking corpses. Only at this moment did they finally begin to regret their actions. They should not have become Qin Lai's enemies. They should not have sabotaged their relationship with him to this degree. They regretted it now, but it was far too late for that. Qin Lai directed lightning down from the heavens as he charged into the center of Black Voodoo Cult's martial practitioners. While he attacked, slaughtering them to his heart's content, He Wei silently led her pale-faced group away. They finally realized that trying to snatch the pure soul springs with just their strength alone would be the same as courting death. Especially since Chu Li had abandoned them. Once He Wei and the other three Terminator sect martial practitioners had left, the various forces around the Thunder Lagoon immediately set their sights on Qin Lai. Qin Lai was essentially a brutal electrical field. Wherever he went, the ground would be assaulted with a barrage of thunder and lightning. The lightning hidden deep within the clouds descended without end, adding to the surging electrical currents of the Thunder Lagoon and the explosive, thunderous rumbling resounding through the sky. Lightning as intense as that of a heavenly tribulation swamped the martial practitioners of Black Voodoo Cult and the three great families. Shrill screams filled the area. Ear-splitting roars echoed one after another, occasionally accompanied by feeble curses. The formation of Black Voodoo cult and the three great families had virtually collapsed. The people of Celestial Artifact Sect and the 10,000 Beast Mountain currently wore incredibly grim expressions. This person can utilize the lightning that fills the sky of the forbidden land of thunder, attacking in every direction with thunder and lightning energy. Feng Eo had a headache just thinking about it. He has occupied an unsurmountable position in this place from the very beginning. If we want to snatch the pure soul springs from him, I'm afraid that, if we can't find a way to restrain him, none of us will be able to acquire a pure soul spring. Yu Men's eyes shone with a savage light. Everyone could see just how much of an advantage Qin Lai had in the forbidden land of thunder. Here, Qin Lai was like a colossal beast tyrannically occupying this piece of land. Anyone who wanted to seize a pure soul spring would inevitably have to face the otherworldly chasm known as Qin Lai. How could they cross it? Every Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain martial practitioner had deeply furrowed brows. They couldn't feel the slightest bit of happiness even though they were watching Black Voodoo cult and the three great families suffer bombardment after bombardment of lightning. Only by suppressing Qin Lai's ferocity, preventing him from acting so brazenly, did they think that everyone would be able to truly focus on the pure soul springs. Qin Lai had suddenly become a scourge in the hearts of these people, one that they wanted nothing more than to remove as soon as possible. A woo! A furious, earth-shaking howl suddenly exploded from the depths of the Thunder Lagoon. As if attracted by some new, unknown force, the lightning that crashed down from the heavens and the electrical dragons that soared from inside of the Thunder Barrier began to rush toward the Thunder Lagoon. Qin Lai had been deprived of his control over the thunder and lightning. The Thunder Spirit hiding within the Thunder Lagoon angrily asserted its authority, as if it had finally realized that another entity was challenging its rule. As if to say that it was the true master of the forbidden land of thunder. Deafening, high-pitched shrieks echoed from deep within the Thunder Lagoon as the Thunder Spirit howled continuously. It seemed as though the forbidden land of thunder were shaking. Thunder and lightning energy had gathered by Black Voodoo cult and the three great families. After the Thunder Spirit's furious howls, however, they flooded back into the Thunder Lagoon like rivers flowing to the ocean. It was then that Qin Lai discovered he had lost his command over the thunder and lightning. He also realized that the Thunder Spirit, as the eye of the formation in the forbidden land of thunder, was the true master of this land. Qin Lai had clearly enraged the Thunder Spirit with his astonishing display of ability. His actions using heavenly thunder eradication made this highly intelligent creature notice him and interfere with the surges of thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning have disappeared. The Thunder Spirit is directing all of it back into the lagoon. Qin Lai will have a tough time displaying his strength after this. The moment the martial practitioners of Black Voodoo cult, the three great families Celestial Artifact Sect, and 10,000 Beast Mountain witnessed all of the thunder and lightning flow back into the Thunder Lagoon, all of them went mad with joy. All of these people felt extremely relieved, as if a gargantuan boulder that had been pressing on their heads were suddenly removed. Without thunder or lightning to control, you're nothing more than a normal Nether Passage realm martial practitioner. Qin Lai. Yi Hao smiled coldly, a sinister, icy light flashing in his eyes. Everyone nearby is currently able to slaughter you. Let's see how you'll survive now. Kill him. Su Yan's fury surged sky-high. The martial practitioners of Black Voodoo cult and the three great families were on the verge of going crazy. Right at that moment, Qin Lai unleashed a piercing howl, and a wave of blood energy as thick as actual blood poured from his body. On the other side of the Thunder Lagoon, Song Tingyu, Du Xiangyang, Xuemoyan, Pan Xianxian, Xie Jingxian, and Luo Chun leaped into action and charged toward Qin Lai's position. Chu Li no longer hesitated and flew over as well, fiercely roaring. Even if thunder and lightning aren't present, the forbidden land of thunder still isn't a place for Black Voodoo cult to try and lord over. Song Tingyu, Xie Jingxian, Du Xiangyang, Luo Chun, Xuemoyan, Pan Xianxian, and Chu Li quickly arrived behind Qin Lai, assembling into a formidable force. Strong waves of blood energy radiated from Qin Lai's body. He grinned as he leisurely glanced at the thunder lagoon behind him. A hint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. The thunder spirit intervening at a critical point left Xianxia extremely unhappy. Once Xianxia broke through the thunder barrier and entered the depths of the thunder lagoon with the demon sealing tombstone. Sealing the thunder spirit wouldn't be a problem. He already had a plan in mind. Crack, crack, crack. Thick tendrils of twisting lightning coiled around the thunder barrier like colossal, winding serpents. Strange cries abruptly echoed from inside of the thunder barrier, and the clatter of containers being forcefully opened could be heard. Feng Yo's expression abruptly changed. Fear appeared in the eyes of every celestial artifact sect martial practitioner as they subconsciously distanced themselves from the thunder lagoon. This isn't good. The consecutive soul-splitting formation is about to explode. Du Xiangyang cried out. Consecutive soul-splitting formation? There's a consecutive soul-splitting formation in the thunder lagoon. Yi Hao's expression quickly changed as well. The martial practitioners of Black Voodoo cult and the three great families immediately focused their gazes on the thunder lagoon. Urns could occasionally be seen flashing amidst the writhing lightning. It really is the consecutive soul-splitting formation, Su Yen cried out involuntarily. The martial practitioners of Black Voodoo cult and the three great families who were all prepared to engage Xianxia and his group instantly began to retreat one after another. Get away from it. We should take shelter as well, Du Xiangyang and Chu Li declared at the same time. Upon seeing the other forces retreating from the thunder lagoon, Xianxia and the others did not dare to be careless. They followed Chu Li and Du Xiangyang's advice and also distanced themselves from the thunder lagoon. In a matter of moments, all of the forces in the forbidden land of thunder withdrew from every side of the thunder lagoon, taking up different areas several kilometers away. At this point, only 4 forces remained. Black Voodoo cult and the three great families were considered as one force, another was Xianxia's group, and the remaining 2 were Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain. Each force positioned themselves in a different corner of the region with only a distance of 3 to 4 kilometers separating them from the others. All of them were observing the thunder barrier in expectation or anxiety. Guard me. Feng Yo sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, using his soul consciousness to sense the consecutive soul-splitting formation. In order for the formation to detonate at peak condition, he got ready to forcibly manipulate it. Everyone could tell that Feng Yo was using a unique method to prepare the consecutive soul-splitting formation and was about to unleash its full potential. Nobody would dare interrupt Feng Yo, because they wanted nothing more than for him to blast the thunder barrier apart with the consecutive soul-splitting formation. Him doing so would allow everyone to enter the depths of the thunder lagoon. This was why the martial practitioners of the other 3 forces were secretly observing Feng Yo. They were gathering their strength, getting ready to charge into the depths of the thunder lagoon as soon as possible, seize the pure soul springs and flee. A special artifact is needed to contain a pure soul spring. This sheep-fat white jade bottle is similar to a spatial ring and possesses a uniquely cold dimensional space that is capable of housing pure soul springs. Chu Li pondered for a moment as he retrieved 9 white jade bottles from his spatial ring, then placed every single one of them in front of him and said, I only have this many of them. Xianxia, Song Tingyu, and Xie Jingshuan's eyes shone. Everyone else shook their heads slightly, indicating that they didn't need them. All of you have artifacts used for carrying materials like pure soul springs? Xianxia was stunned. Du Xiangyang, Luo Chun, and Xue Moyan nodded. Even Pan Xianxian responded softly, saying, I have 2 of those jade bottles as well. This surprised Xianxia. I'll give you guys 6 of them then. Chu Li smiled as he pushed 6 jade bottles toward Xianxia. Xianxia did not bother to stand on ceremony. He flashed a slight smile, then pulled the 6 jade bottles over to him, giving 4 of them to Song Tingyu and Xie Jingxian. Once they both had 2 each, he then picked up the remaining 2 and put them away. It seems like you guys have several jade bottles too. Too bad there are only 6 pure soul springs. Too many monks but only a few bowls of porridge, huh? Song Tingyu laughed gently. Aside from us, 3 other forces are still in this fight over the pure soul springs. The instant the thunder barrier is broken, A chaotic battle will erupt, Du Xiangyang said calmly. Qin Lai, are you truly unable to control the power of thunder and lightning? Xie Jingxian frowned. Who knows? Qin Lai said with a shrug. Regardless of whether or not I'm able to borrow the power of thunder and lightning, as we are now, we have no reason to be afraid of any force. Everyone nodded silently at these words, excitement on their faces. Suddenly, several rays of dazzling light shot from Feng Yo's eyes. Resembling bright chains, they struck the thunder barrier, separated, and entered different bone ash urns. Soul break! Feng Yo shouted. The instant he did, the souls in every bone ash urn flared to life. The violent, crazy waves of each soul resembled dormant volcanoes that were finally about to erupt. Everyone watched the thunder barrier with bated breath. They could clearly see clusters of gray soul clouds mingling with the lightning of the thunder barrier. Dark, illusory flames raged around these soul clouds as they became as black as ink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the potential energy of 14 souls was unleashed. Like demons and vile ghosts baring their teeth and swiping their claws, the souls twisted madly, releasing even more violent soul waves. This was the form of chaotic, distorted soul energy. Boom! All 14 true souls in the thunder barrier shattered and exploded at the same time. A terrifying shockwave that seemed capable of obliterating land and fracturing space burst outward from the explosions. Most of the people observing this instantly lost their sense of hearing and could only see the lightning in the thunder barrier warp and bend. It was almost as if someone were tearing them apart. A moment later, every single arc of lightning was reduced to threads of energy. Like a giant worm that had been cut to pieces, one small section after another, the threads of lightning scattered throughout the thunder barrier's interior. Explosive thunder energy burst from the thunder barrier, making it appear as though bombs had been triggered by the consecutive soul-splitting formation. Like a door had been thrown open, the gigantic, bowl-like thunder barrier shattered and disintegrated. It broke apart. The thunder barrier has disintegrated. We can enter the Thunder Lagoon now. Excited cheers rang out from the various forces while several impatient figures had already taken the lead and charged out. They headed straight for the Thunder Lagoon. The spirit energy waves from Song Tingyu and the others surged. They prepared to charge toward the Thunder Lagoon, pulling out sharp swords or gripping an illusory demon orb. Stop! Qin Lai shouted just as they were about to fly out. Everyone immediately reined themselves in at the command. Song Tingyu, Du Xiangyang, Xie Jingxian, Chu Li, Luo Chan, Shui Moyan, and Pan Xianxian looked at him in confusion. Martial practitioners from Black Voodoo Cult, the Three Great Families, and 10,000 Beast Mountain made up the group of people currently charging toward the Thunder Lagoon, auras flaring up. Only Feng Yo's celestial artifact sect had yet to move. Their position made it seem as if they were focused on guarding Feng Yo. They definitely weren't in a hurry to enter the Thunder Lagoon. Feng Yo hasn't moved, Qin Lai said gravely. He linked his mind consciousness to the consecutive soul-splitting formation and ignited the bone ash urns, so there may have been some damage to his mind. The people watching over him should be waiting for him to recover, so they aren't immediately able to make their move, Du Xiangyang suggested hesitantly. Qin Lai shook his head. Eyes narrowed, he calmly said, the consecutive soul-splitting formation in the thunder barrier has yet to completely detonate. I can sense other profound intricacies built into it that have yet to be revealed. Realization dawned on everyone's faces when they heard this. Your soul consciousnesses might not be able to sense your surroundings within the forbidden land of thunder, but mine can. Qin Lai took in a deep breath. Feng Yo harbors bad intentions. He's probably scheming against those who enter the Thunder Lagoon first. Let's wait and see. Qin Lai's words helped everyone to calm down as well. Nobody from Qin Lai's side moved. Yi Hao exclaimed. Huang Zhuli's brows furrowed deeply as she glanced at Qin Lai off in the distance. After a few seconds of thought, she yelled, "Have everyone return immediately." This seemingly random command stunned Yi Hao. Is something amiss? Qin Lai is capable of controlling the thunder and lightning energy in this place, so his soul consciousness probably isn't inhibited like ours. Not only did he stay where he was, he even prevented his people from moving. He must have discovered something, Huang Zhuli shouted. Celestial artifact sect hasn't moved either, someone cried out. Huang Zhuli turned her head to look at Feng Iyo. Feng Iyo wore a grim expression as he watched the martial practitioners charging toward the Thunder Lagoon from afar. A cold, heartless sheen flashed through his eyes. Only then did Huang Zhuli realize what was going on. Feng Iyo is... At that exact moment, another new round of explosions resounded from within the thunder barrier. The bone ash urns that the souls had exploded in appeared, exuding terrifying, dissonant waves of energy. The moment immediately after that, the 14 urns released brilliant silver light that took the shape of silver crescent-shaped fragments of energy. Swish, 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 swish. The fragments of energy became more distinct, resembling multiple crescent-shaped blades. Like sharp, spinning swords, the silver crescents illuminated the Thunder Lagoon, forming a wall of light that replaced the thunder barrier. The spinning crescents pierced 5 martial practitioners, 3 from the 3 great families and 2 from 10,000 Beast Mountain. They immediately died miserable deaths, several fresh, bloody holes in their bodies. Formed by the silver crescents of light, a new barrier settled over the Thunder Lagoon, sealing it once more. Feng Iyo, Celestial Artifact Sect. Kill them! Sharp howls rang out from numerous people from Black Voodoo Cult, the 3 great families, and 10,000 Beast Mountain. No longer concerned with the Thunder Lagoon, they surged with killing intent, bent on annihilating Celestial Artifact above all else. Feng Iyo stood up with an icy smile as if he had expected this. "Let's go!" he roared. The group of Celestial Artifact Sect martial practitioners rose into the air using wings of light that extended from their backs and descended toward the Thunder Lagoon. The silver crescent barrier covering the Thunder Lagoon parted, creating a narrow opening that left just enough space for them to enter. The martial practitioners who were charging at Feng Iyo suddenly found themselves under attack by silver crescent blades the moment they approached the Thunder Lagoon. They released strange howls while hastily evading the attacking blades. Everyone else just watched as Feng Iyo and his group descended toward the Thunder Lagoon. I spent more than half a month investigating the Thunder Lagoon. I know more about it than any of you, yet you're still delusional enough to think of seizing the pure soul springs from me. Humph! What a foolish dream. The moment the Celestial Artifact Sect martial practitioners descended into the Thunder Lagoon, the hole in the light barrier formed by the silver crescent blades closed, firmly blocking the way. Once more Feng Iyo's sinister laughter echoed from behind the silver crescent blades. This is the Moonblade Barricade, an Earth-grade spirit artifact listed as 3rd out of the 18 great Earth-grade spirit artifacts of Celestial Artifact Sect. Du Xiangyang exclaimed in surprise. The Moonblade Barricade is a large-scale defense-based spirit artifact. It's Earth Grade 6, Luo Chan said with a gloomy expression. Damn it! Feng Iyo actually brought this spirit artifact into the Graveyard of Gods. Breaking the Moonblade Barricade definitely isn't a simple task. Although it's possible, it would still take a considerable amount of time. Chu Li's spirits were low as well. The moment we break through the Moonblade Barricade, Feng Iyo will have long since gathered the pure soul springs. He and the others from Celestial Artifact Sect might even flee underwater. What should we do? Pan Xianxia asked anxiously. On the other side of the Moonblade Barricade. The Moonblade Barricade? This really is the Moonblade Barricade. As expected, Feng Iyo is sinister and cunning. He planned everything long in advance. Damn it! Yi Hao gnashed his teeth. Breaking through the Moonblade Barricade will be extremely difficult. It's highly likely that Feng Iyo will have already acquired everything by the time we crack it. Su Yan wore a pitiful expression, as if she had already admitted defeat. Like everyone else stuck outside of the Thunder Lagoon, Yumen of 10,000 Beast Mountain was furious. Anger ruled his face as he cursed loudly. It was clear that Feng Iyo had planned everything brilliantly. When he established the consecutive soul-splitting formation using the bone ash urns, he quietly set up the Moonblade Barricade inside of them. As soon as he destroyed the Thunder Barrier using the consecutive soul-splitting formation, the moonblade barricade hidden within the bone ash urns would be released. It would then form a new barrier around the Thunder Lagoon, denying entry to anyone other than him. This would give Feng Eo enough time to explore the Thunder Lagoon. He'd then be able to take whatever he wanted, regardless of whether that included the pure soul springs of the soul crystals at the bottom of the lagoon, and still be able to flee underwater. Afterward, he'd still be able to retrieve the moonblade barricade from afar. The plan was simply flawless. After cursing for a considerable amount of time, you men glared at Black Voodoo cult's martial practitioners and shouted, "Which one of you is capable of destroying this moonblade barricade as quickly as possible?" Yi Hao and Huang Zhuli wore grim expressions. Both were deep in thought, obviously trying to think of a plan. Then you men turned and stabbed his spear in Qin Lai's direction. "Aren't you supposed to be arrogant? If you're really as capable as you'd have us think, regain control over the thunder and lightning and smash that moonblade barricade apart. How about you? If you can do it yourself, then do it." Qin Lai responded in exasperation. "If I could, do you think I'd still be wasting my breath on you? F***CK. You men gnashed his teeth, walking around in circles like an anxious beast in a cage. "Qin Lai, the sealing obelisks. Aren't your sealing obelisks one of the 18 great Earth-grade spirit artifacts of Celestial Artifact Sect?" Du Xiangyang suddenly cried out, frantically flailing his arms. "The sealing obelisks. That's right, you have the sealing obelisks." Chu Li came to the same realization. Startled and confused, Qin Lai said, "I do have the sealing obelisks, and they are indeed one of the 18 great Earth-grade spirit artifacts of Celestial Artifact Sect. But what does that have to do with the Moonblade Barricade?" The 18 great Earth-grade spirit artifacts of Celestial Artifact Sect were all forged by the same person. All of them have a profound connection with one another. Du Xiangyang laughed. The outstanding artificer who made them reportedly added a profound formation to each of them with the intent of preventing internal conflict. "What kind of formation?" Qin Lai grew excited. "I'm not an artificer, so I wouldn't know what kind of formation it is." Du Xiangyang took in a deep breath, then sternly said, "I only know that, should any of these 18 Earth-grade spirit artifacts encounter each other and clash with their spirit energy, they will immediately neutralize each other." "What?" Qin Lai exclaimed in astonishment. "In other words, if you use the sealing obelisks to attack the Moonblade Barricade, both should stop functioning and only return to normal after separating." Du Xiangyang shouted. The formation that causes this was added to these spirit artifacts specifically to prevent fighting and massacres in Celestial Artifact Sect. Chu Li explained sternly. Their creator did this with the hope that sect elites possessing the 18 great Earth-grade spirit artifacts wouldn't be able to use them to kill each other, even when it came to conflict of interests or a sect member actually becoming an enemy. This was also done to prevent the spirit artifacts from being destroyed together. "Is this really true?" This information stunned Qin Lai. "Without a doubt," Du Xiangyang said. "This is indeed the case." Chu Li spoke up as well. The three of them made sure to speak quietly during their conversation so that Black Voodoo Cult and 10,000 Beast Mountain wouldn't be able to hear what they were saying. Qin Lai thought to himself for a moment, then released his soul consciousness again to take stock of the situation in the Thunder Lagoon. His expression changed slightly as he sensed movement. "What is it?" Du Xiangyang asked anxiously. "At the bottom of the lagoon, Feng Eo and his men might not be able to gather the pure soul springs. I sense violent outbursts from the thunder spirit." Qin Lai frowned. After weighing his thoughts, he suddenly said, "If the sealing obelisks actually neutralize the moon blade barricade, we have to act like we're going to charge in immediately and lure the other two groups to enter before us." "You're saying?" Du Xiangyang had an inkling of what Qin Lai was planning. "We're going to let everyone else enter the lagoon, then move the sealing obelisks away from the moonblade barricade so it can continue functioning." An unspeakably cold, ghastly smile appeared on Qin Lai's face. "Then we'll just let them fight each other at the bottom of the lagoon. I can use my soul consciousness to keep track of the activity below, and I'll be able to use the sealing obelisks to neutralize the moonblade barricade whenever necessary. We can charge down there when the time is right." The eyes of everyone near Qin Lai shone with anticipation. "All right," Du Xiangyang and the others said softly. Once everyone came to an understanding, Qin Lai's group approached the Thunder Lagoon without saying a word, slightly sneaky expressions on their faces. As soon as the martial practitioners of Black Voodoo cult, the three great families, and 10,000 Beast Mountain saw Qin Lai's group move, all of their gazes focused on them. All of a sudden, one ceiling obelisk flew into the sky after another, glowing mysteriously. Then they slowly descended onto the Moonblade barricade. "I've seen those before. Those are the ceiling obelisks, one of the Earth-grade spirit artifacts of Celestial Artifact Sect." A martial practitioner from the three great families cried out. "The ceiling obelisks of Celestial Artifact Sect," Niu Xiaojun shouted. "Qin Lai and his group are about to enter." Everyone from 10,000 Beast Mountain and Black Voodoo cult knew about the profound formation inside of the Earth-grade spirit artifacts of Celestial Artifact Sect. Their eyes flashed as they believed that they'd seen through Qin Lai's scheme. At this moment, several ceiling obelisks descended toward the Moonblade barricade. The gathering of silver crescent blades no longer flew around or crisscrossed like before. All of the floating blades of light came to an abrupt halt. Everyone with Qin Lai roared, flying into the air one after another as if they were going to enter the Thunder Lagoon. "Quickly, get inside. Hurry!" The martial practitioners from Black Voodoo cult and 10,000 Beast Mountain had been paying attention to the movements of Qin Lai and his group the entire time. The moment they saw the scene occurring, all of them charged over as fast as possible, including Huang Zhuli, Yi Yihao, and Yu Men, like fledgling swallows returning to their nest. One figure slipped through the gaps between the crescent blades after another and entered the Thunder Lagoon. Du Xiangyang, Luo Chan, and the rest, however, stopped right before entering as if they had been yanked from behind. Every force other than Qin Lai's group dove into the Thunder Lagoon one after another and disappeared. When Du Xiangyang, Luo Chan, Song Tingyu, Xie Jingxian, Chu Li, Pan Xianxian, and Xuemoyan were about to slip through the gaps of the Moonblade barricade and enter the Thunder Lagoon, they suddenly stopped. "Return!" A bright light burst from Qin Lai's eyes as he linked to the ceiling obelisks with his mind consciousness and guided them using the spirit energy in his body. The 6 sky obelisks were initially situated above the Moonblade barricade, neutralizing it and keeping all of the silver crescent blades from moving. At this moment, however, the sky obelisks ascended into the sky one after another. When they did, the millions of motionless crescent blades instantly began moving again, flying around at extremely high speeds. The Moonblade barricade covered the Thunder Lagoon once more. Every living being with a physical body would immediately be diced into pieces by the multitude of crescent blades the moment they approached them. The Moonblade barricade essentially functioned as a barrier, separating Qin Lai's group and the 3 forces that had just entered the Thunder Lagoon, preventing them seeing through the profoundness inside. At the same time, the martial practitioners who had managed to bypass the barrier and enter didn't have any immediate means of escape. They were trapped inside, facing confinement conditions similar to Qin Lai's group on the outside. Qin Lai, will they be able to seize the pure soul springs quickly? Du Xiangyang asked worriedly, feeling anxious. This question voiced the doubt in everyone else's hearts. Chu Li, Xuemoyan, Luo Chan, and the others wore stern expressions as they looked at the Thunder Lagoon enveloped by the Moonblade barricade. They were worried that the 6 pure soul springs below would be neatly divided between the 3 forces that had entered, leaving them with nothing in the end. Don't worry. Even if Celestial Artifact Sect were the only force inside, quickly seizing the pure soul springs would be impossible. Qin Lai reassured them. The Thunder Spirit is capable of controlling thunder and lightning from the depths of the lagoon, and right now, it's in there with them. It definitely won't just let them have the pure soul springs. Once 10,000 Beast Mountain and Black Voodoo cult head deeper inside, they'll definitely start slaughtering their way to the pure soul springs. However, neither side will be able to annihilate one another right away. We just have to wait patiently. Qin Lai could clearly sense everything that was happening in the Thunder Lagoon. At this very moment, He could sense an indescribable irritation through his soul consciousness. It came from the thunder spirit releasing horrifying amounts of thunder and lightning in the depths of the lagoon. At the bottom of the thunder lagoon, thunder boomed, and lightning waves that even Qinlai found terrifying were rampaging in every direction across every single martial practitioner that had entered. Qinlai believed that, if he and his group were also present for this, they would have suffered from the thunder spirit's assault in similar fashion. Chu Li, those junior brothers and that girlfriend of yours, they don't seem to have given up, Du Xiangyang said softly, rubbing at one of the tokens owned by Celestial Artifact Sect as he raised his head to look into the distance. Chu Li's eyebrows twitched. He took out a Terminator Sect token. With a weary expression on his face, he took a moment to examine it with his mind consciousness. A moment later, he sighed and said, He Wei isn't someone who gives up easily. Du Xiangyang wore an expression of indifference. Unfortunately, she overestimates herself. We didn't do all of this to oppress He Wei, but to respond to He Wei and the other three resenting us. I still have yet to figure out where their resentment comes from. The fact that He Wei still insisted on opposing them shocked Qinlai. It didn't make sense to him. I don't understand it either. Chu Li shook his head. It started when we unilaterally distributed the spring of life in the forbidden land of wood. Xianxia interrupted coldly. Everyone looked at her with stunned expressions. Xianxia looked unconcerned and her tone was icy. All four of them have been infected with the voodoo toxin, and a considerable amount of their life energies had been lost. They all wanted to use the spring of life to recover their lost energy as quickly as possible. This is one of the reasons why they resent us. She paused for a moment before continuing. Ever since we first met, He Wei, Hu Ping, Ren Peng, and Wei Liang never took me, Qinlai or Sister Tingyu seriously. Since we came from the Scarlet Tide continent, they subconsciously treated us like people of low status, like we weren't qualified to negotiate with them as equals. Once she finished voicing her opinion, Xianxia abruptly went silent. Without warning, Song Tingyu let out a cold laugh. Since he was carefully observing the situation, Qinlai saw that the expressions on Luo Chun and Chu Li's faces seemed a bit uncomfortable. Miss Xie is right. Even I initially didn't take you seriously because I considered myself superior in status, Chu Li said apologetically, revealing a shameful smile. Brother Lai, when I first saw you and Miss Song, I indeed did not hold the two of you in high regard. You were never the problem. Qinlai gave him a carefree smile. Then he subconsciously looked at Luo Qin. Luo Chun had his head lowered as if he were resting with his eyes closed. He didn't say a word. Xie Jingshuan's words had clearly affected him like they had affected Chu Li. Ever since he first encountered Qinlai on Sea Moon Island, the arrogant, prideful Luo Chun had never taken Qinlai seriously. He had always harbored contempt in his heart and wholeheartedly desired to suppress Qinlai. He wanted to make things difficult for Qinlai to prove that Li Mu's choice was a mistake. This was a knot in Luo Chen's heart that had yet to be untied. Everyone could initially work together in harmony because Qinlai and I prioritized your desires over ours the entire time and never dared to request anything. Song Tingyu spoke up. In the eyes of He Wei and her group, Qinlai and I are of low status. They felt that it was natural for us to be humble. If we had continued to stay humble, everyone might have been able to continue getting along. However, Qinlai didn't yield when it came to Xuemoyan and basically forced them to hand over the spring of life. This act crossed into forbidden territory in the hearts of He Wei and her group. They couldn't tolerate lowly people like us taking something from them. This is where the problem originated. Song Tingyu's analysis hit the mark dead on. The reason why we can't get along is because, in the end, He Wei and the others still look down on Qinlai's group from the bottom of their hearts. They stubbornly persist in believing that Qinlai does not qualify to stand with them on equal footing. Du Xiangyang exclaimed sharply, pointing out the most important factor. Xie Jingxian and Song Tingyu nodded slightly, while Chu Li, Luo Chan, and even Xuemoyan went silent. They wore thoughtful expressions. A woo! The thunder spirit's furious roar reverberated from the depths of the thunder lagoon. It was like an enormous lightning bolt had descended. Qin Lai's group, who were in the midst of conversing with each other, all shut their mouths at the same time. Their gazes gathered on the lagoon behind the moon blade barricade. Qin Lai focused his mind so he could make sense of the situation inside. Behind the moon blade barricade, the moment they entered the Thunder Lagoon, the people of Black Voodoo Sect, the three great families, and 10,000 Beast Mountain were immediately shocked by the scene before them. The sealed area they were in wasn't influenced by gravity. They were able to float through the air here, and could even see 6 clear streams of light flowing through empty space. These 6 streams of light were emitting clean, untainted soul auras. They were clearly authentic pure soul springs. This indisputable proof utterly shocked the crowd of martial practitioners. However, there were clusters of arcing lightning and electric flame hovering beside the 6 pure soul springs. They surrounded the pure soul springs, sealing them like barriers of light. Beneath them, crystalline lights filled the floor of the lagoon, shining brilliantly. If one were to look at them carefully, they would realize that all of the lights were bright soul crystals. Every single soul crystal was translucent, dazzling to the eye, and radiated soul energy waves capable of stirring one's heart. Unfortunately, if one looked at them a little longer, they would see streaks of lightning crisscrossing above the soul crystals. Those terrifying streaks of lightning seemed as though they could easily annihilate a martial practitioner. At the same time, a strange crystalline beast sitting on the soul crystals opened its eyes wide, glaring at them coldly. This strange beast had the form of a lion, but its body seemed to have been constructed with mystical lightning crystals. Terrifying waves of lightning energy were present within those crystals. It was the Thunder Spirit. The Thunder Spirit sat on the soul crystals, and the thunder energy surrounding it erupted violently, releasing waves of it that seemed capable of shaking the world. Electric flames could faintly be seen inside of its crystal eyes. As it breathed, terrifying surges of electrical light constantly flowed to and fro. Crack, crack, crack. The moment Huang Zhuli and the others arrived at the bottom, they spotted Feng Eo and his people from Celestial Artifact Sect gathered by a pure soul spring. They were presently trying to think of a way to destroy the clusters of electric flames and arcing lightning surrounding the pure soul spring and preparing to seize the first of the pure soul springs. The strange crystalline beast was crouching at the bottom of the Thunder Lagoon. Traces of ridicule and disdain surfaced in its crystal eyes. Feng Eo and the rest of his group pulled out their spirit artifacts and used various spirit arts, attempting to destroy the clusters of electric flames. However, the moment their spirit artifacts and spirit energies collided with the flames, violent explosions would immediately erupt, dispersing all of the spirit energies. The shock waves from the explosion blew the spirit artifacts away as well. Celestial Artifact Sect was ahead of everyone else by nearly 7 minutes, but they had yet to acquire even a single pure soul spring. Even the strange crystalline beast below had only roared occasionally. It hadn't intervened or attacked them thus far. The moon blade barricade has been resealed. Qin Lai and his group didn't come down. Xiahou Yuan roared furiously. Huang Zhuli and Yi Yihao immediately reacted to this information, both realizing that they had fallen for Qin Lai's scheme. They then looked at the current expressions of the people from Celestial Artifact Sect and immediately understood that seizing the pure soul springs wouldn't be as easy as they had thought. At that moment, the Thunder Spirit roared again. Clusters of electric flames floated around in its eyes, and its breath of surging electricity resembled dragons. The electric flames and intense lightning that filled the space suddenly became violent, crazily flooding toward Huang Zhuli, Yi Hao Yumen, and the rest of their people. In an instant, all of the people who had entered the Thunder Lagoon no longer had the leisure to seize the pure soul springs. Instead, they used all of their power and desperately focused on dealing with the thunder and lightning inside of the Thunder Lagoon. On the surface, Qin Lai opened his eyes and grinned, saying, "Everyone, rest easy. We can just wait in peace." "How is the situation inside?" Du Xiangyang said, overflowing with excitement. "The Thunder Spirit is controlling the thunder and lightning and using them to slaughter Huang Zhuli and everyone else who entered. Barriers made from clusters of lightning surround the pure soul springs. Celestial Artifact Sect has yet to break a single one even after having been down there for so long, Qianlai said with a smile. Hearing his words, everyone in their group relaxed, and their faces were filled with joy. That's great. Once the Thunder Spirit has massacred every single one of them, we'll dive straight in. Once the Thunder Spirit has been sealed by Demon Sealing Tombstone, it'll be easy for us to obtain all of the pure soul springs. Right? Du Xiangyang laughed loudly. The soul crystals too. Pan Qianxian clenched her fists. And we'll be able to deal with that slut. Huang Zhuli. Qianlai, you brat. Did you lie to me back then? You and Miss Shui aren't engaged, right? Chu Li asked in a carefree tone. Qianlai and Shui Moyan both cultivated the blood spirit art, so they clearly had a close relationship. When Chu Li asked Du Xiangyang about it earlier, he found out that Qianlai's relationship with Shui Moyan stemmed from her father, Shueli. This was why he felt that Qianlai and Shui Moyan couldn't actually be engaged. Engaged? Pan Qianxian cried out as if she had discovered a new world. Qianlai and Miss Shui are engaged? So that's why... Shui Moyan was dumbfounded. She looked at Qianlai in surprise, confusion clouding her vision. See, could we truly be engaged? Did father plan for me to marry him? Turmoil overtook Shui Moyan's heart. Since Shui Moyan was suspicious, Qianlai clarified the situation with an indifferent smile. No, we do not have a messy relationship like that. Your father simply asked me to help you in the graveyard of gods. I told Chu Li we were engaged because I was worried that your identity as a member of Bloodfiend sect would be exposed. Don't think too much of it. After Qianlai explained everything, Shui Moyan heaved a sigh of relief. Although this made her rejoice, she simultaneously felt a hint of disappointment. Ah, it seems I was overthinking things. Pan Qianxian stuck out her tongue. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the speed at which the sharp blades of the moon blade barricade spun started to slow down. Those silver crescent blades that resembled tranquil moonlight gradually stopped rotating. Qianlai's group focused their attention on the moonblade barricade and realized that it had turned back into brilliant silver light shaped like several crescent moons. Without warning, they began descending into the depths of the Thunder Lagoon. Feng Yo's face instantly appeared in Qianlai's mind. Qianlai looked up into the sky only to see a bright silver spatial ring floating in the air, gathering up the crescent moon fragments of the moon blade barricade. Feng Yo was actually putting the moon blade barricade away. In addition to that, Feng Yo hastily flew out of the space that it originally enclosed, immediately landing at the edge of the Thunder Lagoon with two other Celestial Artifact Sect martial practitioners by his side. Du Xiangyang and the others were finally able to see how the Thunder Lagoon actually looked. 6 pure soul springs in the form of clear streams of light were constantly flying about like meteors. Clusters of electric flames and arced lightning enveloped each spring, moving as they did. The martial practitioners of Black Voodoo Cult, the 3 great families, and 10,000 Beast Mountain were positioned behind 3 of the pure soul springs, using various methods to try and seize them. However, no matter what spirit arts they used or what powerful spirit artifacts they had, the moment anything touched those violent lightning flames, it would immediately be blasted to smithereens. At the bottom of the Thunder Lagoon, the crystalline Thunder Spirit waited patiently. It simply crouched there, its intelligent eyes overflowing with disdain. The black, charred remains of 8 corpses that had exploded lay at the bottom of the lagoon. Every single corpse belonged to a martial practitioner of the 3 forces that had gone down there. This, Du Xiangyang stroked his chin, shaking his head in regret as he said, it seems like the people from Celestial Artifact Sect aren't that stupid and actually thought to remove the Moonblade barricade in time. Now they'll still be able to leisurely take their leave upon realizing that things aren't working out. Qianlai looked regretful as well. He had hoped that the 3 forces would engage in a bloody battle within the Thunder Lagoon, while the Thunder Spirit assaulted them with thunder and lightning energy. After all of them had died, Qianlai would then use the Demon Sealing Tombstone to seal the Thunder Spirit. From that point onward, acquiring the pure soul springs would be child's play, wrapping this whole matter up perfectly. Unfortunately, Feng Yo wasn't a fool. The moment he realized that they were stuck in an unfavorable situation and the pure soul springs couldn't be acquired easily, he instantly decided to remove the Moonblade barricade and immediately left the Thunder Lagoon. As soon as Feng Yao left the lagoon, Huang Zhuli, Yi Hao, Yumen, and their respective groups came to the same realization. Then they curbed their greed for the pure soul springs, also retreating from the Thunder Lagoon. All of them ended up returning to the edge of the Thunder Lagoon. In just 15 short minutes, 8 people from the 3 forces had died. Yet not a single force had acquired a pure soul spring. Qin Lai's group, on the other hand, hadn't taken any casualties. The anomalies in the Thunder Lagoon, the electric flames and arced lightning around the pure soul springs. The Thunder Spirit is the source of it all, Yi Hao exclaimed with a grim expression. As long as the Thunder Spirit exists, no one can even think of seizing a single one of the pure soul springs or soul crystals. The gazes of every martial practitioner present gathered on Qin Lai. Qin Lai, you have the demon sealing tombstone, so why haven't you sealed the Thunder Spirit yet? Huang Zhuli gnashed her teeth in contempt. The demon sealing tombstone? He has the demon sealing tombstone. Feng Yao cried. The demon sealing tombstone is in his possession? Yumen yelled, flying into a rage. Feng Yao and Yumen hadn't participated in the struggle in the Forbidden Land of Wood, so they didn't know that Qin Lai sealed the wood spirit with the demon sealing tombstone. They even thought that the demon sealing tombstone didn't exist. When they heard Huang Zhuli bring it up, both of them instantly figured out what Qin Lai had planned. Qin Lai had purposefully left the Thunder Spirit unsealed, summoned everyone to the Thunder Lagoon, and tricked the 3 forces into entering the Thunder Lagoon at the same time and fighting over the pure soul springs. He clearly planned to clean them all out in one fell swoop. Huang Zhuli and Yi Hao had figured this out long ago, but they were absolutely confident in their own forces. They believed that, even if Qin Lai had a despicable plan in place, he wouldn't be able to carry it out. This was especially the case when the Thunder Spirit intervened and seized control of the thunder and lightning in the area, preventing Qin Lai from wielding their power. This made Huang Zhuli and Yi Hao grow even more confident that they would be victorious in the Forbidden Land of Thunder. Unfortunately, the 2 of them had underestimated the tenacity of the Thunder Spirit. Despite using many different methods, they still weren't able to break through the electric flames and arced lightning protecting the pure soul springs. 4 of their people had even been killed by the thunder and lightning in the Lagoon Celestial Artifact sect, and 10,000 Beast Mountain only understood the reality of the situation after paying a similarly painful price. As long as the Thunder Spirit was in the lagoon, no one could even think of seizing the pure soul springs. He wants everyone to die. He can obviously wield the demon sealing tombstone and is even capable of using the sealing obelisks to get through the Moonblade barricade. Yet he refuses to enter the Thunder Lagoon. How ruthlessly cunning. He's despicable. Shameless. What a treacherous, lowly being. Martial practitioners from all 3 forces criticized Qin Lai, throwing curses one after another. No one dared to enter the Thunder Lagoon again and continue to try seizing the pure soul springs. Instead, they all focused on Qin Lai. They made a firm decision in their hearts that, unless Qin Lai used the demon sealing tombstone to seal the Thunder Spirit, they wouldn't enter the Thunder Lagoon again. Seize the demon sealing tombstone. We need to get the demon sealing tombstone. Qin Lai, hand over the demon sealing tombstone. That very instant, the opinions of the 3 forces were astonishingly unanimous, and everybody started moving closer and closer to Qin Lai. The eyes of everyone that wasn't in Qin Lai's group, including Huang Zhuli, Yumen, Feng Yao, Yi Hao, Su Yan, Xiahou Yuan, and Lin Dongxing, were filled with killing intent as they bore into Qin Lai. Don't be rash. Allow me to try sealing the Thunder Spirit then. Qin Lai smiled wryly, a helpless look on his face. He seemed to have no choice in the matter. Every single person who was about to slaughter their way to Qin Lai suddenly stopped moving. Qin Lai, what are you? Du Xiangyang asked, stunned. There's nothing else we can do. If we don't seal the Thunder Spirit with the demon sealing tombstone, we'll just be attacked from all sides. Qin Lai shrugged, a worried frown on his face. It seemed as if he were actually going to pull the demon's sealing tombstone out and seal the thunder spirit in the depths of the lagoon. Amen. Du Xiangyang, you men, and everyone else who possessed Terminator sect tokens, all looked at their waists. The Terminator sect tokens emitted ear-piercing howls. It was as if someone were recklessly transmitting messages. The howls stunned everyone into action, and every single person who possessed one such token gripped them and tried to sense the message within. It's not a message. It's just a distress signal, Yi Hao declared with a shake of his head, a cold expression on his face as he held a token, probably a ploy of insects that can't stand on the main stage. It's He Wei and her group. Du Xiangyang's expression went cold as he couldn't help but snort. I wonder what kind of trick they're trying to pull. Their strength alone doesn't qualify them to even try seizing the pure soul springs. What's the point of these little tricks? Everyone believed that He Wei seeking aid was a part of her scheme to disrupt everyone's plans and lure some of them away from the Thunder Lagoon, and by extension, the pure soul springs. No, that's wrong. He Wei is quickly approaching us, Chu Li exclaimed, becoming anxious. Zzz. Whoosh. Oh! Tied to the waists of numerous people, tokens from every force began to emit strange howls and buzz wildly. Did He Wei's group have tokens from so many different forces? Song Tingyu asked in surprise. No, they definitely don't have this many. Something's wrong. Chu Li constantly shook his head. This is definitely strange. Du Xiangyang frowned. Qin Lai, can you still use your soul consciousness to sense the area around us? Chu Li asked nervously. Qin Lai nodded, saying, I can, but my range is limited. I can sense several kilometers around us at the most. Any farther than that is impossible. Help me sense them. Chu Li burned with worry. Qin Lai thought for a moment before saying, Fine. He sat in a lotus position, held his breath, and concentrated as he used his soul consciousness to sense their surroundings. An instant later, he stood right up. His expression became extremely grim as he roared. More than 200 life signatures are currently approaching us. They're extremely fast, too. A huge number of life signatures flared up in his soul perception like blazing fireballs. They were 1.5 kilometers away from them, coming from the direction that He Wei's group had gone. What? There are that many life signatures? More than 200 of them? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. What are they, Qin Lai? Could they be foreign races? Even Du Xiangyang's eyes held fear within them. The instant he said that, chills ran down the bodies of Huang Zhuli, Yi Hao, Feng Iyo, and Yu Men. Years ago, during another trial in the land of chaos, martial practitioners from the 9 great silver rank forces inadvertently entered Azura world, the territory of the Azura race which had been nourishing their strength for many years. Out of every trial that had ever taken place, that one was the most tragic. All of the martial practitioners who participated in that trial were completely massacred by the people of the Azura race. Several powerful martial practitioners were killed, and the Azura race made use of the Void Passage to charge into the land of chaos, starting a grisly war that continued for ages. As a result of this, blood flowed through the land of chaos like rivers, countless experts were annihilated, and many weaker forces disappeared. That disaster had been carved into everyone's hearts. Could it be that, just when they were on the verge of seizing good fortune, they were about to encounter another foreign race that had been hidden in the graveyard of gods? It's not a foreign race. They're humans. They're just like us. Qin Lai roared. How is that possible? Among the 9 great silver rank forces of the land of chaos, the trial participants of each force amounted to no more than 20 people. Even if none of us had died, it'd be impossible for there to be more than 200 of us. Pan Xianxia inadvertently cried out. After how long all of them had engaged in bloody conflict, the martial practitioners of the 9 great silver rank forces had suffered terrible losses. Most of the lucky survivors were all present, so how could more than 200 people suddenly appear? Could it be that the people outside let a new batch of participants in? Du Xiangyang speculated. Impossible. Celestial Artifact Sect and 10,000 Beast Mountain sealed the passageway after we entered. It definitely wouldn't be opened again. Feng Yao roared out. Then who could those 200 people be? Qin Lai asked. Maybe you sensed wrongly. Feng Yao snorted. Qin Lai. I'm taking my leave first. Chu Li completely trusted Qin Lai. Not daring to hesitate any further, he immediately charged in the direction that He Wei's group had gone. Prepare for battle. Qin Lai barked in a hollow voice. While Yi Hao, Yu Men, and everyone else were still hesitating, Du Xiangyang, Xuemoyan, Luochan, Song Tingyu, Xia Jingxian, and Pan Qianqian pulled their spirit artifacts out one after another as if they were about to face a formidable foe. They were preparing to face an unknown enemy. Help! Chu Li, save me! He Wei's shouting could be heard coming from a region outside of the Thunder Lagoon, growing louder and more urgent. At that point, Chu Li had only just begun to move. We're here! Qin Lai exclaimed in a deep voice. They could see He Wei several kilometers in the distance, rushing toward them hysterically. Even considering the distance, they could see that her eyes were grim and listless. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and blood was soaking through what remained of her sleeves and collar. The sight enraged Chu Li as he worriedly called out, He Wei! Light appeared in Chu Li's eyes as He Wei flew toward him the moment she saw him, mad with joy. Swoosh! At the very same moment, a spirit energy-propelled arrow blinked into existence behind her. The amount of force behind it made it resemble a meteor. Electrical rays of spirit energy coursed through that arrow, manifesting the exquisite, malevolent appearance of a mythical dragon. Said dragon even moved in lifelike ways, tearing, biting, and roaring as it flew. Puk! The arrow struck He Wei, piercing the center of her back and protruded from her chest. Her frantic figure came to an abrupt halt. The light in her eyes gradually faded as she looked at the frenzied expression on Chu Li's face, despair creeping onto her own. Bang! The arrow exploded with a dull rumble, creating a fist-sized hole of gore in He Wei's chest. In that instant, the feeble light in her eyes went out. He Wei died right in front of Chu Li. No! Chu Li unleashed a bestial roar, tears in his terrifying eyes as he desperately rushed to her side. The sight froze Qin Lai's group in place. Everyone who had questioned Qin Lai earlier immediately took out their spirit artifacts, their expressions taking a drastic turn for the worse. All of them took up defensive positions and formations as if they were about to face a terrible enemy. Zzzzz. Oh, oh. The tokens at every martial practitioner's waist emitted shrill noises, indicating that a large number of people were heading in their direction. Qin Lai's expression was icy as he quietly looked into the distance far behind He Wei's still figure. Whoosh! A tan, formidable man nearly 2 meters tall was the first to appear. Sinister tattoos covered his body, and his long hair was braided into long ropes. He brandished a huge, curved bow, chuckling menacingly. The man was barefoot and wore armor made from beasts, giving him a rugged appearance. An immense thirst for blood and battle flooded from his eyes. Strung from his waist were multiple tokens of different kinds. There seemed to be at least one token from each of the 9 silver-ranked forces of the Land of Chaos. This signified that he had killed numerous Land of Chaos martial practitioners scattered throughout the Graveyard of Gods. Soon enough, men garbed similarly to the first came into view with ominous spirit birds and beasts by their sides. All of these men held curved bows comparable in size to the first man's, radiating a torrent of bloodlust. Each also had tokens strung to their waists. One person stood out among the rest. They were more than 2 meters tall, had skin was the color of granite, and looked as tough as stone. That person carried an enormous basket on their back that was filled to the brim with human heads. Blood occasionally dripped from the basket, soaking the vines it was made from. At the top of the basket were the faces of Rinpeng, Hu Ping, and Wei Liang, the 3 Terminator sect martial practitioners that had been with He Wei. Blood dripped from their disembodied heads. Feng Chong. That's Feng Chong's head. I see Lu Yan's. They killed Lu Yan. They also killed Ahai and Meng Zi. Many people screamed in shock as time went on, killing intent gushing from their eyes. Among their number were Yi Hao, Yu Men, and Feng Yao. Even Luo Chun and Shui Moyan were screaming. Many martial practitioners belonging to the 9 great silver rank forces of the Land of Chaos had entered the Graveyard of Gods. Every single one of them who hadn't been at the Thunder Lagoon were killed by this unexpected enemy, heads severed and carried around as trophies of war. Eastern barbarians! Du Xiangyang exclaimed, eyes red with fury. Accursed Eastern barbarians that deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Pan Xianxian exclaimed softly, gritting her teeth. Chu Li! Shui Moyan barked in a low, gruff tone. Hearing her call his name, Chu Li forcefully suppressed his desire to kill, took He Wei's corpse into his arms, and turned away. His glittering, starlit spirit armor materialized and he flew back to Qin Lai's side. Upon arrival, he sank to the floor in despair. Who are they? Qin Lai asked with a frown. They're savages that inhabit the tens of thousands of islands east of the Land of Chaos. We call them Eastern barbarians. The Land of Chaos has always clashed with them because they occasionally invade us, pillaging and razing our territories. Most of the time, however, we of the 9 great silver rank forces meet them in battle to wipe them out. Du Xiangyang wore a facade of calm as he explained things to Qin Lai. A strange mist shrouds the islands of the Eastern barbarians, all tens of thousands of them. Much of their domain contains forbidden lands that only they know how to navigate in. These barbarians are unified and are familiar with their territory. As a result, our forces have not been able to keep the upper hand against them on their home turf. They hate us just as much as we hate them. We don't know how many battles we've fought over the years, big or small, and there will always be more. How did they enter the Graveyard of Gods? Qin Lai asked in astonishment. God knows. Du Xiangyang shook his head. As they were speaking, the people of Black Voodoo Cult, the 3 great families, Celestial Artifact Sect, and 10,000 Beast Mountain wore grim expressions as they sized up the Eastern barbarian forces, communicating in secret. Opposite them, the formidable man who was clearly the leader of the Eastern barbarians just chuckled to himself in a low, sinister tone. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to take action as he surveyed the Land of Chaos martial practitioners. He was waiting for more of his forces to arrive. The Eastern barbarians are divided up into 3 tribes: the Black Barbarian Tribe, the Scarlet Barbarian Tribe, and the White Barbarian Tribe. That man is San Yi, the leader of the Black Barbarian Tribe's young generation. The Black Barbarian Tribe is currently the strongest force of the Eastern barbarians and rules over them. That Eastern barbarian, San Yi, is incredibly famous among those savages. His strength is terrifying, Shui Moyan said in a low voice. Her explanation made Qin Lai stare at her in shock. The Eastern barbarians inhabit the eastern side of the Land of Chaos, while the heavenly slaughter continent that Illusory Demon Sect and Black Voodoo Cult reside just happen to be in the east as well, Du Xiangyang continued. Whenever those savages invade the Land of Chaos, they first need to go through the regions controlled by Illusory Demon Sect and Black Voodoo Cult. That's why Shui Moyan is familiar with them. Black Voodoo Cult may openly cause conflict and maneuver in the shadows, but they're able to coexist with Illusory Demon Sect in the heavenly slaughter continent. Luo Chan interjected. They never wage truly irreconcilable, bloody wars against Illusory Demon Sect because of the threat that the Eastern barbarians represent. As this discussion took place, Chu Li simply sat there hugging He Wei's corpse, head lowered in silence. The spirit energy around his body grew increasingly unstable. Nobody in Qin Lai's group felt anything for He Wei, Ren Peng, Hu Ping, or Wei Liang. After initially consoling Chu Li, they went straight to talking about the Eastern barbarians. There are more than 200 of them? Du Xiangyang asked with a grim expression on his face. That's right. Qin Lai frowned deeply. What are their realms? Luo Chen asked. All of them are in the Nether Passage realm, same as us. It seems that the restricting force of the Graveyard of Gods affects them as well, which is probably why they don't have any higher realm martial practitioners with them, Qin Lai answered. The entrance that we used to get into the Graveyard of Gods probably isn't the only one. Song Tingyu sighed. Everyone in their group immediately understood what she was saying. If there were another entrance that led to the Graveyard of Gods, and said entrance just happened to be in domain of the Eastern barbarians, all of this would make sense. Tap tap, tap tap tap. As they spoke, more and more Eastern barbarians emerged from behind Xianxia. Xianxia, the leader of the Black Barbarian tribe's young generation, dictated orders to someone behind him, and the Eastern barbarians approaching the front suddenly began to spread out. These barbarians spread to the left and to the right, slowly forming a ring shape that would surround the surrounding area. They were planning to besiege the Thunder Lagoon. Qin Lai's group, Black Voodoo Cult, the Three Great Families, Celestial Artifact Sect, and 10,000 Beast Mountain consisted of Land of Chaos martial practitioners, all of which just happened to be gathered at the edge of the Thunder Lightning Pond. If the Thunder Lagoon were surrounded, all of them would be trapped in the middle of over 200 Eastern barbarians. The color drained from everyone's faces as they realized what the Eastern barbarians were doing. Their faces twisted into ugly expressions, and a sinking feeling filled their chests. It'll be infinitely more difficult for us to escape if they surround us. They have over 200 men in the Nether Passage realm, and that Xianxia, as the young leader of the Black Barbarian tribe, he definitely won't be an easy opponent. Du Xiangyang's face twitched, his expression one of pain. However, if we leave, they'll probably acquire the pure soul springs and the soul crystals. This was a tough decision for Du Xiangyang to make. Everyone else found it equally hard to make a decision.